Hogwarts, starting with the Unforgivable Curses at max level. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 226, a special Christmas gift from the Weasley twins. Even though Professor Sprout has decided to live alone, it doesn't mean she's never been in love before. She's fully experienced a process of love, realizing that love itself doesn't seem to be a meaningful thing, at least not as interesting as nurturing flowers and plants. That's why she's decided to be alone, to spend her time with the flowers, plants, and students. Why are you looking at me like that, Cedric? Seeing Dylan's strange gaze, leaned back. A hint of wariness crossed his face. You don't like, Dylan, abyssal gaze. Sensing Dylan's sharp gaze, Cedric rationally held back the rest of his words. Ahem. Anyway, I'm planning on taking Joe to Madame Potty's tea house when we get back to Hogsmeade. Could you give me some advice on where we should sit? Cedric changed the subject. This isn't some unpredictable future, is it? Dylan raised an eyebrow. The next time Hogwarts students could visit Hogsmeade, it seemed like the weekend before Christmas. It wasn't too far away. Probably less than 2 weeks. It wasn't like he couldn't offer Cedric some advice. After all, what kind of seating fosters a relationship wasn't related to the vague questions Cedric was asking. It was more practical, although Dylan had no idea what seating had to do with the quality of a relationship. Okay, then, I'll show you what prophecy is. Dylan slowly closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. His current divination skills allowed him to arrive at answers incredibly quickly. But he certainly wouldn't pull it off so easily in front of Cedric. How could a simple, unpretentious performance even remotely influence Cedric's mind, including his attitude towards him? Dylan didn't want to use dark magic to control Cedric's body and mind. He wanted him to one day truly and sincerely submit to him. Dylan held out his hands, gently waving them in the air. From Cedric's perspective, it seemed as if Dylan was trying to capture the subtle energy in the air. Dylan's fingers trembled slightly, as if establishing a connection with some invisible force. Cedric observed him curiously. Then, he saw Dylan pull a small cloth bag from his pocket. Inside were some tools that looked like they were used for divination, a few crystals of various shapes, polished bones, and coins engraved with symbols. It really did seem mysterious. Cedric smacked his lips silently. He watched as Dylan carefully placed these items on the desk in front of him, his eyes fixed on them. Dylan's lips moved slightly, perhaps mumbling some ancient and mysterious incantation. Cedric couldn't tell what Dylan was muttering. He couldn't hear it either. Of course he couldn't hear it. It would be a miracle if he could. Dylan was just making it up. However, as the spell began to flow, Cedric became aware that the crystals, bones, and coins Dylan had placed on the table seemed to come alive, gently vibrating on the surface. Cedric stared intently at Dylan, and saw beads of sweat on his forehead. His gaze grew deeper, as if Dylan had seen through these tiny objects, detached from reality and gazed into another dimension. As Dylan's aura grew increasingly ethereal, Cedric grew inexplicably nervous, afraid to breathe. He stood aside, his hands slightly clenched. His gaze shifted from Dylan to the divination tools on the table, staring intently, trying to discern some clue. However, even as Dylan's hands moved rapidly through the air, sometimes picking up a crystal and carefully examining the light reflected from it, sometimes turning a coin over and rubbing it, Dylan's expression shifted from solemn to relaxed. After a long moment, he slowly opened his eyes. Cedric took a deep breath. Well, Dylan glanced at him. He was just divination for his seat, not anything extraordinary. In fact, he'd had a premonition the moment Cedric asked. His previous actions were just a show for Cedric. But why was he so nervous? Could a single seat determine his happiness for the rest of his life? Dylan curled his lips calmly. Then he spoke slowly. According to my divination, I think you and her should choose the corner seat by the window. Dylan's voice rose softly. That spot is where the fire element of the tea house converges. Fire symbolizes passion and vitality, and I think it will ignite a spark between you. Also, the corner represents privacy and shelter, allowing you to talk without being disturbed by the outside world. Remember, when you take your seats, You should sit on the left, and she on the right. Cedric listened to Dylan's nonsense, but it somehow made sense to him. Of course, there must be some truth to it. But, the location Dylan had given Cedric was entirely based on lighting and angle. It was designed so that when he met Chu Zhang, the light from the window would play on him. It also created a filter for Chu Zhang's face whenever they locked eyes. He looked more handsome in her eyes. How could feelings not grow? What little girl doesn't love a handsome guy? Especially one who's gentle, humorous, academically competent, well-off, and handsome? Cedric nodded. I'll remember that. Dylan waved the guy off. Time flew by. Dylan had been busy preparing Christmas gifts for his professors and friends these past few days. Coming up with gifts is a real headache. And what's even more daunting is that this kind of thing happens 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 4 or 5 times. For the past 2 years, Dylan had racked his brains trying to come up with gifts for the professors, Harry, and the others. The year was almost over. It was almost the end of the year. Don't make him worry too much. So, Dylan decided to simply prepare a few small gifts. He didn't want to go to the trouble of preparing overly elaborate gifts. That kind of gift should be given on everyone's birthday. Just 2 days before the students could return to Hogsmeade, the Hogwarts dining hall was already filled with prearranged Christmas decorations. The Christmas atmosphere grew stronger. Pine branches adorned with silver powder snaked around candlesticks. Each candle was wrapped in red and green ribbons. On the plate in front of Dylan sat half a roast turkey and a piece of Christmas pudding drizzled with mulled wine sauce. Star-shaped icing sugar sprinkled on the creamy top. The sweet aroma mixed with the distant scent of fir trees, filling the air with the warm atmosphere of the approaching holiday. Dylan was scraping the icing sugar from the edge of the pudding with a spoon when he heard footsteps beside him. Dylan looked up. He raised an eyebrow when he noticed the Weasley twins. Dylan, George came over excitedly, followed by Fred. Their cloaks were still dusted with scattered snowflakes, and pinned to their collars were Christmas balls that crackled and emitted sparks. These were the little props they developed. They seemed to be selling like hotcakes lately. Many students were quite interested in these Christmas trinkets. Furthermore, the Weasley twins' prices were reasonable, even affordable for some ordinary students. This had led to a relatively good business at school. Of course, their behavior naturally drew scorn from some of the wealthy Slytherin students. However, after those Slytherin students saw everyone else enjoying these fun toys, what were their thoughts? Whether they'd secretly purchased any of these things was anyone's guess. What's up? Dylan looked at them. Fred lowered his voice deliberately, tapping the edge of Dylan's plate on the table. Come meet us in the broom shed behind the kitchen after dinner. George and I have a gift for you, in person. It can only be given in person, George added with a wink. Trust me, this is a gift you can only open when no one's around, Fred chuckled. Don't worry, it's much more reliable than the stinky carol-singing sock we gave Percy last year. Remember not to use divination to sneak a peek. If the surprise slips through, it won't be any fun at all, George warned. Then, without giving Dylan a chance to respond, the two of them bounded away. Then, as they passed each student still eating at a table, they would ask in unison, want to buy some Christmas gifts? The hems of their cloaks were decorated with Christmas pine branches, and tinsel bells jingled as they moved. This was a special decoration they had gotten to attract the attention of their guests. As long as someone showed interest in their gadgets, they could easily secure an order with their eloquent tongues. Dylan watched them question each other one by one. In a short while, several deals were concluded. His mouth twitched. These two guys, instead of giving me a present on Christmas, they're giving it to me so early. In person, he looked suspiciously at the two men as they were looking for money. He considered using divination. But then he thought about what they had just said. Dylan shook his head, not predicting directly what the twins would give him. However, Dylan guessed that, given their personalities, it would most likely be some new prank prop. He finished his meal leisurely, smacked his lips, and placed his butter-stained napkin on the table. He stood up, wrapped his cloak tightly around him, and headed for the place the Weasley twins had mentioned. The wooden door next to the broom creaked open. A chill air, mixed with a sweet scent of pine, washed over him. Dylan looked. Fred was squatting in the corner, fiddling with something. George was leaning against the door frame, keeping watch. When he saw him come in, he immediately whistled inside. The protagonist is here. Hurry up and take out the thing. Fred turned his head and stood up when he heard that. Dylan saw at a glance that he was holding a roll of parchment wrapped in old linen in his hand. However, there was a faded red ribbon tied around the linen, with a miniature copper bell at the end. As Fred moved, it made a crisp tinkling sound. "Take it, this is not a prank, this is." Dylan narrowed his eyes. Fred stuffed the linen into Dylan's hand. "A very useful thing," George nodded. "Fred and I stole this from Filch's office in our first year, from the drawer marked confiscated items. Highly dangerous?" Fred nodded vigorously. "I remember Filch was looking for who stole it for days, so George and I didn't dare to do anything for nearly half a month, for fear of being targeted by Filch." George added. Dylan, from the two brothers back and forth, Dylan seemed to know what this thing in his hands was. "The Marauder map? Oh my goodness. So you weren't planning on giving it to Harry, but instead gave it to him as a Christmas present?" Dylan smacked his lips. For a moment, he didn't know whether to accept it, even though he already had the map in his hands. "This thing is amazing. George and I spent a lot of time researching it to figure out what it's used for." George flicked the copper bell on the edge of the map with his finger. "This is a little Christmas charm we added specially. If you approach a corridor covered in mistletoe, bells will chime softly." Fred shrugged. "It only works on this piece of cloth. If you don't like it, you can just throw it away." That was George's idea, anyway. George snorted, but said nothing. He turned back to Dylan. "If you want to activate this map, first you have to say, 'I solemnly swear I'm up to no good,' then you'll be able to see everyone in Hogwarts on this map. It has a detailed layout of Hogwarts. Fred and I used this map to find many hidden secret passages." George thought he'd figured out all the secret passages in the school and thought this map was useless, so he wanted to give it to someone else. "Don't be ridiculous. I didn't think that. I just wanted this map to be in the hands of someone more capable. Maybe Dylan can even find something different about it. Anyway, you want all the instructions on the map to disappear. Remember to say the prank is over." Fred shrugged. Dylan held the Marauder's map wrapped in sackcloth in his hand and pursed his lips. Chapter 227 Marauder's Map. "These two guys." Dylan shook his head. Then, his fingertips gently hooked around the edge of the linen. He unwrapped the package with unhurried movements. He looked at the Marauder's map in his hand. Dylan lowered his eyes and stared at the paper. It looked like an ordinary piece of parchment. Nothing special about it. Dylan raised his wand and tapped the parchment gently. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." This could almost be considered an incantation for using the Marauder's map as a magical item. As the incantation uttered, ink lines began to extend across the map. The outlines of Hogwarts School and its hidden secret passages gradually emerged. Dylan immediately spotted a pair of footprints moving hurriedly along the path leading to the dungeon classrooms, at an almost rigid, yet inexplicably rapid constant speed. Dylan looked away. The owner of these footprints was self-evident. Dylan then looked back at where he was standing. 3 pairs of footprints stood side by side. One pair was as steady as a mountain. The other 2 pairs of feet were pacing back and forth, but they were actually standing still. "I say, could you guys just be quiet and stop flapping your legs?" Dylan looked helplessly at the 2 beside him. George shrugged. "If you want," Fred laughed. "Isn't it interesting? When George and I figured out what this thing does, I was absolutely certain. This is a top-notch prank prop crafted by a prankster. It's amazing." Dylan's lip curled at that. "If you must put it that way." "Indeed. The Marauder's map. Not only is it interesting, it's also a symbol, even a representation of the heritage of the pureblood family. This heritage doesn't mean that the Marauder's map is difficult to create. In fact, creating such a map is nothing more than combining multiple spells on a single sheet of parchment. The first spell is, of course, the human tracking curse. This is the key spell in creating the Marauder's map, the most core one. Without it, the Marauder's map wouldn't be a map at all. It allows the map to track the movements of everyone within the castle. The Marauder's map reveals the whereabouts of everyone within the school. Furthermore, regardless of whether the target uses an Imagus transformation, Polyjuice potion, or the invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map will reveal their whereabouts. The tracking thread charm can be considered a more powerful version of the tracking thread charm. It isn't limited to a single target, but can cover all figures within an entire area. The tracking thread charm even has the ability to penetrate concealment magic. This is particularly true for invisibility cloaks. Because the spell operates within a specific area, the invisibility cloak cannot be penetrated by the naked eye, but anyone standing within that area will naturally be visible. The Animagus and Polyjuice potion are even more complex. These two transformations merely alter form, and are not even as effective as the invisibility cloak, which completely hides a person's form. The form will still be visible. As long as the person is present, not vanishing into thin air, the Marauder's map will reveal their whereabouts. The second spell mentioned above is used to activate and deactivate the map. This concealing and revealing spell is actually quite simple to use. The third spell is the expulsion and shame charm. As for why the robbers, or rather the plunderers, had cast such a spell, Dylan blinked. It was clear they didn't want Professor Snape to use the map. Upon receiving it, Professor Snape would have responded with nothing but vulgarity. Given Professor Snape's temperament, he would have simply assumed the parchment was another prank by Potter and his gang, a prank designed to humiliate him. Of course, even at first, Professor Snape wouldn't have used it, had he known the robbers had created it. Dylan clearly realized that the spells on the map weren't limited to the three mentioned. Dylan knew both the human tracking charm and the ability to solidify spells. In fact, he had mastered not only the human tracking charm but also the anti-human tracking charm, the concealing charm, from Professor Flitwick. Hiding the text on the map or setting the activation password was also a simple task. However, this simplicity was, of course, based on Dylan's level. At his current level, these spells were a breeze. But honestly, let alone a young wizard his own age, even 2 years older might still be clueless about these spells. And when the hijackers created this map, they were only 5th or 6th year Hogwarts students. It goes without saying that all the students of Professor Snape's era had something on their person. And what intrigued Dylan even more was this: the Marauder's map's true purpose remained undiscovered for so long. It wasn't simply because it could hide text. You see, Filch had previously classified it as dangerous. Even though he didn't know its specific purpose at the time, it was still the work of troublesome young wizards. Even without understanding it, Filch had carefully stored it. Later, the map was stolen. He tried to retrieve it, but nothing happened, nothing unusual. Filch had given up on the parchment. This ability to conceal tracks and track people, Dylan turned the map over and over. Actually, while Animagus could be tracked by the Marauder's map, after all, Animagus was a spell that could fool even Dementors. Dylan wondered if the map tracked every living creature in an area, or just humans? Images flashed through his mind. Dylan divined, recalling records of the Marauder's map. The map wasn't just capable of tracking humans, but also wizards' pets, goblins, ghosts, and the like. I wonder, if I'm in my suitcase, will the map still be able to detect me? If it could, it would be quite astonishing. Dylan found it hard to imagine a 5th or 6th grade wizard figuring out such a detection method. This was one of the reasons Dylan felt that pure-blood families were indeed quite sophisticated. However, since the map could track all living creatures in such a large area, whether it could detect Animagus, or only those that transformed into Animagus, wasn't really important. I need to test this map when I get back to see if the Fidelius charm will be affected by it. Dylan hadn't considered the map's purpose before. Now, even with the Marauder's map in hand, he simply wanted to study it, and see if he could glean any insights from it. He didn't want to be caught sneaking into the Forbidden Forest every night to meet Hagrid and babysit their child, Norbert. Speaking of which, Dylan raised his head, his gaze indifferently fixed on the Weasley twins. The two, who had been so cheerful at Dylan's glance, instantly felt a sense of foreboding. "Have you tried to use this map to track me?" George and Fred's expressions froze. They faltered. "Well, we don't usually use this map, that's right. We're busy researching new tools almost every day, so we don't have time to play with maps. Besides, maps aren't fun. They just show where people are." Dylan narrowed his eyes, staring at them. Fred and George lowered their heads lower, finally burying them in their chests. Dylan snorted coldly, "Since you've already checked my tracks, I don't need to waste time experimenting again. Tell me, every time you check my tracks, can you see where I am?" Fred and George exchanged a glance. Fred swallowed, then said, "Actually, we can be weird sometimes." George nodded cautiously. "Fred and I will notice your tracks, suddenly disappearing from the map." Dylan's eyes narrowed, but he didn't speak. Suddenly disappearing from the map? After a moment's hesitation, Dylan spoke. "About what time, and how long?" "Well, it varies, and the duration varies, but mostly at night. So, you guys check my tracks almost every day." Dylan's voice sounded cold. George, Fred, Greek letter omega, the two of them coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Dylan, believe me, I swear I didn't, I swear to. I swear on Merlin's pants. I definitely didn't peek at you every day, it's just, sometimes I'm curious about what you're doing. Yes, it's definitely just sometimes, Fred and George explained back and forth. But the more they explained, the weaker their voices became, and they became less and less confident. George thought of something, shuddered, and quickly said, "We really don't look at the map every day, so Dylan, after your trace disappeared from the map, we don't know how long it lasted." Fred also nodded repeatedly. "That's right. We wanted to calculate it once, but it was already early morning and we didn't see any trace of you, so we fell asleep." George touched the back of his head. "The fastest time, it seems that your trace disappeared for only more than 10 minutes, Dylan." When the two of them said this, they both fell silent and looked at Dylan weakly. They didn't ask what Dylan had done during his disappearance, but they were all somewhat curious. Dylan stroked his chin and glanced at the Marauder's map in his hand. It seemed that after he entered the pet dimension, even the Marauder's map couldn't detect his presence. That made sense. After all, his pet dimension could now be considered another world. No matter how outrageous the Marauder's map was, could it possibly break through the interference of space? Dylan pondered for a moment. He planned to study the spells on the Marauder's map over the next 2 days, and then completely erase his traces from it. Then he could hand the map to Harry. He had no use for it anyway. Looking up, Dylan looked at the trembling brothers. "Come on, I didn't disappear to kill anyone. Did you forget I have a suitcase?" Hearing this, the Weasley twins paused, blinking, and came to their senses. "Dylan, you mean, during the time you disappeared, you went into your suitcase?" They had never seen anyone else with a space suitcase that could practically double as a room. So, they had no idea if entering another dimension would cause them to disappear from the Marauder's map. Dylan didn't bother explaining. The more he explained, the more questions he raised. Especially with these two brothers who seemed to have no idea what fatigue was. If he really opened up, they'd probably be hell-bent on getting to the bottom of it. Dylan changed the subject. "Can you see anyone in the Forbidden Forest?" Fred and George exchanged glances and shook their heads. "No, the map can't cover such a large area. Only traces within Hogwarts will show up on the map." "But," George paused. Fred raised his eyes cautiously. Dylan snorted, "But if I leave Hogwarts, my traces won't be on the map anymore, right?" The brothers nodded. Dylan wasn't surprised by the answer. "Okay, I get it." He looked at the two brothers, both beginning to tremble, and his face darkened. "What are you trying to accomplish by looking so frightened? Could I possibly eat you?" His tone softened slightly. "Since you're willing to give me something like this, I know you won't use it recklessly just to spy on me. Since you have a clear conscience, what's there to be nervous about?" The Weasley twins paused. "You mean, you're not mad that we checked on you? We swear, we never randomly snooped around to find out where you were." And, Dylan waved his hand, interrupting the twins' chant. "I'm not mad. Anyway, the places I go aren't anything to hide." Fred seemed to agree. "Well, after we met you, we tried to use a map to see where you were. It turned out to be either Professor Snape's office, Professor McGonagall's, or Professor Flitwick's office. We haven't been spying on you much since then." "No, how can this be considered peeping? We just want to know where Dylan is so we can go play with him." The two brothers started arguing with each other. Dylan rolled his eyes. "I'll accept this gift for now." "Thank you, I like it very much." Dylan's thanks made the two brothers stop arguing. They both looked over at the same time, their eyes shining. "Dylan, do you really like it?" Chapter 228, There's a humiliation curse on it, targeting Professor Snape. "Yes, the spells on it are very valuable for me to study." Dylan nodded. Just as the Weasley twins' faces lit up with joy, Dylan changed the subject. "I assume you haven't given Harry a Christmas present yet?" George and Fred were stunned. "Yes, we're still preparing. This map is already prepared, so I'm giving it to you first." Dylan nodded slightly. "If you haven't prepared it yet, you don't have to. Once I've studied the spells on it, I can give it to Harry for you. I think he'll be very interested in it, and you can even go exploring with him." "You know, I'm not interested in exploring Hogwarts' secret passages." The Weasley twins were stunned, then pursed their lips, their expression a little hesitant. Taking a gift they'd given to someone else and then giving it to Harry? Isn't that a little bit unpleasant? But they were also struggling with what to give Harry for Christmas. Dylan's suggestion solved their problem. After a moment's hesitation, the two finally nodded, agreeing with Dylan's idea. "We've already given you the map, so it's yours." You can give it to anyone you want. Dylan nodded slightly. That's a deal. I think I should have a good grasp of the spells on it by Christmas. The Weasley twins said nothing more, then told Dylan to put the map away quickly to avoid running into Filch and being seen. After saying goodbye to Fred and the others, or rather, after those two guys, even though there was no one around, still sneaking away like they were in a spy war, Dylan walked out with his head held high in a clear, upright gait, then returned to his dormitory. The dormitory was now empty. Dylan immediately cast his gaze on his system panel. Just after the Weasley twins handed him the Marauders map, Dylan noticed he had triggered a new achievement, but he didn't know what it was. Dylan wasn't too excited about it. After all, ever since Voldemort stopped appearing as frequently as he had in the past 2 years, his system hadn't unlocked any significant achievements for him. The rewards were mostly mundane and innocuous. Before studying the Marauders map, Dylan casually glanced at it. However, the reward for this achievement surprised him somewhat. Achievement: I will always keep an eye on Hogwarts. Description: ever since you put the Marauders map in your pocket, you can even see exactly what Snape and Voldemort are doing in the cubicle. Oh my god, their footprints seem to overlap. Requirement: master the Marauders map. Achievement reward: the Eye of Spy. Up. This system achievement was as eye-catching as ever. Professor Snape and Voldemort's footprints overlapped in the cubicle? What's your point? Dylan's mouth twitched. If Professor Snape saw the description of him in this achievement system, he'd probably just throw a tirade. Furthermore, this achievement reward, while different from previous smaller achievements, like the bonuses that boosted his physique, spirit, or stamina, this time offered a substantial reward, seemingly a skill. But the name didn't sound quite right. Peering Eye? Dylan thought of something, but he still checked the system's detailed description of the skill. Feature: Peering Eye. Description: what could be more pleasurable than peeping at someone directly? Effect: with a slight focus, you'll see through the surface, peering into what lies beyond obstacles. Dylan blinked, reading the system's description, his mouth twitching again. What peeping eye? Isn't this just X-ray vision? Why describe X-ray vision so filthy? X-ray vision primarily focuses on seeing through obstacles. The emphasis is on seeing. Peering, though, also focuses on seeing. But this is clearly about peeping, isn't it? Shaking his head, Dylan tried to look at his bed. Then, he saw a box beneath it. It was his special storage for miscellaneous items. While he could easily store everything in his suitcase or in the system panel, he still had to make a show of it. Otherwise, it would seem like he had no luggage at all. How unsociable, wouldn't he? Dylan thought he was still very considerate of others' feelings. Could there be a kinder person in the world? Don't be fooled by the fact that my magic is all dark magic, but I'm actually a kind child. Dylan closed his eyes slightly. The ability to spy, the ability to see through things disappeared. Not a bad skill, especially since it wasn't a spell, but a trait. Using it didn't require any magic power, just a bit of his mental energy. He placed the pet space suitcase next to his bed. Dylan, carrying the Marauders map, crawled inside. Christmas was almost here. Just a few days. So he had to hurry up and study the spells cast on the map, to find out what they were. Until the night before they left for Hogsmeade. It happened to be a Friday evening. After Harry finished his meal, Dylan told him to hurry back to his dorm. Harry didn't understand why, but out of trust in Dylan, he immediately returned to the dorm after leaving the dining hall. Ron tried to follow, but Dylan stopped him. Hey, what are you two doing in such a hurry to get back to the dorm? And you're leaving me behind? Ron glared. Dylan glanced back at him indifferently. The look was calm, but it made Ron shudder. Ahem. Ron coughed twice, then muttered, "Go ahead, I haven't finished my meal yet." He immediately placed a plate of steak in front of him. Then, turning his anger into appetite, he took up his knife and fork and began to fight with the steak. Dylan's mouth twitched. "Eat slowly, or you might choke." Ron, his mouth bulging, held half a steak strip he hadn't even had time to refuse. He looked up at Dylan in disbelief. Oh my god. How had Dylan gone from being venomous to vicious? He'd even cursed him. Merlin's stinky socks. Could Dylan's curse really work? After all, he's a very powerful fortune teller. With this thought, Ron felt the half-chewed meat scraps in his mouth suddenly slide down his throat. But his throat wasn't prepared. As a result, the meat scraps got stuck in his throat. Cough 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 cough. Ron suddenly coughed violently, his face flushing crimson. The half-steak strip still hanging from his mouth fell back onto the plate. Dylan looked puzzled. What was he doing? Did he get himself stuck? He sighed. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd around him, he slowly raised his wand. Sorgify. The Sorgify spell wasn't just for cleaning. It was useful for many things. Like right now. As the spell began to flow, the tip of Dylan's wand suddenly blazed with a brilliant rainbow-like light. This was a special wand effect he'd recently activated at the cost of 100 galleons. This light transformed into a stream of water, rapidly rushing towards Ron's throat. It penetrated Ron's throat, instantly clearing the trapped meat scraps. Ron's airway, blocked by the stake, was instantly cleared. The culprit, the small piece of steak scraps, flew out of his mouth, coated in sticky saliva, and landed on the plate with a thud. Ugh, Dylan gave him a disdainful look. Ron sighed, then seemed to have lost all his strength. He slumped in his chair, gasping for air. He quickly downed 2 gulps of water. Then, with a lingering fear, he patted his chest. Thank God. I was so upset just now. Dylan's mouth twitched. I told you, no one's competing with you. Why are you eating so fast? Aren't you just asking for trouble, Ron? He glanced at Dylan furtively. Ron smiled awkwardly. He appeared embarrassed, but inside he was snarling. Sure enough. What Dylan said is a curse, Ron thought in disbelief. Dylan is such a terrifying and evil wizard, even scarier than his mother. Dylan didn't even bother to use legilimency. He just watched the ever-changing expressions on Ron's face and knew what he was thinking. Dylan rolled his eyes, not bothering to pay attention, and went straight back to the dormitory. Harry's face was filled with worry. Is Ron okay? Dylan waved his hand. Don't worry. As long as he doesn't try to stop choking down so much food, he'll be fine. Harry paused. But, what if he keeps trying? Dylan was stunned, then blinked. Good question. If that's the case, I imagine the professors eating in the dining hall will do something. Even if there weren't professors, there were still other students. Could they just sit there and do nothing when they saw Lipstick like Bede choking to death right in front of them? It wasn't like anyone knew magic, so why would they have to use the Heimlich maneuver on Ron? It was just a matter of one spell. Even if the Slytherins didn't bother with Ron, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw wouldn't sit idly by. So Dylan wasn't too worried. But on second thought, given Ron's temperament, maybe he'd just sulk and choke himself again. Never mind, Dylan waved his hand dismissively, then fixed his gaze on Harry. Harry looked back. Dylan, is there something you want to tell me? Dylan nodded. Yes, there's something. Harry didn't say anything, but looked at Dylan, waiting for his next words. He was feeling a little down. Or perhaps even listless. After all, he didn't have his guardian's approval and signature. He hadn't gone to Hogsmeade the last time. This time, everyone could go to Hogsmeade again. But he still had to stay in school, alone, anyway. How could this not make Harry depressed? Especially since everyone had brought him some Hogsmeade goodies when they returned from Hogsmeade the last time, like some candy or non-alcoholic beer. After tasting it, Harry couldn't say how delicious it was, but he simply wanted to wander around Hogsmeade with Dylan, Ron, and the others. Even if it was just to buy a few candies at Honeydukes. He wasn't short of money. Wizarding money, of course. He didn't have any British pounds or anything like that. As for your Christmas present, I'm going to give it to you right now. A Christmas present. Harry's eyes, which had been somewhat listless, lit up instantly. Dylan nodded and pulled out the Marauders map. This is a map. Fred, George, and I are giving it to you. Dylan said this with complete confidence and without any burden. It just so happened that he didn't have to prepare another Christmas present for Harry. It was perfect. What is this? Harry looked at the map Dylan had pulled out. To be more precise, it was just a piece of parchment with nothing on it. He was a little confused. The Marauders map. I don't know if you've heard of it, but I think it was most likely created by your father and his companions back then. Huh? Harry was stunned and blinked. He took the parchment from Dylan's hands. The parchment looked badly worn and square. Harry didn't see anything special about it. Is it a map? Harry turned the parchment over and over in his hands, but couldn't make out anything. However, he had another question. Harry looked up at Dylan. Is this a map made by my father and his friends? Then how did it end up in me and the twins? Dylan chuckled. Of course it was because it had been in Filch's office for a while, but it was stolen by Fred and George a few years ago. Over the past 2 years, they've figured out how to use this map. After I took it over, I studied it carefully and speculated that it was made by your father and his friends. Why? Dylan didn't wait for Harry to finish his words before he began to explain. I found a humiliating curse on this map. It's aimed at Professor Snape. Harry shut up instantly. Okay. Now he believed it. It's a reason that's impossible to question. Chapter 229, That Wormtail? Is there anyone else called that? This humiliation curse is quite interesting. Anyone else holding this map would only see a blank piece of parchment. Dylan smiled. With a correct method, it can be activated. But if Professor Snape gets his hands on this map, even if he doesn't do anything, it will be covered with insults insulting Professor Snape. Dylan thought back to the treatment he'd applied to the humiliation curse yesterday while studying the map. He'd discovered Harry's father and the others were also quite venomous. And it wasn't the same venomous venom as Professor Snape's. It was a more pungent, foul-smelling kind. Their words were pure insults to Snape. Dylan couldn't quite understand why the Potters had targeted Snape so much during their school days, even wanting to bully him in every way. No wonder Professor Snape's words are like arsenic to others. Although Dylan didn't think Professor Snape's words had any psychological effect on him, others clearly didn't think so. It was all just a habit Professor Snape had cultivated since childhood. Imagine this. When a person is a student, he has to verbally spar with his mortal enemy every day. And he also has to be on guard against the other party's pranks in every aspect. With such an experience, it is naturally difficult for this person's personality to become gentle in the future. After listening to Dylan's words, Harry couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. I never thought that my father would target Professor Snape like this. He held the Marauders map that Dylan gave him and muttered twice. No wonder Professor Snape always dislikes me and targets me in everything. I didn't know how I offended him before. Dylan chuckled. It doesn't matter, now you know. Remember not to let Professor Snape find out you are using this map, otherwise he will be furious when he takes it. Furious? What does that mean? Harry's face flashed with curiosity. It's anger. Dylan waved his hand gently. I'll briefly explain how to use this map. To activate it, you first need to recite the incantation with your wand. Read after me. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. Huh? Harry froze. This is a spell? Are you sure? Dylan looked at Harry, silent, as if waiting for him to repeat it. Although he found the incantation strange, Harry was actually intrigued. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. They faced each other. Harry's face was determined, as if he were about to join a wizard's guild. And as he finished speaking, the tip of his wand just touched the parchment. Light gray ink rippled lightly from the point of contact like dandelion fluff blown by the wind. It didn't scatter randomly, but with a kind of tacit order. They gently connected as they touched. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire yellowed paper. And at the top of the page, the ink suddenly turned a vibrant grass green. The strokes twisted and curved into exaggerated arcs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, to all gentlemen whose magic harbors a mischievous spirit, hereby presents the Marauders map. Harry glanced at the words at the top. But he only glanced at them for a moment before looking away. His gaze was gripped by the center of the map, unable to move away. This is the Tower of Hogwarts Castle. This is the corridor. Why is there even a kitchen chimney? Harry exclaimed in amazement. Every detail of Hogwarts Castle was clearly depicted in the ink lines. Even more striking, Harry noticed, was the presence of numerous tiny black dots within the map's depiction of Hogwarts Castle. Some moved slowly, others moved with remarkable speed. Each dot was adorned with a tiny name. It was as if someone had sprinkled a handful of moving black diamonds across the castle's structure. Are these little black dots the students in the castle? Wherever they are, they're all recorded on this map, Harry asked Dylan in amazement. Yes, that's right, Dylan nodded. Harry's voice was then heard, somewhat strangely. That's not right. Why is there only one little black dot here? Harry pointed at the black dot, only to find a pair of footprints. Harry froze for a moment, then turned to look at Dylan, then returned his gaze to the map. He turned it over and over, but still could only see a pair of footprints. It seems like it can even show ghosts. I see nearly headless Nick, but why aren't you, Dylan, listed here? Dylan snorted. Those two guys, Fred and George, actually use this map to check my location from time to time. While I don't mind them knowing where I've been, I can't always keep the map in their hands. Just like now, we've chosen to give the map to you, and you might give it to someone else later. As Dylan spoke, Harry blinked, then quickly said, I will never give the gift you gave me to anyone else. Dylan, that's very ambitious, but what I mean is, you can't use this map forever. It's just a map of Hogwarts. Afterwards, you might want to give it to a good friend, or your son, or have the professor confiscate it. My son, Harry exclaimed. He's only a teenager now. How could he have a son? Don't worry, I'm just giving an example. Dylan patted Harry's shoulder. Anyway, let's not get off topic. After I got this map, I changed some of the settings so it can no longer determine my location, Dylan said, so you can keep it for yourself, give it to someone else, or even if the professors catch you and confiscate it, at least my location won't be exposed inside Hogwarts. Harry paused, then nodded slightly. I see, and if the professors find this map, they'll definitely confiscate it. Harry looked at the Marauder's map again, taking in the terrain he had traversed so many times. Harry scratched his head. It feels like there are a lot of special passages in Hogwarts. Dylan nodded. There are indeed quite a few secret passages. Some of them must have been secretly dug by your father and his men, Harry. He clearly didn't do any of this, but why did he feel embarrassed? What on earth had his biological father done at school? How come this is a little different from the image of his father he imagined? Look at this path. Dylan stretched out his hand and tapped on the map. Harry looked over. Dylan was now pointing his finger at the 4th floor. There was a statue there, a statue of a one-eyed, hunchback witch. We're about to go to Hogsmeade. If you want to go, this passage will help you get there as smoothly as possible. Really? Harry's eyes suddenly lit up. Dylan shrugged. I'm just making a recommendation to you. I can't guarantee that you won't run into Filch and Mrs. Norris along the way. Anyway, as far as I know, apart from this secret passage, some passages have been abandoned due to disrepair, and some are very unsafe to walk through, so I personally suggest you go this way. Harry nodded repeatedly. I'll follow your advice exactly, Dylan. That's not necessary. If you have any ideas, just follow them. Don't worry about my advice. Dylan didn't want Harry to accidentally take the wrong route because he followed his advice, only to come back and tell him about the thrills and excitement along the way. When they first started school, Dylan had been somewhat interested in hearing Harry and Ron's stories. But now, listening to children's horror stories was quite boring. I can go to Hogsmeade too, Harry said excitedly. Dylan knew from his expression that what he had just said was meaningless. He rolled his eyes and shrugged. Never mind. Let him be. When you don't want to use the map, remember to say, prank over, Dylan reminded him. I'll try. Harry followed Dylan's instructions and tried it. In an instant, the map in his hand turned into a blank piece of parchment again. Wow, Harry exclaimed. Excellent. He looked up. Harry's face flushed red as he looked at Dylan excitedly. Thank you so much. I think this has to be the best gift I've received this year. Dylan smacked his lips. Then remember to thank Fred and the others when you see them. After all, this gift is from all three of us, Dylan added. The reason I got a share of this gift is because I've added some spells to it to make it as comfortable as possible for you to use. Before anyone else could finish their words, Harry nodded repeatedly. I'll thank them, but I'm also very grateful to you, Dylan. Thank you. Dylan took a deep breath. In that case, I don't think you need an extra gift for Christmas, do you? Harry shook his head like a rattle. No. This gift is more than enough. It'll make me happy this Christmas, the Marauder's map. Plus the invisibility cloak. Dylan even pointed out the way to sneak out of Hogwarts. What else could he worry about? He had no worries at all. This time, he could go to Hogsmeade and have some fun. Dylan watched Harry grow more and more excited, almost wanting to rush over and give him a bear hug. Dylan took a step back. One more thing, huh? What? Harry paused slightly as he was about to rush forward. Remember, don't be too obvious when you're in Hogsmeade. Don't forget, the prefects are in charge, even though those prefects were all enjoying themselves and didn't take their patrol duties too seriously. But Dylan still had to remind them. And go to bed early at night, and don't pull out the Marauder's map just because you can't sleep, huh? Oh, okay. Although he didn't understand why Dylan said that, he nodded and agreed. Dylan was right. The letter was done. Harry pinched the edge of the map with his fingertips and gently pulled it together. The yellowed parchment curved into a tight tube in his palm. With his other hand, he flipped open the hidden buckle on the side of the wand case. It was a tiny copper hook hidden in the leather grain that popped open with a flick of his fingertip. He then carefully tucked the rolled-up map into the bottom of the wand case. The top of the stray tube just rested against the soft leather lining of the case. He pressed down further. The wrinkles on the outside of the wand case naturally wrapped around the raised part. Finally, Harry made sure that no half-inch of the parchment was exposed before he slipped the wand case and its contents into his robe pocket. Dylan observed his cautious demeanor and said nothing more, turning and leaving. In the early hours of the morning. In the dormitory late at night. The sound of gentle breathing could already be heard, one after another. Among them, Ron's snoring was the loudest. Harry lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. His hand couldn't help but reach for the wand case under his pillow. In the end, he tossed and turned for a long time. Harry finally couldn't help himself. He gently raised himself up, unfastened the small snap on his wand holster with his fingers, and carefully pulled out the rolled-up map. He pulled a blanket over his head. Then, he gently illuminated the light with his wand. Suppressing his voice, he said in a very low voice, "I solemnly." The next moment, Harry examined the Marauder's map, showing the tiny black dots. At this point, the dots on the map were mostly still. Harry studied them with fascination. After a while, Harry shifted his gaze to the Gryffindor common room. "I really can't see Dylan's name." Harry's gaze shifted halfway to the next room. Suddenly, he noticed a faint shadow beneath Ron's name, a shade darker than the surrounding writing. "Who is this? Is there anyone in Gryffindor by that name?" Harry tried to see the name clearly, but it was obscured by the names of several others. Strange, the light from his wand flickered suddenly. The strokes and the shadow seemed to move. Harry could vaguely make out a few words. Wormtail, such a familiar name. But the name only flashed by, and when Harry tried to look again, it was no longer clear. "Oh, what time is it now?" Harry's attention was distracted. He had already been looking at the map for over 2 hours. When he realized what had happened, he quickly rolled it up again, pulled back the covers, and ducked out, closing his eyes and getting ready for sleep. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Eavesdropping. The next day, Dylan woke up and headed to Hogsmeade with Ron and the others as usual. This time, Ron and Harry didn't seem so bitter and resentful. Instead, they were all cheerful. Before leaving school, Harry even smiled and waved at them. Apparently, Harry had already told Ron and the others about the Marauder's map. On the way, Ron grumbled quietly to Dylan. "I didn't expect Fred and the others to have such a good thing. Why didn't they take it out sooner? They left Harry alone in school last time." "How disloyal," Hermione frowned. "That's against school rules. If Harry gets caught, he might even be expelled." Dylan glanced at Hermione. What he said was just as bad as the other things that the girl had done against school rules. Since the Marauder's map was best kept secret as far as possible, even Neville wasn't with him. In fact, Neville wanted to go with Dylan. However, Dylan found a random excuse and sent Neville to Dean and Seamus's place. Fred and George didn't come this time. After all, they were the same age as Cedric, and as students in the same grade, they wouldn't leave school every time they had the chance, unless they were taking advantage of this time to go on a date in Hogsmeade, as Cedric did. "Dylan, do you think Harry'll be caught?" Ron looked at Dylan. He and Hermione had agreed with Harry that they would arrive in Hogsmeade first, and then Harry would sneak out of the school through a secret passage, donning his invisibility cloak, and rendezvous with them in Hogsmeade. They hadn't reached their destination yet, and Ron couldn't help but feel a little worried. Dylan waved his hand. "Don't worry, you'll definitely see him in Hogsmeade." "Really?" Ron's eyes lit up, his worry instantly turning to joy. "With what you said, Dylan, it should be safe." Dylan. The others followed the main group to Hogsmeade. Dylan didn't wander around with Ron and the others. Cedric had already taken the girl to Madame Putty's tea house. Dylan didn't like the tea here either. He didn't want to be a useless light bulb. In fact, he could have just not come this time. But Dylan wanted to drink butterbeer. So after thinking about it, he decided to come and take a look around before leaving. Besides, maybe he could encounter something interesting here. Ron and the others went to meet Harry first. He probably took Harry for a short walk. After Dylan had a glass of butterbeer, Ron and Harry also walked in. Dylan's seat was quite remote, in the corner, and there were not many people around. After Harry and the others came in, Ron looked around and quickly locked onto Dylan's position. Harry saw Dylan and a look of joy appeared on his face. "Dylan, have you started eating yet?" Ron came over. "Dylan, you have no idea what Harry did outside just now. It cracked me up. He actually ripped Malfoy's pants off." Ron laughed heartily. Malfoy's legs are so thin, like two bamboo poles. Several people came over and approached Dylan, stunned by the food he had laid out on the table. There were several glasses of butterbeer on the table. There was also a grilled chicken and ribs platter, hickory grilled ribs, and so on. "How much does this table cost?" Ron swallowed. He looked at the grilled chicken and ribs platter, scattered with the grilled corn and potato chips. He hadn't eaten much that morning, and his mouth was practically watering with greed. "It's okay, I'll just sit down and have a drink." "Of course. I'll have to eat something with it," Dylan shrugged. "The food here isn't expensive. It won't cost much, but, Dylan, can you finish all those beers?" "Can you finish all those beers?" Hermione looked at the 7 or 8 glasses of butterbeer on the table. Each cup was still steaming. "Actually, I ordered this for you." Dylan pointed to the steaming cups of butterbeer on the table. "Just ordered, drink up." "Did you know we were coming?" Harry's eyes widened. "I just had a hunch," Dylan chuckled. "Even if you didn't come, I could finish all this." Ron's eyebrows arched in joy, looking like 2 bouncing rubber bands. Then his eyes curved into 2 wrinkled crescents, and even his eyelashes fluttered with laughter. Perhaps it was because he was getting free food that made him smile so hard. His left dimple was like a small pit, and his cheeks were puffed out. It felt like he had 2 candies hidden inside. Dylan can predict the future. This isn't the first time you've known this. Dylan must have anticipated our arrival and ordered these specifically for us. Ron sat down, reached out and grabbed the glass of beer, which was not alcoholic, but just bubbly, and leaned in to smell it. What a rich malty aroma. Ron lifted the cup, tilted his head back, and took a long sip. The foam clung to his lips, but Ron didn't bother to wipe it off. With his other hand, he grabbed a grilled chicken wing from the plate and nibbled on it. "Ah! This butterbeer is 10 times better than the sugar water my mom makes." "Don't you dare say that in front of Madame Molly." Hermione sat down beside him, thanked Dylan, and then gently picked up the cup and took a sip. "Tisk. I was just saying that," Ron grumbled. It looked like the 2 of them were getting along well again. At least not as bad as they once were. It's sweet, quite good." Hermione felt the warm sweetness of the butterbeer and the malty aroma that spread throughout her mouth. Suddenly, a warm feeling spread from her throat to her heart. Hermione leaned back in her chair, relaxed. Glancing at Ron wolfing down his food, Harry's lips curled up. "You always eat so roughly. When will you be more graceful like Dylan?" Ron paused, munching on some sparrows. He glanced at Hermione and snorted. "I'm not as strong as Dylan, so why should I be so graceful? Am I just pretending?" "Hermione, you sound honest." Harry watched the 2 bickering, his smile almost reaching his ears. He looked at the beer in front of him and cupped it with both hands. Thinking back to the nervousness of sneaking into Hogsmeade just now, the warm touch in his palms made him feel more at ease. Picking up the cup, Harry leaned down gently. The soft foam touched his lips. As he drank, the sweetness was tinged with a warm, bubbly feeling. It warmed his stomach instantly. He looked up at Dylan, then glanced at Ron, who was gnawing on a chicken bone, and mumbled, "This beer is great." Although Hermione would argue with Ron, she would also offer him a tissue when she saw him eating with grease dripping from his mouth. They sat down at the wooden table. The sound of laughter and chatter echoed around them, along with the crackling of the fire. The aroma of butterbeer mingled with the delicious food. He felt a sense of peace and tranquility. "Is that enough for you? If not, let me order some more food for everyone." He had plenty of money. It was just that he never had much to spend it on. "Let's eat," Hermione said. Dylan ordered quite a bit. Dylan nodded. "Even if it's my treat, if you're not full, Harry will continue." Harry chuckled. "Please enjoy." Then, Dylan raised his glass and glanced at the people gathered around the wooden table. The morning light was not too bright. A few candles were lit in the bar, casting a warm yellow glow around the rims of his glasses. "Merry Christmas!" Harry quickly grasped the handle of his glass, but before he could raise it, the sparrows Ron was chewing fell back onto his plate with a clatter. He fumbled with his hands, wiping his greasy fingers on a paper towel. As he picked up his wine glass, it wobbled from the impact of his elbow. The milk foam slid down the side of the glass a little. "Oh. Right. How can we drink together without clinking glasses?" Hermione smiled and raised her glass. The four of them clinked their glasses together. Ding! The crisp sound caused the milk foam in their glasses to slosh and splash onto the wooden table. It looked like a scattering of broken stars. Merry Christmas! They tipped their heads back and drank most of their glasses. Ding-ling! Suddenly, a bell rang at the door. Harry and the others had just put their glasses down when they felt a chill drift in from the entrance. The wooden door of the bar was pushed open, and a cold wind mixed with a few snowflakes rushed in. Harry looked up and saw Professor McGonagall, wrapped in a silver-gray plaid scarf, striding into the room with her back straight. Behind her was Professor Flitwick, walking briskly, and Hagrid. Hagrid was talking to a portly man in a dark green suit. Harry knew that man well. It was the Minister of Magic, Fudge. Hagrid and Fudge blocked the doorway, their figures almost blocking it completely. Ron and the others had obviously seen the newcomers as well. Ron nearly dropped the crumbs of food in his mouth, his eyes becoming a little panicked. He secretly kicked Harry's knee with his toe under the table. Harry finally realized what was happening, his face pale. Why was Professor McGonagall here with the Minister of Magic and the other professors? Damn it! Now the Minister of Magic, the headmaster, and even the vice principal were all gathered around. If he was discovered, Professor McGonagall could punish him directly according to the school rules. The Minister of Magic could also sentence him according to the law. With two opposing forces at stake, how could he possibly handle this? Hurry up and put on your invisibility cloak, Dylan's voice drifted softly into Harry's ears. Oh, right, the invisibility cloak. Harry finally came to his senses, his heartbeat accelerating. He quickly pulled out his invisibility cloak. While Professor McGonagall was greeting Madame Rosmerta at the bar, Harry quickly threw the cloak over his head. At the same moment, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed from a distance. Minister Fudge, would you like to try the hot butterbeer here? The cinnamon version is very popular, and I like it too. Oh, of course. A few students were still scattered around the bar. Rosmerta smiled and said, Don't worry, the butterbeer sold to minors here is non-alcoholic. Fudge roared with laughter, warning the students around him who had been completely unprepared for the professor's sudden arrival. Don't drink too much here, kids. Even with a non-alcoholic butterbeer, don't drink too much, he turned and said in a low voice, I think we can ban minors from entering now. Rosmerta glanced at Fudge. As you wish, Minister. She extended her wand and gently pointed at the door. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The skeletons at the doorway shuddered, receiving a new order, prevent any further minors from entering. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and nodded, then please give me a small glass of violet water. Hagrid's voice muffled, this reminds me of when I was underage, secretly, ahem. Professor Flitwick coughed softly. Hagrid snapped back to reality, smiled sheepishly, and scratched the back of his head. I mean, please give me 4 pints of mead, Rosmerta. Professor Flitwick immediately followed up, sherry soda with ice and conch. Oh, everything is very good. Minister, what would you like? Or red currant rum? Yes, dear, I didn't expect you to remember what I like to drink. Please give me one, would you like some? We can drink together. Fudge's voice was very friendly. But it sounded deliberately constructed. Specifically, it felt a lot like butter bread covered in icing, and he likes to drag out the last syllable. Dylan glanced at them. Isn't this where the fun begins? Gently raising his wand, Dylan cast a shielding spell around them. This was inspired by the Muggle shielding spell. Its specific function is to minimize the notice of wizards and witches to those within the spell's protection range. However, they were sitting relatively close to the inside. With the seatbacks blocking their view, they didn't notice it. Dylan pushed the glass of wine in front of Harry aside. Harry, wearing his invisibility cloak, watched his beer, which he hadn't even taken 2 sips of, being taken away with a look of sorrow. Meanwhile, Hagrid and Professor McGonagall sat down. They weren't too far away from Dylan and the others. Faintly, they could still hear the professor's conversation. Then I'll consider this a treat from you, Minister. After preparing the drinks for everyone, Madame Rosmerta came over with a glass and sat down. Of course, I'll treat you. What brings you here? Oh, of course there's something. How's business lately? Madame Rosmerta chuckled. Dementors have been raiding my bar every day lately. My business must be quite good, so good that I've had to rely on some students to make ends meet lately. She narrowed her eyes, and the expression on her face didn't look as good as she said. Fudge didn't feel embarrassed, but just raised the corner of his mouth. It can't be helped, dear. You know, there's a murderer on the run. He might be in Hogwarts now, or somewhere nearby. Rosmerta curled her lips. Are you trying to tell me that Sirius Black is in Hogsmeade? Oh, I didn't say that. Tell me, what's the reason? Rosmerta took a sip of butterbeer. The Dementors have been giving me a headache lately. Chapter 231 Sirius's Story. I suppose you've heard about what happened at Hogwarts on Halloween, dear. Fudge's voice was low. They were sitting in a secluded spot, neither too far nor too close to Dylan and the others. If they listened carefully, they could still hear it. Oh, some rumors. Could that be true? Rosmerta raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hagrid. Professor McGonagall noticed this and frowned. She said to Hagrid with a hint of annoyance, "How many people did you tell about Hogwarts?" Rosmerta smiled, covering her mouth. "I think, maybe the whole bar." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. Hagrid smiled sheepishly, not knowing how to explain himself. How else could he explain himself? He could only endure Professor McGonagall's glare. "Minister, do you think Black is still here? It's been so long, why hasn't he escaped somewhere else?" Fudge smiled at this question, but didn't answer directly. "My dear, I believe he hasn't left." Seeing that Fudge was reluctant to tell her the details, Rosmerta snorted softly, and then her voice began to sharpen. "I'm sure you heard what I just said, Minister. Those Dementors are giving me a headache. They've come to check 3 times in the past 2 days. What on earth are they searching for?" Rosmerta glared at Fudge. "My customers have barely sat down, haven't even had a chance to drink their beer, and they're being scared away by these creatures. You can understand that the presence of Dementors is terrible for a bar, right? Haha." Fudge laughed dryly. "That's a pity. I sympathize with you, dear, but I don't like these creatures either. No one should like them, right? What does it have to do with liking them? They keep showing up in my bar." "Rosmerta, dear, I'm so sorry, but this is a necessary defense." Fudge's tone was a touch helpless, his fingertips gently stroking the folds of his sleeves. "Just now, I ran into a few of them. They're quite resentful of Dumbledore. Why? They broke into Hogwarts during the last Quidditch match and were kicked out by Dumbledore. Of course the headmaster has to do that." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded a little stiff. "How many students were frightened that day? If these ugly, terrifying creatures were allowed to roam the school freely, we professors wouldn't have to teach at all. We'd just be comforting the students every day." "That's absolutely true." Professor Flitwick nodded repeatedly. Fudge coughed. "Dementors won't attack students casually. They're here to protect them. Do you believe that, Minister?" Rosmerta raised her eyebrows. "Of course I do. At least the Dementors can prevent you from facing even more terrifying threats," Fudge said seriously. "You know what Black can do, don't you?" A moment later, everyone fell silent. Rosmerta then said slowly, "I never considered that Black would choose to join the Dark Lord. When I learned about this, I was really surprised." Rosmerta's voice was thoughtful and long. "I still remember when he was a student at Hogwarts, he would always come to me to buy wine, wearing a well-worn Gryffindor scarf. If anyone had said he would go down this path, I would have thought they had stolen the meat hidden by the students." Fudge narrowed his eyes, and his voice fell with the crisp sound of his wine glass hitting the table. "What you see is just the foam on the glass." Rosmerta, his slightly thick knuckles tapped the wine-stained tablecloth. "No one mentions what he did in his youth, the thing that would even frown on Dumbledore. In his youth? Could it be worse than the fact that he killed so many people?" Rosmerta's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she leaned forward unconsciously. "Of course." Fudge took a sip of his wine. "Some of the evil deeds are simply beyond words. Minister, you've piqued my curiosity." "What was it?" Fudge said nothing. Professor McGonagall spoke slowly. "Rosmerta, you talked about his time at Hogwarts. Do you remember who his best friend was back then?" "How could I forget?" Rosmerta chuckled and took a sip of her wine. "Every time I see them, they're always together. I thought they didn't like girls at all. Just talk about the last time they were with me. Oh, those 2 kids are like a double act." Black folded candy wrappers into toads and threw them into Potter's glass. Potter would then use his quill to draw marks on Black. They made a real mess of my place, but it worked well. Everyone liked it. As Rosmerta finished speaking, Dylan noticed that a few strands of Harry's hair were peeking out from under his invisibility cloak. Dylan glanced at him. Harry, sitting next to him, also peered out from under his invisibility cloak, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. His father was actually good friends with a fugitive? How is that even possible? No wonder Professor Snape said that. Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, Potter and Black, the leaders of their little group, they're giving me a headache. They're really good at breaking school rules. I've never seen students as mischievous as them before, but they're very talented and quite smart, I'd say extremely smart. At this time, Hagrid laughed. Of the Potters, I think only the two Weasley boys have a chance to compete with them. Professor Flitwick also laughed. I think there's a difference. The Wheel-Eyes are twins, and Potter and Black are not brothers, Hagrid said, but when they're together, wouldn't anyone think they're brothers? Professor Flitwick nodded. That's true, I didn't expect that either, but there are always many unexpected things that are difficult to understand truths, Fudge said. He sighed deeply. Everyone knows how much Potter trusts Black. He trusts him more than anyone else. Even after graduation, it was the same. I still remember that after Potter married Lily, Black became Harry's godfather. Right, Hagrid nodded. When they got married, Black was the best man. Harry didn't know all this yet, and no one told him. Professor McGonagall snorted. No one will tell him such things. If Harry knew, he would be greatly shocked. You should know that, Hagrid. Oh, Hagrid touched his head. Of course I know, Professor McGonagall. I never mentioned Black to him. Rosmerta looked at them. This is the first time I hear what you said. I don't pay much attention to Potter's marriage, but what does this have to do with what you are going to talk about today? Fudge put down his glass. Of course it does. What? Just because Black is in cahoots with a mysterious man. More than that, Fudge looked at Rosmerta. It's even worse than that. Rosmerta, my dear, you certainly haven't heard of this, and not many people know about it. What was it? This time Fudge was silent for a moment, then muttered slowly. The Potters knew full well that you-know-who was searching for them. Dumbledore was constantly battling you-know-who. And he had some spies, very secretive and capable spies. One of them confided something to him, and when Dumbledore realized it, he immediately passed the news to Potter and Lily, and told them to hide as soon as possible. Fudge took another sip of wine and swallowed it with a gulp. But how can you hide from you-know-who's search so easily? There's only one way to hide yourself, Fidelia's charm, Rosmerta said. Yes, Fidelia's, Fudge nodded. How exactly does it work? Rosmerta hadn't learned such advanced spells. Fudge didn't say anything. Professor McGonagall didn't say anything either. Hagrid scratched his head, bewildered. Professor Flitwick puffed out his chest. This spell is quite complex. But it's very effective. It can hide a secret you want hidden within the soul of a living person. Hide a secret within a soul. Rosmerta raised an eyebrow in surprise. I've never heard of anything like this before. She was a little unsure how to describe it. Professor Flitwick nodded. Yes, it's that magical. Unless the person chosen to keep the secret reveals it, the secret, hidden in the heart of the secret keeper, will never be discovered. If the secret keeper hadn't revealed the secret, the place where Potter and Lily are hiding would never be discovered by you-know-who even after 100 years. Even if he pressed his nose to the living room window and looked, he wouldn't see anything. Dylan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Oh my Professor! How can Voldemort even have a nose? He quickly took a sip of his wine to suppress his laughter. From what you're saying, Rosmerta blinked and whispered, so, Black was Potter's secret keeper at the time. Yes, a secret keeper under the Fidelius charm can only be the one most trusted by the caster. Fudge nodded. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and then exhaled. Potter, in front of the headmaster, is absolutely trustworthy. Even if it means death, he won't reveal Potter's secrets. Why didn't Dumbledore become Potter's secret keeper? Rosmerta asked. The headmaster proposed the idea. He wasn't confident that Potter would choose someone else as the secret keeper. Professor McGonagall shook her head. Did Albus already realize something was wrong with Black? Then why did he let Potter choose Black? Rosmerta frowned. No, Dumbledore didn't know. Professor McGonagall shook her head again. But he concluded that there must have been someone close to the Potters who was leaking secrets to the outside world. Someone reporting their movements to you-know-who, and then, Rosmerta realized what had happened next. Then, at Potter's insistence, he still chose Black as the secret keeper and sent him into hiding. Fudge's voice was heavy. But the Fidelius charm had only been in effect for a week when the Potters' location was exposed and you-know-who found them. Professor McGonagall sighed. Next to Dylan, Harry's entire face was exposed, a glazed expression, a hint of pain between his brows. He knew all too well what you-know-who had done after finding his parents. His father had died silently. His mother had begged you-know-who to spare her, but ultimately perished under that green light. And finally, there was you-know-who's laughter, an unpleasant laugh. Black seemed to have grown tired of being a double agent. He didn't want to play that role anymore, so he publicly supported you-know-who, and, Fudge paused. It seems he announced this at the moment the Potters died. He shook his head. This was the entire wizarding world's view of Black. But then, Rosmerta smacked her lips. Yes, we know what happened next, Fudge nodded. When Voldemort was defeated before the infant Harry, his power drained and he fled, Sirius was instantly trapped. Accused of betrayal, his master suddenly fell. He had no time to defend himself and could only flee in panic amidst the pursuit. Dylan listened with fascination. Even if he only knew the general idea, hearing someone else's account of it in person was still fascinating. The secret keeper concept, when someone else is chosen, opens up many possibilities. With so many possibilities comes uncertainty. Even if Sirius didn't directly leak the secret to you-know-who, in a sense, it was he who leaked it. If it weren't for Sirius's sudden inspiration, Peter Pettigrew wouldn't have had the opportunity to reveal Harry's father's location to Voldemort. If someone is powerful enough, they could easily designate themselves as the secret keeper. But then again, if someone is truly powerful enough, there's no need for a secret keeper to protect secrets, Dylan pondered. Of course, his situation was quite special. He's a wizard whose strength is very strong, not too strong, yet truly strong. There's probably no other wizard in the entire magical world. Therefore, he can easily become a secret keeper. No one will catch him and question his secrets. Furthermore, even if someone were to realize his secrets and try to crack his head with truth serum or a spell, he has ample countermeasures. He's even developed numerous new methods for protecting his mind. It's estimated that only a few people like Little Fusey, Black Bat, and Old Dumbledore could pose a threat. Chapter 232 Why is there a dead person next to Ron? If Sirius hadn't been so foolish, Dylan suddenly thought of Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Perhaps it's fate. Dylan didn't want to make too many comments about what had already happened. If Sirius hadn't chosen to trust Peter Pettigrew, how would the storyline have unfolded? Voldemort might have unified the wizarding world by now. But what happened in the past can serve as a lesson for future generations. The story of Sirius and the Fidelius charm was enough to demonstrate that one should keep one's secrets to oneself. If one attempts to share them with others, one must be prepared for betrayal. Even if one trusts others, a person's willingness to keep a secret doesn't guarantee it's safe. You can never predict whether the person keeping your secret will do something foolish, or whether they might be exploited by others. When faced with one's most vital interests, even those that outweigh one's own life, a secret naturally becomes insignificant. Take Xenophilius Lovigad, Luna's father, for example. After Luna was captured, he was willing to delay Harry and his group to save his daughter, leading to the Death Eater's arrival. In fact, he knew that even if he stopped Harry, his daughter might still not be released. And that's exactly what happened. After Harry escaped, his home was bombed, and he himself was captured. However, he was imprisoned with Luna, which was perhaps the only good news. Or take Cho Chang. To find Dumbledore's army's secret defensive magic training base, Umbridge interrogated students and even used Veritaserum on Cho Chang, leading her to reveal the DA's secrets. However, the book seems to explain that this was due to Cho Chang's friend Marietta's betrayal of the DA. Cho Chang's desire to protect her friend led to conflict with Harry, which ultimately led to their breakup. While the process may vary, the outcome is the same. You never know the weaknesses of someone you trust. Even the spell I created can only prevent this person's thoughts from being read and minimize the chances of him ignoring the secret I entrusted to him. It still can't guarantee that he won't leak it. Fortunately, the secrets he shared, like the fact that he kept a dragon, were nothing compared to his true secret. Even if Hagrid or Ron accidentally let someone else know, Dylan didn't think such a thing would have a significant impact on him. He could simply admit his mistake and then ask Dumbledore for permission to keep the dragon. With Dumbledore's approval, wouldn't the end result be as simple as asking Hagrid for a permit to keep a Umbral? Furthermore, such matters would be difficult for Hagrid and his group to disclose. No outside forces would investigate whether he actually kept a dragon or even a Horcrux. Or did he actually capture Lockhart and imprison him, then brutally perform all sorts of spells and experiments on him? Who would question or investigate such matters? Unfortunately, even wizards, the only lesson they can learn from history is probably that they never learned from it. Dylan shrugged slightly. Such matters didn't really concern him. In fact, he had his own weakness, his parents. Besides, if Professor Snape and his companions were in danger, he might be moved. But Dylan felt that if someone connected to him were truly in danger because of him, he probably wouldn't be mad with rage. Instead, he would use every cruel method he knew to torture anyone who dared to touch him. In short, it would be revenge for his friends and family. But to prevent such a thing from happening, I've taken many precautions. If anyone wants to harm my parents, they'll have to get past me first, and who could easily get past him? I never thought that this filthy, despicable, shameful traitor would betray Potter, at the table not far away. Hagrid slammed his big hand on the table, and the cups and plates jingled. A thunderous roar rolled out of his throat, his thick eyebrows twisted into a ball, and his beard swayed slightly with a shaking of his chin. The noise of the entire bar was cut off in an instant. A dozen eyes rushed to this behemoth that was 3 meters tall. Hagrid clenched his fists and pressed them against the table, his face full of anger. "Be quiet." Professor McGonagall also frowned and said softly to Hagrid. Hagrid was still very excited. "I ran into him. I think I must have been the last one to run into him before he killed them. After James and Lily were killed by that damned fellow, I was like a madman and snatched little Harry from that messy house." Hagrid's rough palms rubbed across his stubbled face, and his whole body was heaving up and down, gasping for breath because of anger. He was still wrapped in a blanket, with a bloody mark on his forehead. Poor little thing. Both his parents were gone, and there was only a tiny thing left trembling in my arms. Hagrid suddenly choked, and just when Professor McGonagall and the others thought Hagrid was about to cry, his shoulders slumped and he blew a loud nose. Professor McGonagall moved aside without a word. Professor Flitwick was a little further away, but Fudge, like Professor McGonagall, said, "Hey, calm down," and then, Black just showed up, astride that tin motorcycle, and it could fly. I didn't expect him to show up at that time. Now you can imagine what kind of trouble he was involved in. At that time, I even thought he heard about you-know-who's attack and rushed over to help. When he saw that kid, his face was as white as a boiled potato skin, gray and bloodless. As the words fell, Hagrid, who didn't know what he was thinking, became even more excited, his eyes widening. "I was really crazy. I actually went to comfort that despicable traitor. He killed people, and I actually comforted him." Professor McGonagall frowned again and reminded him, "Hagrid, how many people do you want to know about this? Please. Stop yelling, but it's a pity." Hagrid, perhaps because he drunk a few sips of cat urine and recalled the past, was overcome with emotion. No matter what Professor McGonagall said, he refused to listen and continued to do what he wanted, banging his fist on the table and loudly recounting the past. His voice was so loud that even the other patrons in the bar could hear what Hagrid was yelling. Dylan felt like Cedric, dating a young girl in Madame Puddifoot's tea house, could hear what Hagrid was yelling. Fortunately, the young wizards who had been enjoying the non-alcoholic butterbeer in the pub, upon seeing Professor McGonagall and the others enter, didn't receive any criticism, but still, feeling the professor's usual arrogance, they quickly downed their beers and hurriedly left. As a result, the pub was mostly filled with a smattering of adult wizards. At this hour, the wizards who were still drinking were generally free, and they listened to Hagrid's story with great interest. Dylan and Harry also heard everything clearly. Hagrid not only told them everything he knew about the events of that year, but also how, despite Dumbledore's instructions, he still chose to personally send Harry to his aunt's house, and how he had obtained Black's tin motorcycle from him. Hagrid explained everything in detail, clearly and distinctly. Finally, Professor McGonagall gave up and simply cast a silencing spell around them. "Why is there no sound from their end?" Harry poked his head out, brow furrowed. Dylan blinked. "Because they were about to get to the crucial information." "Dylan, is there any way we can continue to hear the professor's conversation?" Harry looked at Dylan, his brows etched with anxiety. This was about his parents. He wanted to know more clearly. Dylan blinked. "If you insist, why don't you just put on your invisibility cloak and go over and listen?" Harry was startled at this, but then realized that it did seem like a good idea. "Please make way," Harry squeezed out. Dylan raised his wand slightly and cast a silencing charm on Harry's feet, making his footsteps invisible to the others. "Thanks." Harry hurried over. Ron, standing across from him, looked impatient. "No, why are you suddenly waving our voices?" Dylan rolled his eyes. "What do you think?" Hermione scratched her hair lightly, but remained silent. Harry had already gone. If he heard anything, he would always tell them when he got back. At this moment, Harry gently crossed the silencing charm set by Professor McGonagall and arrived not far from them. Coincidentally, Professor McGonagall and the others were also discussing how Black was finally captured. At the same time, he heard a name that left him a little confused. Peter Pettigrew. Petty died a very heroic death, Fudge sighed softly, a little sad. The Muggles who witnessed the whole thing said that it was Peter who successfully intercepted Black as he tried to escape. He was crying and screaming, asking Sirius how he could have the heart to do that to James and Lily. Professor McGonagall's nose flushed red. Sirius actually pulled out his wand and blew Peter to pieces before he could make a move. She blamed herself a little. Why had she been so harsh on Peter back then? But she blamed herself even more. Why didn't she be even harsher on Peter? If Peter had been stronger than Sirius, would he not have died tragically at the hands of Black? What a fool. He knew he couldn't win a duel with Black. Why didn't he leave it to the Ministry of Magic? Professor Flitwick sighed. For the deaths of James and Lily, he risked his life to hunt down the murderer alone. He's truly Potter's best friend. I think Potter should have made him the secret keeper. Maybe the outcome would have been better. Listening to the professor's narration, Harry's scalp tingled. Pettigrew. Peter? After hearing such a touching story from the professors, he should have been moved that his parents had such a close friend. But what about that name I saw on the Marauders map yesterday? Could it be just a coincidence? No. He saw that name, almost overlapping with Ron's. Even though there were other names swarming around him, Harry still felt a chill run down his spine as he thought about it, a shudder etched in his heart. Ron sighed. There's someone who died over a decade ago. Could it be a ghost? For a moment, Harry's mind was spinning. He didn't know if the professor's supposed truth was true or not. His parents had died at the hands of his best friend's betrayal. But the person who had revealed this secret, Peter Pettigrew, had clearly been torn apart by the murderer's spell. So why was he now beside Ron? Harry wanted to peel off the invisibility cloak and rush over to Professor McGonagall to find out. But he held back. There were so many questions. He didn't know if what the professors were saying was true. It seemed the professors and Fudge had simply gathered for a chat during their break, and then left. Of course, Dylan knew they were together for more than just a brief revelation. Professor McGonagall had probably received instructions from old Dumbledore to sound Fudge out and ask about the Dementors. Well? What did you hear? After the professors left, Harry returned to Dylan's group. Ron asked Harry eagerly. Harry's brows were furrowed, his face dazed. He couldn't quite hear what Ron said, he could only see his mouth open. His head was filled with a busy tone. I think we should go home too. Dylan had almost finished his butterbeer. So did Ron and Hermione. Only Harry still had half a glass left, but it was clear he had no desire to drink any more. Dylan then made a direct suggestion. I suppose so. Seeing Harry completely ignore him, Ron gave a sheepish smile and didn't dare to ask any further questions. He exchanged a glance with Hermione. Seeing Dylan had no intention of continuing to ask, Hermione naturally wouldn't force Harry to say anything at this time. Chapter 233 Letters from Hubert and Florin. After Dylan returned to Hogwarts with Harry and the others, he resumed his reading. Before he left the Gryffindor common room and headed for the library, the mood among Harry and the other three was gloomy. But that didn't concern Dylan. He continued on with his daily routine. The afternoon flew by. Dylan researched his own spell properties, trying to find some information about them in the spellbook. He did find some, though not much, just a few brief mentions without detailed descriptions. While these records didn't fully explain Dylan's spell properties, they did at least provide a glimpse into their effects. This surprised Dylan. He hadn't expected someone to have come up with this idea before. But an idea is just an idea. Turning it into reality is no easy task. Without a system, even with his full-level spells, he wouldn't be able to extend them further. Sitting at the long table in the Hogwarts library, Dylan finished his book and began to pack up. He gently closed the book and put it in his bag. He sorted out the books that needed to be returned. He also put away his quill, inkwell, and parchment notebook. He had just fastened the metal buckle of his bag when an owl suddenly flew in from the window. Luna, the snowy owl, fluttered its wings and landed on the table, clutching a letter sealed with red wax in its talons. Seeing it about to call out, Dylan immediately pulled a piece of meat from the system panel and dropped it into its mouth. Okay, don't call. This is the library. Eat something. Luna also opened her mouth and took the meat. Dylan then reached out and took the letter from Luna. It's a letter from Mr. Hubert. How could these two people be so willing to write to me? Dylan's lips curled slightly. He unfolded the letter. His father's scribbled handwriting caught his eye. Following your instructions, son, I made another profit this time. I used some of it to buy a jewel for your mother at auction. It looks really beautiful on her, but I won't send you any photos. I'm saving them so you can see them for yourself when you come back. The remaining pounds, apart from maintaining the company's normal operations, will be sent to you by Alla Christmas. My goodness, wizards cost so much? I suspect those big companies are working for wizards, and am I right? Remember not to spend it all on Honeydukes candy, but you can buy some more for your mother. She's obsessed with him and won't even appreciate the ordinary candy I buy her. Everything is fine here. Don't worry about your mother. I'll take good care of her. You should also take good care of yourself over there. Write to your mother more often when you have time. We haven't received any letters from you lately. Love, Father. The edge of the letter still smelled faintly of ink, mixed with a cold frost on the snowy owl's feathers. Dylan couldn't help but smile a little more. He stroked the letter with his fingertips. The letter paper wasn't parchment, but ordinary Muggle paper, a bit rough to the touch. While his cheap parents occasionally forgot about their son, it was clear they still loved him. The owl suddenly tilted its head and pecked his finger. Dylan turned to see Luna had already finished her meat stick and was staring at him eagerly. What a glutton, just like the cold rickets. He folded the letter and tucked it into his inner pocket, then tossed another piece of meat stick to Luna. He shouldered his school bag and headed for the door. The soles of his boots made a rhythmic clacking sound on the stone floor. Luna tilted her head back and devoured the meat stick, then flapped her wings and flew over Dylan's side. Go back. You don't need to carry those pounds for me. You might get squashed if you're not careful. Dylan waved to Luna. After leaving the library, Luna hooted back and flew away. Dylan glanced at the fading sky. Another sum of pounds has arrived, and the pet's space can be expanded again. It was an amount worthy of his father's special letter to inform him of, and although Hubert didn't specify it, it was obviously quite a lot. Unfortunately, the size of the space was exchanged for galleons, and once those pounds were converted into galleons, it would shrink exponentially. Millions of pounds might only be exchanged for a few 100,000 galleons. While thinking, Dylan walked towards the restaurant. It was really time to eat. His stomach was already rumbling. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Dylan saw Harry looking dejected, mechanically scooping out cream soup with a spoon and putting it into his mouth. Ron and Hermione also looked constipated. He didn't know what had happened between them. Dylan raised an eyebrow, but didn't greet them. Instead, he sat down next to Neville. Seeing Dylan's arrival, Neville kept his eyes on him until Dylan sat down. Seeing his hesitant expression, Dylan pushed a sizzling steak in front of him. This was a steak with a lot of fat, and it smelled delicious just by the smell. Dylan loved this kind of steak. What's wrong? Harry and the others are like this, and you are like this too, Dylan asked casually while elegantly cutting the steak with a knife. With him speaking, Neville, who didn't know how to ask, could no longer hold back. He glanced at Harry and the others carefully, then lowered his voice, leaned close to Dylan's ear, and whispered. Dylan, what's wrong with Harry and the others? I was planning to go to the Three Broomsticks to see you today, but they didn't accept minors today. Then I wandered around with Seamus and the others for a while, and when I came back in the afternoon, I saw Ron and Harry sitting in the dormitory. At this point, Neville paused and his voice became even lower. Oh my God, you have no idea. I thought they had a fight. Dylan glanced at Harry, not far away, and shrugged. If only it had been a fight. Huh? What do you mean? Neville asked, bewildered. More serious than a fight? Could it be that Harry and Ron had fallen for the same girl at the same time? PFFT, Dylan nearly spat out the broccoli scraps he was chewing after hearing Neville's furtive question. Why would you think that? Dylan looked at Neville in surprise. Seeing that Dylan's reaction seemed a little different than he expected, Neville scratched his head sheepishly. Well, I heard you say that a fight would have solved their problem, didn't you? Dylan smiled, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. That's true, but I'm sorry to disappoint you, they didn't fall for the same girl. Of course, I can't tell you the details without Harry's consent, but I can say this. Dylan lowered his voice. Neville, curious, leaned closer to Dylan, listening intently. What? The truth is far more ridiculous than that. Neville's eyes widened. He stepped back slightly. Even more ridiculous than falling in love with the same girl. Oh my God. This was already the most ridiculous thing he could imagine. Even more ridiculous than that. What happened at school while they were away today? Neville was itching to know. But he couldn't pester Dylan about other people's private affairs. In the end, he had no choice but to finish his meal scratching his head. Dylan had just finished his meal and stood up to leave the restaurant when another owl flew towards him. Dylan looked closely. It was his snowy owl, Luna. He raised his head and let Luna fly onto his arm. Dylan looked at the letter the little one was holding with some curiosity. Someone wrote to me again. Dylan didn't feed Luna meat strips this time. Luna wasn't a fire dragon or a shadow. Eating so much meat at night would make her indigestion. Well, you're pestering me for nothing. You must have just finished your evening rations, right? Dylan let Luna rub his head, unmoved. Finally, realizing her master was a heartless creature, Luna turned her head and flew away. Dylan shook his head. What a heartless little ungrateful bastard. He looked at the letter in his hand. Huh? Is it from Uncle Florin? It was from Florin, the ice cream vendor in Diagon Alley. This was indeed a bit unexpected for Dylan. Why would an uncle send me a letter? He unfolded the letter. Dylan quickly scanned it. The opening naturally congratulated him on the upcoming holiday. In the middle, he questioned Dylan about why he hadn't been to Diagon Alley for ice cream lately. The last part raised Dylan's brow slightly. While chasing Curses, Vera was injured by a Death Eater. What level of Death Eater could injure such a distinguished Hogwarts graduate? Dylan lowered his head and glanced at the end of the letter again. Oh. How could she go hunting down those bad guys alone? She's so arrogant. I told you not to underestimate any wizard. Even a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet could use the most terrifying spell to defeat you. How could you not be careful? Now she's finally learned her lesson. Fortunately, she's okay, but I have to find that Death Eater. How dare he do that to my daughter? She's so cute, so kind, and so righteous. Well, I seem to have been nagging a little too much, but kid, there's really no one around me who can listen to my complaints. If you've read this, I want to thank you. Finally, please write a letter to Vera for me. I just said a few words to her, and she got angry with me again and stopped visiting me. I don't think she even read the letter I sent her. Please tell her to take good care of her injuries. Also, Merry Christmas, not just to her, but to you too, Florin. After reading the letter, Dylan's mouth twitched. He glanced at the letter paper. It was half a meter long. Who could stand such nagging? If it weren't for politeness, he wouldn't have read a single word of such a long letter. Vera must have suffered so much, having such a father. But despite his complaints, Dylan could still understand Florin. A middle-aged man, he single-handedly managed an ice cream shop that looked poised to go bankrupt at any moment. He had no ties to the family. His daughter was still in her rebellious phase, constantly opposing him and refusing to listen. She was even away from him most of the time. With all these buffs stacked up, how could he not become nagging? The point is, if you want me to write a letter, at least give me a specific address, right? Do you want me to guess? Dylan had met Vera before, when she came to Hogwarts to investigate. Because they had both been taught by Professor Flitwick, they had exchanged contact information, the address for owl delivery. But Florin had also said that his daughter had been ignoring him lately. And she had been injured while chasing Curses. Is Vera recuperating at the Ministry of Magic, or somewhere else? How would he know? And she got injured while chasing someone who is impossible to catch, Dylan sighed. Curses hadn't been seen for a while now. And yet the Ministry was still keeping a close eye on him. What's going on? They weren't going to catch Sirius, who had escaped? Would they even have the energy to deal with him? Dylan pouted. He decided to ask Professor Flitwick later. If he wanted to write to Vera, he could just mail it to the address they'd exchanged last time. Dylan stood there, finished reading the letter, and was about to leave when a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Dylan, it was Harry's voice. Dylan turned and looked at Harry, who looked nervous and inexplicably dejected, and tilted his head. What's wrong, Harry? Something's making my brain explode. Dylan blinked. What could possibly put an exploding curse in your head? No. Harry glanced around slyly. It's about what Professor McGonagall and the others discussed this morning. Dylan nodded in understanding. And then, I don't know if you'll believe this, but I think I have to ask you this. Harry hesitated. About that map you gave me. Harry clasped his hands together. Why don't we go somewhere secluded and talk? Dylan took a breath. Okay. Harry pulled him to a corner of a deserted corridor. Now it was Dylan's turn to look around. Isn't this too remote, huh? Harry glanced at it. I think this place is great. Dylan's eyelashes fluttered. A place this remote seemed like the kind of place where some thrill-seeking youngsters would come. Were they going to stumble upon some young wizard dancing passionately? Even if they didn't, if someone saw him and Harry alone in such a remote place, who knows what rumors would spread? After all, what kind of person would hide in a corner with such strong feelings? Harry, what's going on? You can tell me now, right? Harry nodded. Dylan, didn't you say that the Marauders map would record the names of everyone in Hogwarts? Yes. As soon as Dylan heard Harry say this, he knew what he was going to ask. Chapter 234, How can helping someone fall in love trigger an achievement? So, that Peter Pettigrew died years ago, and yet you discovered his name while checking the Marauders map at night. Dylan looked at Harry. In reality, although Professor McGonagall and the others had sealed the area with a spell at the end of their conversation, Harry had been forced to wear his invisibility cloak and sneak over to eavesdrop. But Dylan had a keen eye for spying. With a single glance, he could see through the obstruction and see what Professor McGonagall and the others were saying. After all, even lip reading could be spied on. Harry nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. But I didn't look closely at the time. I think I saw this name. Dylan's mouth twitched. After the Weasley twins had given him the Marauders map, he had already given it back to Harry. Harry, unlike before, hadn't just been busy investigating the case with his friends. Why was he coming to question him instead? Aren't you even sure you saw the name? Why don't you just take another look? Dylan said casually. Harry hesitated. Well, I'm a little scared. I don't dare look at it myself, Dylan. Oh, so that's how it is. Dylan managed a smile. Harry lowered his head even lower, a faint blush spreading across his cheeks, not daring to look at the map. This kind of thing, it's really a bit embarrassing to say. For things like this, you definitely need to confirm it first. Dylan glanced behind him, and seeing no one had seen him and Harry huddled in this deserted corner, he breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of the fact that Peter Pettigrew was shown on the Marauders map, Dylan was a little puzzled. Previously, the Marauders map had always been in the hands of the Weasley twins. Could it be that they had held the map for so long without ever seeing Wormtail? Ron hadn't known about the Marauders map before, and even now, he had never seen it in person. It would have been fine if he didn't know about Wormtail. But the Weasley twins had gone to such great lengths to figure out the map's purpose. Now that they knew how to use the Marauders map, how could they not have seen Scabbers, the rat that Wormtail had transformed into? Peter Pettigrew, in his mouse form, was a Weasley family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. The Weasley twins stole the Marauders map from Filch's office in their first year. They would often use it, wandering around Hogwarts, especially at night. In the deserted schoolyard, a tiny black dot named Peter Pettigrew scurrying about, it was hard not to attract attention. Dylan had studied the map after obtaining it. It was essentially a sheet of unrolled parchment. It wasn't too small. Even if names sometimes overlapped, a name that was constantly moving around, especially at night, wouldn't it? Given George and his friends' curiosity, why wouldn't they investigate who was running around the schoolyard with them late at night? Of course, it was also possible that Peter Pettigrew didn't wander around at night, but rather stayed in the Gryffindor common room. There were so many people in the common room that names would overlap. It could also be that Hogwarts is so big. It's also possible that the Weasley twins, while running around at night, didn't notice Peter Pettigrew, who had wandered off somewhere else. Well, it wasn't a very convincing explanation anyway. Dylan shrugged. Harry had discovered Peter Pettigrew the very night he got the Marauders map. I guess it's just fate, he said. Looking up at Harry. If you're afraid to look, you could always call Ron and the others over to accompany you. Of course, if you want me to be there, to look at the map with you, I'd be happy to do that, too. It wouldn't take that long anyway. Harry rubbed his head sheepishly. Dylan, thank you. Dylan waved his hand. What's there to thank me for? This time, Harry didn't ponder the matter alone or pursue the clues with Ron and the others, as usual. Instead, he took a shortcut and ran over to him, wanting to get to the bottom of something so obviously hidden. This really surprised Dylan. When did Harry become so perceptive? For the past 2 semesters, Dylan hadn't thought Harry was that clever. If he had simply thrown the problem to someone else the moment he encountered it, for example, asking Professor McGonagall, who would then report it to Dumbledore, Dumbledore would have immediately addressed the problem and nipped it in the bud. Dylan felt that 7 movies wouldn't have been possible. The problem could have been solved in 1 step. The original novel wouldn't have needed so much effort. Just snap. All the problems were solved. However, stories always have this kind of drama. Without a child's persistence and curiosity, how could one write about a person's growth from childhood to adulthood? How could a fairy tale become a global phenomenon? So, Dylan could only say, everything has a cause, and everything has an effect. Harry, be careful when you move, Dylan warned. Also, I've tinkered with this map. Sometimes it doesn't fully display all the names, but what it does display is accurate. It's infallible. In fact, this infallibility alone is enough to demonstrate the Marauder's map's power. Infallibility doesn't refer to the map's inherent regularity. Rather, it refers to the numerous spells infused with it to prevent errors. These spells are of exceptional quality, both in quantity and quality. Thanks to these spells, the Marauder's map's presentation is guaranteed to be flawless. Dylan couldn't help but marvel again. A few preteens could create such an imaginative magical device. It was truly impressive. Of course, he might be even more impressive. I see. Thanks for the heads up, Dylan, Harry nodded. Are you going anywhere else? If not, let's go back together. I have something to ask Professor Flitwick. You go back first, okay? Harry didn't ask Dylan what he was going to see Professor Flitwick for. Instead, he lowered his head, turned around and walked away, headed towards Gryffindor Tower. Dylan looked at his back and shrugged. Then he quickly left the secluded alley. As soon as he walked out and went upstairs, Dylan ran into Cedric again. Oh. Hi, Dylan, Cedric greeted Dylan excitedly. Dylan waved back. Good evening. How was your date? I bet it went well, didn't it? Cedric's face lit up, and he nodded. Thanks to your divination, you and I went on a good date. She complimented me 3 times at the tea house today on how handsome I am. I never thought I'd find my handsomeness such a strength. Hey, that makes me wonder if she thinks I'm a little special, too. Cedric ruffled his hair as he spoke, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. I used to think people were just being polite when they said I was handsome, but now I think I really am. Dylan listened to Cedric's initial words and thought nothing of it. However, the more he continued, the more his raised lips sank. Until they burst. Oh, haha, congratulations then, Dylan said indifferently. Thank you so much for that. Your divination is so useful. I did exactly what you said, every little bit, every movement. Dylan raised his eyebrows. Isn't that nonsense? These were all moves he had carefully designed through repeated divinations. Don't say that boys like girls who are green tea. In fact, girls are the same when they look at boys. She glanced at Cedric's outfit today. He was still wearing a crisp wizard shawl on the outside, but underneath was a clean white shirt. The collar was buttoned neatly without a wrinkle, and the cuffs were neatly folded, revealing a clean wrist. He had the elegance of a wizard and the neat and refreshing youthfulness of a young man. Not to mention choosing, just talking about the way they walked, how many little girls had secretly looked at them with shy but irresistible eyes? I hope everything goes well for you, Dylan said politely. Cedric smiled and said, I'm already looking forward to my next date with you. Dylan, can you? Dylan immediately shook his head. I don't think that's necessary. If every date requires me to tell your fortune, this carefully planned date experience will seem a bit contrived. One time is fine, but if you continue to live together, all the problems you haven't seen before will burst out at once. Then your relationship might have problems, or even a huge rift that can't be repaired. Are you willing to see that happen? Cedric was stunned for a moment, then shook his head repeatedly. No, I definitely don't want to see that happen. That's fine, Dylan shrugged. You don't have to worry. You're handsome enough, come from a good family, and are good at studying. As long as you take relationships seriously, girls who like you will always like you. Dylan didn't say that girls would definitely like Cedric like this. He had to be conservative. What if a little girl didn't want to pay attention to him one day? Who knows if Cedric would use this to ask him why? Children can have confidence. But don't be too confident. Overconfidence can be a problem. Okay, Cedric nodded, then asked, are you going back to the dorms now? Dylan shook his head. No, I'm going to see Professor Flitwick. Oh, Cedric raised an eyebrow. You're going to see the professor at this hour to make up for a class? No, I don't really need to see Professor Flitwick anymore, Dylan smiled. Besides, Professor Flitwick doesn't really want to give me a class anymore. Cedric was stunned again, blinking repeatedly. Then it seems you have other things to do. I won't bother you anymore. Well, go do your thing, Dylan dismissed Cedric. They were almost at Professor Flitwick's office door. But then he glanced at his system dashboard. The achievement was flashing again. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Lately, doing ordinary things had basically stopped triggering achievements. He hadn't done anything special this time, so why had a new achievement light up? Dylan glanced at it curiously. Achievement: divination of a heart-stirring moment. Description: you successfully predicted and fabricated a perfect date. Requirement: promote a date with a classmate from the same school. Achievement reward: Starry Sky Tarot Cards. Tarot cards. Dylan hadn't expected that helping a friend facilitate a date would actually earn him an achievement. Smacking his lips, Dylan glanced at the tarot cards rewarded by the system. Item: Starry Sky Tarot Cards. Description: possesses extraordinary divination abilities, a mysterious bridge connecting reality and the unknown. Effect 1: gain insight into the trajectory of fate, whether it's the direction of love, the ups and downs of career, or the difficulties encountered in life. As long as you calm down, reverently shuffle, cut, and lay out the cards, the Starry Sky Tarot cards will reveal the ups and downs, development trends, and possible outcomes based on the card combinations. Effect 2: explore the subconscious. When gazing at the Starry Sky Tarot, the mysterious elements and symbols within will stimulate the subconscious, unearthing neglected thoughts, emotions, and potential within. Effect 3: precognition. When faced with a critical decision or about to enter a dangerous area, the Starry Sky Tarot can provide early warnings of potential dangers or reveal hidden opportunities. 3 effects. Dylan nodded slightly after examining the deck's abilities. Generally speaking, these effects are quite good. They can help others with divination, provide early warnings for oneself, and even provide the reader with a way to explore their subconscious. This will greatly assist Dylan in his future divinations. Dylan didn't take out the tarot cards immediately, but planned to return to his dorm after asking Professor Flitwick for Vera's address. He walked all the way to Professor Flitwick's office and knocked gently on the door. "Come in," a voice came from inside. Dylan pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw the short professor lying on the table, with his head down, writing something, and the quill pen rustling on the parchment. "Who is it?" Professor Flitwick heard the noise and asked without raising his head. But for a long time, there was no answer. He couldn't help but raise his head, and saw Dylan. In an instant, the short professor's eyes widened. His body suddenly shrank back. "Dylan? Why are you here? I mean, is there something you want to do now?" Chapter 235. It's time to take the Ravenclawed item out of that pile of trash. "You're not here again." Professor Flitwick stood up, leaning on the edge of his desk. He stared at Dylan, as if he had spotted a giant night spider that had wandered into his office. "As I recall, tutoring is supposed to be suspended now, right? Could it be that notebook you left with me earlier? I had someone bring it to you." Dylan's mouth twitched at Professor Flitwick's reaction. "Professor, I'm not here for tutoring this time. You know, I don't often need to ask you for advice on normal magical matters anymore. I only ask you when I have a question, and I'll always ask you if you're available in advance." Hearing that Dylan wasn't here for private lessons, Professor Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't surprising that he reacted so strongly. Dylan's magical skills were already quite advanced. All he could teach him was his years of accumulated experience. As for textbook knowledge, Dylan could naturally acquire it through reading. And now, every time Dylan came to him with a question, he would ask questions so complex and obscure that even he might not fully grasp them. He would tell Dylan what he understood, but that wasn't always correct. And if he didn't answer Dylan's questions, he would seem useless as a professor. As Dylan's questions became more frequent, he felt the same tingling sensation he'd get back in school when a professor suddenly asked him about a spell he hadn't quite grasped. Who, after all, was the professor? Professor Flitwick chuckled dryly. "So, you came here now because I wanted to see if you knew Vera's current address." "Professor, Vera's address?" Professor Flitwick was stunned. "What's wrong with that girl? What do you want to see her about?" "I remember you exchanged contact information before, right?" Dylan nodded. "Yes, but I'm not sure if the address she gave me before is still contactable." "What happened?" Mr. Florin wrote to ask me to pass on a message to his daughter, Vera, wishing him a happy Christmas." "Oh, he had another argument with Vera." Flitwick was clearly well aware of the details of his now graduated student. Dylan nodded. "Well, they had an argument, I guess. The Ministry of Magic has been searching for Curses, and Vera got hurt in the process. Then Mr. Florin said something to her. According to him, Vera got angry with him again. Is that so? Alice, Professor Flitwick nodded slightly, then sighed. That Curses, I don't know who he is. I've never heard of him before, but he seems to have an extremely high level of control over the unforgivable curses. Professor Flitwick's brows flickered with worry. The Ministry of Magic has been hunting him, but he seems to have vanished from the face of the earth and never been found. I can't imagine what evil things he's doing behind the scenes. Dylan blinked. Perhaps he's just an ordinary wizard who happened to have mastered the unforgivable curses to the maximum level. Professor Flitwick took a breath and waved his hand. Child, the magic behind the unforgivable curses is not just ordinary dark magic. In fact, even some magic that is far less powerful than the unforgivable curses is enough to affect the mind of an adult wizard, not to mention the unforgivable curses. This extremely evil spell is banned in the entire wizarding world, and this Curses not only learned it, but also mastered it to such a high level of proficiency. His mind must have been twisted more exaggerated than the devil's snare. Dylan. Well, I think so too. I've read many cases in books about dark wizards who, after using dark magic, turned into bloodthirsty maniacs who only know how to kill people. Yet, it's too dangerous, but he has never been caught. It's really a huge hidden danger. Professor Flitwick sighed again. I don't know what's going on this semester. There are criminals everywhere trying to escape the Ministry of Magic. Dylan shrugged. There's no way. The world will never become peaceful. Fortunately, Hogwarts has all the professors. I believe the professors will not let these vicious criminals hurt students. Professor Flitwick chuckled. That's right. While they're dangerous, are they any more dangerous than you know who? I think Curses is just someone who wants to use the name of Nova Demon Lord to gather all of you know who's former subordinates and establish an evil organization for his own enjoyment. Dylan, how can you describe it so accurately? Professor Flitwick, are you also a fortune teller? Thinking back to his current situation, Dylan found that it seemed to be just as Professor Flitwick said. He didn't intend to use Curses' identity to unify the wizarding world, such a thankless task. Looking at all the stories, characters like Voldemort, like the Lord, can't last long. No matter how powerful a creature is, can it be stronger than the world that created it? Of course, if a creature is powerful enough to escape this world, it will only enter a more powerful world, and the world will still limit it. Of course, then again, it's not impossible for a character like Voldemort to appear and ultimately achieve great things. But characters like this usually encounter the most terrifying of gods. Those beings are capable of directly destroying an entire world. Dylan only wants to study magic now, so there's no need to dwell on anything else. Therefore, regarding Curses' identity, he will only use it to gather the forces that Voldemort had previously dispersed. Let them gather resources and wealth for him to help him reach a higher level. Or perhaps do something that he wouldn't be able to do publicly. He won't let these former subordinates of Voldemort unify the wizarding world for him. What would the point of unifying the wizarding world be? Taking on the responsibility of Emperor when he could already live a fulfilling life on his own would be the most troublesome thing. If Vera is injured, I think the Ministry of Magic should arrange for her to return home and rest for a while, but since she won't go back to Florin, she can only go back to her own home. Dylan nodded. It seems I've come to the right place, Professor. Then please tell me Vera's home address. Last time she only told me her position at the Ministry of Magic. Of course, Professor Flitwick, who happened to be holding a quill, pulled out another piece of parchment. After simply writing the address on it, he handed it to Dylan. If you want to write to her, please also give Vera my regards and keep an eye on her condition for me, Professor Flitwick said. Dylan nodded again. No problem. I'll make it clear in the letter. Professor Flitwick muttered. That kid, why is she trying so hard? Even if she's an outstanding Hogwarts graduate, she probably wouldn't be able to defeat that Curses. She should let others take over and drain his magic first. Dylan blinked, not expecting Professor Flitwick to come up with such a shabby strategy. It seemed he wasn't completely a straight-laced professor. Mr. Florin told me that Senior Vera was injured by other Death Eaters and didn't encounter Curses. Death Eaters? Are there still Death Eaters out there? I imagine there are always some who slip through the net, but I heard that Death Eater has been apprehended. Yes, Professor Flitwick nodded his big head. Things are turbulent these days. You should be more careful. Be especially careful to ensure your safety when you leave the school grounds. Don't worry, Professor. I will. Of course he would ensure his own safety. However, if someone else were to confront him, it was still unclear who would have to be on guard. Grabbing the address Professor Fred had given him, Dylan left the office and headed towards the Gryffindor common room. The unicorns in the Forbidden Forest have been disappearing again recently. After obtaining the Blood Diamond, I wanted to find a unicorn to study, but I don't know where this creature has disappeared again, Dylan pondered. This unicorn keeps disappearing, and for such a long time. Does he still remember his life-saving grace? If he hadn't intervened back then, while he might not have died, he would have suffered more. Also, I remember that Slytherin's locket is still kept with a black family, right? Dylan stroked his chin. After being made into a Horcrux by Voldemort, Slytherin's locket was hidden in a cave on an isolated island, guarded by inferi and potions. After learning of the locket's existence, Regulus Black brought his house elf, Creature, to the cave. After consuming the potion, he allowed Creature to take the real locket and placed a fake one in the potion container. Eventually, Regulus was dragged down by the inferi, presumably becoming a member of their army. Currently, the locket has likely not been stolen by Mundungus Fletcher or Umbridge, but is still in Creature's possession. After all, it's one of the relics of the Big Four, and a Horcrux. If I can get it, Dylan thought he might embark on a new journey. He could also possess a part of Voldemort's soul again, a truly lucrative opportunity. Voldemort is quite good at selecting items for his Horcruxes. Several of them seem to be relics of the Big Four, right? The Hufflepuff Cup, the Slytherin Locket, the Ravenclaw Diadem. The cup and locket were originally in the collection of Hepzibah Smith. But upon seeing her collection on display, Voldemort murdered her. Not only did he want to kill her and steal the items, he also wanted to use her soul to craft a Horcrux. It was truly inhumane. Tisk, Voldemort is truly a pure villain. He'll need to take a few more unforgivable curses tonight. Besides Slytherin's locket and Gryffindor's sword, the other relics of the two great masters were in the Room of Requirement and Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault. The one in the Room of Requirement was Ravenclaw's diadem. Dylan had already discovered the Room of Requirement, so he should have obtained the diadem long before. The reason he didn't have the diadem yet was because the storage room, perhaps untouched for so long, was extremely dirty and large. Dylan wasn't desperate to find the Horcrux. Instead of rummaging through a pile of junk for a diadem, he might as well conduct more experiments. After all, a Horcrux is a Horcrux. All carriers are essentially the same. There's practically no difference between him owning two Horcruxes and one. Getting it would be best. After all, it would take more time to recover the soul trapped in a Horcrux, and if he had to go to great lengths to obtain it, then forget it. The relics of the four, already transformed into Horcruxes by Voldemort, probably wouldn't trigger any treasures laid out by the four. Maybe I should have summoned Harry to the Room of Requirement earlier and had him dig through that junk. Dylan smacked his lips. If it weren't for the fact that the summoning curse couldn't affect Horcruxes, he could have found Ravenclaw's diadem with just one summoning curse, which wouldn't have been bad. Never mind. Harry's busy with other things right now. I might as well ask Peeves for help. Dylan's eyes rolled. A bright idea suddenly occurred to him. The Room of Requirement has been discovered for so long. It's time to take the Ravenclaw diadem out from the pile of garbage. Dylan went back to the dormitory on his own. He read for a while, and before curfew, he laid down on the bed, ready to take a nap. What Harry was going to do tonight had nothing to do with him. He had his own things to do. Late at night, Hogwarts was silent. But Dylan slowly opened his eyes in bed. He turned his head. He felt that there seemed to be some movement from Harry's side. He raised his eyebrows. Dylan silently cast a silencing spell on himself. Then his figure instantly turned into a black shadow. Passed through the wall. Flying out of the Gryffindor common room. Coming to a corner of the castle. Dylan closed his eyes slightly and concentrated, and magic power emanated from his body. A very faint magic power was working. Hogwarts in winter is always wrapped in thick darkness in the middle of the night. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting dim, mottled shadows on the ground. Dylan gently twirled his wand, letting the magic flow along the walls and out into the distance. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, Dylan felt a ripple in the air above him. A figure trembled and fell from the ceiling. Master Dylan, you summoned me. Chapter 236 Ravenclaw's Diadem. Dylan glanced at the trembling Peeves, his lips twitching. He wasn't a demon, so why would he be so frightened of him? Of course, I need your help. Oh, you're so polite. It's my honor to be of service to you, Peeves said, his voice as sincere as possible, wincing. What kind of vicious spell was this human going to experiment on him again? Dylan couldn't help but say, didn't I already free you? I didn't trap you in my world. It's fine if you don't feel grateful, but why are you so scared of me? Can I even capture you? Peeves was stunned. He hadn't expected Dylan to say that. After a pause, he tugged at his coattails. Well, Master Dylan, I'm not afraid of you. It's just, you're like a lion leading a pride of lions to me, while I'm just an antelope ready to be bitten at any moment. I'm in awe. Dylan rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay any attention to the guy. He believed he was being incredibly kind to Peeves, but it looked like he wasn't buying it. So what? He didn't really need to care what Peeves thought of him. It was simply because he had a kind heart that he was so willing to consider others' feelings. I'm still too kind. Dylan held his forehead. Master Dylan, what do you want me to do for you? Peeves looked at Dylan cautiously. It's simple. Come with me to the room of requirement and find the Ravenclaw item from among that pile of trash. Dylan waved, turning and heading towards the room of requirement. Peeves was horrified. The Ravenclaw item? How do you know where such a thing is? Dylan stopped, turned his head, and squinted his eyes at Peeves. Peeves quickly covered his mouth and smiled awkwardly. I'm too talkative. Let's go. My most noble Master. Dylan's eyelids twitched. Don't call me such a disgusting name again. Peeves immediately saluted. I promise you. Dylan turned his head. Okay, keep your voice down, or you'll disturb Filch, and I won't do anything to him. Peeves raised his head and puffed out his chest. I'm not afraid of him. He's a squid. He can't do anything to me. Oh? Really? Dylan raised his eyebrows and looked at it sideways. Even if he goes to complain to old Dumbledore, you don't care, old Dumbledore. Peeves was stunned. You mean Dumbledore? What else? Peeves laughed. How this is the first time I've seen a student dare to give Headmaster Dumbledore a nickname like this. Everyone says he is great. Greatness and nicknames don't conflict. Dylan shrugged. Haven't you heard of Dumbledore's other nickname, Old B? Of course I've heard. There's not much about this school that I don't know, Peeves said proudly. Albus's brother has been to Hogwarts before, but they had a huge argument that day. Peeves paused, then added, of course, I think it was Aberforth yelling at Albus unilaterally. Oh, I secretly saw him, his face red and his neck thick. It was really funny. Dylan walked forward, glancing at Peeves. You know a lot. Peeves chatted with Dylan for a while, and knowing that he wouldn't be taken away for experiments, he relaxed a lot. He chuckled and said, except you, Master Dylan, you are the greatest in my eyes, and I don't know anything about you. You are a wizard even more mysterious than Albus, and he's a little wizard at that. As Peeves spoke, he secretly observed Dylan's reaction. But the latter simply smiled faintly. You're quite good at judging people. Peeves' expression froze. He forced a forced smile. I'm so glad to have your approval. Dylan didn't care whether the guy was genuinely happy or just pretending. He had already led him to the entrance of the room of requirement. Let's go. Dylan's fingertips hooked a strand of Peeves's transparent clothing and led the trickster inside. The ghost floated drooping in the air, its former arrogance gone. Dylan felt it seemed to be reluctant to enter. What are you waiting for? Come on in. Dylan tugged at it. I'm coming right away. They entered the room. The door vanished on its own. Then, a warm yellow magic candlestick lit up automatically. The wool carpet wrapped around Dylan's feet. Dylan had already decorated the room into a comfortable private space. Next to the velvet lounge chair, a self-turning bookshelf floated. A copper teapot in the corner bubbled with the aroma of jasmine tea. He walked straight to the wall where he remembered the secret door, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Take me to where the Ravenclaw item is hidden. I want to find Ravenclaw's relic. The wall shifted instantly, reorganizing like quicksand, revealing a narrow, mold-covered door. A stench of putridity suddenly filled his face. Dylan frowned. This was why he hadn't bothered to find the item himself before. But this time, he wouldn't have to. Dylan stepped back and pushed Peeves forward. Go in and find anything with gems or valuables. A smile played on Dylan's lips. If I can't find it, don't even think about getting out. Peeves shrugged. The familiar feeling seemed to return. The hem of its transparent garment trembled slightly. I know. It floated dejectedly into the storage room. Dylan peeked in. The ceiling inside was so high it seemed to reach nowhere. Cobwebs draped like tattered curtains. Faded bookshelves lay toppled amidst the rubble. Broken mirror fragments, rusted armor, and a broken harp lay scattered about. In the distance, A small pumpkin carriage, entangled in vines, lay sprawled. It looked like a model. After confirming Peeves's search, Dylan retreated to the outer room. Then, lazily, he leaned back on a recliner. He casually pulled a copy of Advanced Potion Making from the floating bookshelf. With a flick of his finger, he flipped the page open. As he read, he kept an eye on the storeroom. The occasional rustle of pages mixed with the distant rustling of Peeves rummaging through items. The entire room of requirement seemed quiet and orderly. Elsewhere, Peeves reluctantly drifted into the storeroom. As soon as he entered, his head was entangled in a dangling spider web. He shook his head vigorously, shaking the threads to the floor. Looking at the storeroom, Peeves felt like tears, but no tears remained. Peeves, was not only captured and held captive by a little wizard who hadn't even grown all his hair yet, but now I'm being forced to do hard labor. If the bloody Baron knew, I'd be a laughingstock. It slowly drifted past a row of toppled bookshelves, running its fingers over the dusty spines of the books, soon raising a cloud of choking gray mist. Ravenclaw's diadem is actually here? God, how could Peeves not know about this? It kept muttering. Is what that little wizard said true? He couldn't have just been playing a trick on me. Even if it's really there, who knows if it's been taken away by rats and used as a teething stick. Maybe it's lying in some rat hole right now, covered in rat shit. Where am I supposed to find it? With that, it grabbed the tattered book and threw it. The pages scattered to the floor with a clatter. Dylan's voice drifted through the doorframe. Don't throw things around. Look for them carefully. Peeves shuddered, quickly covering his mouth and glancing back. He saw no sign of the young human wizard. But he still raised his voice and replied, I know. Dylan didn't respond. Peeves didn't know if Dylan had heard what he had just said, and he didn't dare to mutter anymore. He could only do his hard labor honestly. But he didn't maintain this state for long. Passing by a pile of rusty armor, he couldn't hold back anymore, and his interest was aroused. With a clatter, he suddenly dived into a suit of armor, making the helmet clang loudly. Peeves' voice rang out. Is anyone there? The Great Peeves is here to check. Seeing no response, he emerged again and kicked the armor's sheen guard. Stop pretending. I know you're nothing but a pile of junk. How could the crown my great master is looking for be hidden in your belly? I'll have my young master tear you apart and sell you for scrap. Then it began aimlessly searching for the needle in the haystack again, until it drifted to the pumpkin carriage in the corner. Peeves stopped again, circled the carriage twice, and reached out to poke at the broken shaft. Why keep this wreck? It should have been thrown away long ago. Peeves pouted. Maybe the crown is right under there, flattened like a pancake. It pushed the carriage hard, but it didn't budge. Instead, it kicked up a cloud of dust that made it cough. Ahem. What a damn place. There's more dust than Filch's broom. It went straight in, but found no sign of the crown. It searched for a long time. Still no crown. Peeves was getting impatient. He kicked away the debris at his feet and complained in a very, very low voice. That little wizard is really trying to make things difficult for me. This shabby house is so huge, and there are so many things piled up like mountains. How am I supposed to find a tiny crown? I think he's just trying to make things difficult for me. When I find it, I'll definitely stuff a frog under his pillow. Peeves quickly looked behind him. Nothing happened. He breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he turned around, a beam of light suddenly flew from a distance. Peeves felt his surroundings suddenly brighten up a lot. Still confused, he turned around and saw a magic spell flying towards him at great speed. Oh my god, Peeves tried to run. However, he had no time to react. The light suddenly hit his butt. Hiss, Peeves gasped in pain, but ended up inhaling a mouthful of dust. Cough cough cough, Peeves pouted, holding his butt. He looked aggrieved. My mistake. I'll look carefully now. He didn't finish his words. Peeves's sharp eyes caught a faint flash of blue light. It instantly caught his attention. What's that? He grumbled, leaning closer. He saw the blue light emanating from an old wardrobe covered in vines. What good could be in here? Could it be a giant, glowing spider? I don't like these ugly creatures. He carefully parted the vines, and the door creaked open. Ravenclaw's diadem lay quietly inside. Resembling a soaring eagle, the silver diadem was inlaid with sapphires. Though covered in a thick layer of dust, it couldn't dim its brilliance. Finally. I thought I'd have to find it next year. Peeves' eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, after searching for so long, he had finally found the diadem. I never thought that young wizard, I never thought my most noble, perfect, and kind young master, could have been right. Ravenclaw's diadem is truly here. He grabbed the diadem and waved it in the air. But it didn't react. After tinkering with it for a while, Peeves still couldn't figure it out. It's just this thing, nothing special. If I had to choose, I still prefer my rotten egg bombs. Peeves examined the crown carefully and suddenly noticed the eagle emblem engraved on it. He couldn't help but complain, this eagle looks so strange. Its eyes are smaller than mine. No wonder it was stolen. Holding the crown, Peeves slowly floated back, muttering, if this happens again, I won't do it no matter what, unless my amiable young master can prepare 10 boxes of stink bombs for me as a reward. When Peeves left the storage room and returned to Dylan, Dylan said, reading a book, found it? Pretty quick, Peeves. How fast is that? It felt like it had been in there for a year. It's really easy to talk without any pain in your back. He complained in his heart. Peeves forced a smile and said, of course, with your urging, young master, I dare not neglect it in the slightest. Well, bring it over. Dylan nodded, reading the last bit of the page before putting the book down and holding out his hand to Peeves. Peeves quickly handed the crown to Dylan. Young master, take it. Dylan took the crown, but didn't examine it immediately. Instead, he looked back at Peeves. What about the other things I asked you to find, huh? Other things? What other things? Peeves was stunned. Dylan narrowed his eyes. Didn't I tell you to bring me all the valuables and jewels? Peeves' eyes widened. Ah. Its eyes darted around, and then it smiled. Young master, I thought the crown was what you wanted first, so I was searching for it with all my might. I figured I'd bring it to you first, and then I'd slowly collect the treasures for you. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, isn't it just a little bit of resentment? I suck it. Is that so? Good. Keep looking, Dylan nodded with a smile, agreeing. Peeves stood there motionless. What? You don't want to move? Dylan looked at him. Suddenly, a strong sense of oppression overwhelmed him. Peeves immediately put on a forced smile and said, Master, I certainly can't carry so much stuff by myself. Oh, I almost forgot. Dylan waved his hand and dropped a vegetable basket in front of Peeves. Here, take it. It's not only good for storing things, but it can also help you find the gold and silver. Go ahead, hurry up, don't keep me waiting too long. Yes, I'll be there. As Peeves turned and headed towards the storage room, Dylan reclined in his chair, holding the Ravenclaw item in his hands and examining it carefully. His now slightly slender fingers casually turned the Ravenclaw item, one of the legendary relics of the Four Great Ones. A deep blue gem shone with a quiet glow in the candlelight. A silver motto etched along its edge read, Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. As the crown swayed, it cast a subtle light and shadow on the back of his hand. A relic can actually clear my mind. As Dylan's fingertips touched the cool metal, a subtle magical vibration traveled through his palm. This crown seemed more than just a simple relic, but a magical item imbued with magical power. Even with a simple touch, Dylan could feel a warm magical aura spreading through his palm. It was as if his mind was being caressed by an invisible hand, gently untangling his chaotic thoughts. The petty, distracting thoughts that had lingered in his mind dissipated like morning mist, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. A soft silver glow emanated from the crown's surface, and tiny streams of magical light drifted down his arm. Dylan found his mind becoming more active. Spell theories that he might normally ponder over now automatically connected into a complete thread in his mind. Thoughts flew like birds freed from their bonds, lightly and swiftly streaking across the sky of his consciousness. Each thought was so clear and sharp that even the trail of dust particles drifting in the air could be captured with pinpoint accuracy. Does this item increase my stats by percentage? Why hasn't the system increased my mental and magical stats so much before, and yet it's nothing like this? Infused with this magical energy, Dylan felt his mental state reach an unprecedented state of fullness. His tense nerves were gently soothed, and his fatigue vanished. The relics of the Big Four can be used in this wonderful way. He smacked his lips. Shouldn't he have obtained the Sword of Gryffindor sooner too? At the very least, before I graduate, shouldn't I inherit the legacy of the four major houses? When he first enrolled, Dylan had considered going to Ravenclaw to see what kind of legacy that house, symbolizing wisdom, could possess. It wasn't that he was particularly eager for the legacy of the four major houses. However, he presumably believed the legacy of the four greats would still offer him more new knowledge than the teachings of Professors Flitwick, McGonagall, and the others. After all, they were giants of magic from thousands of years ago. Well, it truly is a symbol of wisdom. Just touching it can make one feel the wondrous power of the fusion of knowledge and magic. I just didn't know that the so-called legacy is unlocked by this crown, or that there's another hidden location. Over the years, he hadn't heard of anyone inheriting the legacy of the four greats. Only one Slytherin had built a shabby chamber of secrets and raised a basilisk that fed on sewer rats. And Slytherin hadn't created this thing to pass it on. Instead, he was waiting for someone with a destiny to complete what he hadn't accomplished. It was actually quite amusing. You, one of the four greats, could accomplish what you expected your descendants to accomplish, thousands of years later. To help them, you even used dark magic to raise a basilisk. But the question was, what good was a basilisk? If you want to raise a monster, you should at least add 3 or 5 zeros to the end, right? It was a complete waste. But now it was alright. The basilisk had become Dylan's bargain. Dylan hadn't encountered another basilisk yet, so the one he had stored in his space was now being well cared for. It was just a matter of occasionally drawing a little blood, cutting off some flesh, breaking off some scales, and even the horns on its head. It sounded cruel, but it wasn't gentle at all. Even so, Dylan felt it was much better than simply beating the basilisk to pieces and letting its corpse grow flowers. He held the diadem in his hand. Dylan didn't completely let his guard down. His wand was always in his hand, ready for any eventuality. After all, the diadem had already been made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Who knew if it would suddenly do something awful and cause him trouble? But after all, there was no power to replenish the diadem now, unlike Ginny, who constantly provided life to the diary. This gave Xyophusi an opportunity. Therefore, the diadem, now quietly in his hands, might not cause any trouble for a while. Swish, Dylan raised the diadem to the candlelight, observing the faint dark purple glow at the seams of the gemstones, flickering in the flames. It was a familiar hue. It matched the diary of Tom Riddle in his hand. I wonder if this item is the key to unlocking the Ravenclaw legacy? Has Voldemort already seized all the legacy of the Big Four? Dylan raised a brow, his wand twirling deftly between his fingers. Protego, with a low incantation, a translucent, dome-like barrier suddenly unfolded around the Ravenclaw diadem. Glowing with a silvery sheen, it completely suppressed the dark purple magical fluctuations on the diadem's surface. Expecto Patronum, yak! A burst of silver light from the wand's tip instantly illuminated the room. A Poro, resembling a Pixiu, materialized from the flames, emerging from the spiritual plane. Its fluffy fur shimmered with flowing starlight. Its chubby body leaped lightly into the air. Then, its fang-filled mouth opened, ready to bite the crown. Dylan stopped it. Wait. Just defend yourself. The Poro instantly shut up. Yet, its tail lashed back and forth like a meteor, carving fine golden lines across the surface of the spell-formed barrier. Each ray of light solidified the armor protection charm. Just then, the crown suddenly trembled violently. Dylan squinted at it. A blood-like liquid oozed from the silver motto on the crown's edge, while wisps of black air drifted out, attempting to corrode the protective barrier. Dylan snorted softly. You're still conscious. Indeed, the blood and black energy were all magical artifacts. They appeared to be living things, snaking and swirling across the surface of the Ravenclaw diadem. In reality, they were the condensed negative emotions of the resentment and despair of the innocent victims who died when Voldemort crafted his Horcruxes. If absorbed by a normal person, it could easily drive a mentally unstable individual insane. Even a strong mind would be affected by the erosion of these negative emotions. But Dylan lowered his eyes to gaze at the black energy and blood swirling across the diadem's surface. A calm smile played at the corners of his lips. If that's all, with a gentle flick of his wand, Dylan's barrier against the black energy instantly shattered. The black mist, carrying the wails of the wronged, surged forth. Before it could fully disperse, it was drawn by an invisible suction force. Like a flock of crows returning to their nests, it rushed towards Dylan's slightly quivering nostrils. He inhaled softly. Even the dark purple droplets oozing from the crown's edges dissolved into tiny streams, winding down through the void and plunging into his nostrils. The power of the Dementors flowed through him. Dylan felt the resentment, despair, and fear twisting and reorganizing within his chest, transforming into strands of pure vitality and magic that nourished his body. Dylan's body glowed with a faint blue light. His skin, previously unaffected by the black mist, now became smoother at a visible speed. Even his brows took on a hint of freshness. When the last traces of black energy dissipated, Dylan casually turned the crown. The silver inscriptions on the metal surface reflected his indifferent expression. It was as if the evil power he had just swallowed was but a thin morning mist, unworthy of any mention. At this moment, the crown, emitting a wave of deathly energy, seemed to have vanished. Its already dim light dimmed even further. It felt as if the crown watched helplessly as Dylan easily blocked its attack and even dared to absorb all the death energy it had used to attack. It was completely stunned. So weak already? Can you come back a little harder? Dylan calmly tightened his fingers. The pixie Uporo beside him raised his neck and let out a deafening roar. Yet, Dylan's mouth twitched, his calm expression slightly cracked. He glanced at the little creature. Alright, that bark is worse than nothing. It's completely lacking in momentum. Yeah, the Poro glanced at Dylan, blinking in frustration, shrinking back, and lowering his furry head in a daze. Dylan smiled as he watched the Poro squat in midair, its fluffy tail wrapped around the protective barrier like a chain. Okay, go ahead and yell if you want. I think it still has some aura. Yeah, the Poro raised its head, one eye wide and one small, and squinted at Dylan. That expression seemed to say, is this true? Really, Dylan replied. The little pixie, however, instantly perked up. It immediately stood up and yelled yeah. Dylan ignored it and returned to the crown in his hand. Those negative emotions might have been toxic to an ordinary person, but for Dylan, who possessed the ability to non-exist, they were actually a tonic. The resentment Dylan had just absorbed made him feel a surge of vitality in his body. As expected of a Horcrux crafted by Voldemort, and left alone in this dark place for so long, it's full of resentment. Delicious, Dylan smacked his lips. He had only previously absorbed some of the joy emanating from others, and while that brought a sense of satisfaction, this pure despair was even more appealing to him. It seems the power of the Dementors may have many uses. The death energy Dylan had just absorbed transformed into vitality, nourishing his body. This vitality could be called life force, allowing Dylan to not only repair his body but also rejuvenate. In a sense, Dylan had truly achieved immortality. Furthermore, even without a counterspell, facing the attack of the divine edge, the pure life force could replenish and repair the damage caused. That was part of it. Furthermore, malignant diseases, physical injuries, and even minor issues like dark skin, hair loss, and acne could be continuously repaired, bringing the body to perfection. Dylan tapped the crown lightly with his wand. Perhaps sensing Dylan's contempt, the crown trembled, forcing out a tiny bit of black energy. Not a drop of blood was left. Dylan curled his lips in disgust, but swallowed it all in one gulp. At this moment, Peeves also flew over, carrying the basket of vegetables Dylan had given him. Seeing Dylan absorbing such vicious negative emotions, his eyes popped out of his sockets. Wait a minute. What just happened? This little human wizard is using the power of Dementors. Oh my god. This is terrifying. Not only can this little wizard make Dementors bow down to him, but he even controls their abilities? Is this guy human? Peeves had long thought Dylan was strange. Not only can he control spirits at will, he can manipulate them at will. Even Dementors are his minions. And now he even controls their abilities. If this guy were human, he would eat him up. Peeves's reverence for Dylan intensified. He quickly lifted the basket of vegetables filled with miscellaneous items in front of him with both hands and flew over attentively. Master, please have a quick look. These are all the things that this basket has guided me to find. When I get close to a place, it will light up, so I took back all the things that it flashed past. Do you think these things are valuable? Dylan saw Peeves coming back. He put down the waste crown that couldn't squeeze out a drop of water for the time being and glanced at the things in the basket. Although he used the traceless extension charm. But Dylan could still take a good look at the things inside. Some shabby things that looked like junk. Some colorful gems covered with dust. And some strange little gadgets. Dylan didn't care too much about what good things Peeves could bring back for him. He just glanced at it and nodded. Have you got everything back? Chapter 238 The Greatest Peeves defeated the Unforgivable Curse. Here, I've got some. There's still quite a bit left, but I don't think you'll need it, young master, Peeves whispered, then glanced at Dylan's expression. Seeing his expression, he quickly added, I was afraid to keep you waiting too long, So I brought out some of the stuff first. Dylan waved his hand. Alright, I get it. It's mostly junk. I don't think even if you bring more, it'll be useless. Dylan put everything away and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a faint blue light flashed, and a surge of magical energy emanated, engulfing Peeves. Startled, Peeves let out a shrill scream. He'd assumed Dylan was about to cast a vicious spell on him because of a disagreement. But it didn't seem like they were discussing anything. Invisible ripples of magic swept across the trickster's translucent body. Like a frightened bat, he covered his eyes, the mist of mischief surrounding him trembling. Silence hung between the two for 3 seconds. After a pause, Peeves felt as if he hadn't suffered any harm, nor any physical pain. He narrowed one eye, its black pupils cautiously examining Dylan. But Dylan had already stood up. Then, cautiously, he opened his other eye and lowered his hands. Is it over? Peeves' voice sounded a bit like a strangled crow. His transparent hands gestured frantically across his chest. After a moment's reaction, he suddenly tore off half of the ribbon and watched it pass through his body again without any obstruction. I'm still alive. Peeves suddenly let out a cackling laugh and spun around the candlestick on the wall, the air he created knocking over some nearby parchment. Ho ha ho ha. The greatest Peeves has defeated the unforgivable curse. Dylan was about to leave when Peeves suddenly roared inexplicably. Dylan frowned, turned around, and looked at the fool with disdain. What the hell are you yelling about? When did I ever cast an unforgivable curse on you? Peeves, spinning in circles, was taken aback. You didn't you just cast some horrible, evil black magic on me? Dylan tilted his head. Dylan chuckled. The spell just now was to stop you from talking nonsense to others. What makes you think that? Could it be? Dylan's eyes scoured Peeves' body. You want to experience what it's like to be struck by an unforgivable curse? Peeves' face twitched. He stopped circling and rushed back to Dylan, kneeling reverently. No, Master, I was just acting up again. You know, I like to act a little crazy from time to time. I don't think you need to waste your magic power casting another unforgivable curse on me. I don't want to experience the feeling of being struck by such a vicious curse. Dylan rolled his eyes. It was quite the truth. Even in the few times he'd interacted with Peeves, he'd already sensed a faint madness emanating from him. Perhaps it was because he'd been conscious for too long. Unlike wizards, this creature didn't possess a physical body or a real brain. That's why he'd become mad. Dylan ignored it and left the room of requirement. After receiving permission to leave, Peeves repeatedly expressed his hope to serve the young master again. However, his body immediately spun into the wall and disappeared. Dylan looked at Peeves, who looked like he'd been severely bullied and abused, then fled in panic, and shook his head. As for why Peeves had stopped calling him Master and Sir and instead started calling him Young Master, it was because of a conversation he'd had with Tom last time. Dylan had mentioned that he was a young master, so it was natural for him to be arrogant. Unexpectedly, Peeves overheard it and assumed Dylan would appreciate being addressed that way, so he changed his tone. Dylan let him be. He didn't care what his men called him, as long as it wasn't Dad. As a minor, he couldn't give birth to a non-being that lived that long. After leaving the room of requirement, Dylan transformed into a dark shadow, passing directly through the Gryffindor common room door guarded by Sir Cadogan and returning to his dormitory. Sir Cadogan, half asleep, felt as if something flashed and entered his body. He blearily opened his eyes, seeing nothing, and closed them again, mumbling incoherently in his sleep. Don't leave. Let me fight you face to face. Wait, I beg you, don't hit me, at least not in the face. Back in the dormitory, Dylan checked the time. It was already 2 or 3 in the morning. Moonlight slanted in through the window between Harry and Neville's beds. The room was silent, broken only by the rhythmic breathing and Ron's loud snoring. Dylan looked over and saw Ron curled up in his blankets. Neville and Seamus's curtains were drawn, and soft snoring could be heard. However, everyone was asleep. Only Harry was still awake. He leaned against the headboard, a piece of parchment in his hand gleaming faintly. Noticing someone coming in, Harry looked up. Dylan met his gaze and nodded slightly. Harry nodded in return, his expression pausing slightly. It seemed Harry was still preoccupied with Wormtail. Furthermore, during his absence, Dylan guessed that Harry had figured out that Ron's rat, Scabbers, was actually Peter Pettigrew. Seeing Dylan return, Harry wasn't curious about Dylan's whereabouts. He knew Hagrid sometimes invited Dylan to meet him in the Forbidden Forest. The purpose of the meeting was naturally Hagrid's desire to see Norbert. In truth, Harry also wanted to see Norbert again. After all, she was the dragon they had raised from an egg. But firstly, he was embarrassed to ask Dylan such a request, and secondly, they were all keeping it a secret, precisely to prevent the dragon from being discovered. So, unless they were also going to the Forbidden Forest one night and happened to run into Dylan and the others, Harry didn't want to bring this up alone, which would increase the risk of Norberta being discovered. Harry suspected Dylan had just gone to the Forbidden Forest again. Of course, he wasn't sure where Dylan had gone. After all, when Dylan had handed him the Marauder's map, he had already cast a spell on it, preventing it from revealing his location. Dylan, I have something to. Hesitating for a moment, Harry looked away from the Marauder's map and whispered to Dylan. However, when he turned around, he saw Dylan had already slid back into his bed, even the curtains drawn. Harry's words trailed off. He knew that once Dylan approached his bed, any sound would be muffled by the spell he had placed around it. So, Dylan probably didn't hear anything he just said. Okay, Harry scratched his head. He'd wanted Dylan to cast a few more protective spells for him, just in case. But Dylan was already busy so late and already in bed. It would be a bit tactless for him to go over and disturb him. Pursing his lips, Harry leaned back against a pillow, his gaze slowly shifting to Scabbers beside Ron, his eyes mulling over something. He was actually quite conflicted. He was now certain that Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew. But if that was true, didn't that mean there must be something else behind what Professor McGonagall and the others had said? It was about his parents' death. How had that mysterious person found his parents? Harry's mind was so full of thoughts that he couldn't sleep at all. Dylan had no idea what Harry was thinking. Children always have a lot on their minds. With so many people already looking out for Harry, Dylan, as a friend, could sometimes help, but it was obviously impossible for him to guide Harry in everything. Let him ponder that little brain of his for a bit. Thus, the night passed in silence. Although Dylan slept late, his sleep was still good. And after waking up, he cast an energy spell on himself. Combined with the disappearance of his fatigue, his mind was clear and he wasn't too sleepy. The curtains opened. Dylan spotted his roommates already packing. Good morning, Dylan, Neville greeted Dylan upon seeing him wake up. Tomorrow was Christmas, so now was the time to start packing his belongings. Those who wanted to leave could just take the bus home. Good morning, Dylan replied. Since he didn't have to attend classes, Dylan indulged himself by waking up a little later. He wasn't in a rush anyway. After receiving the Ravenclaw item yesterday, Dylan went straight to bed without even investigating whether the diadem unlocked any achievements. Dylan planned to collect all his new achievements when he got back home. You're both awake so early. Harry slowly drew aside the curtains, revealing a pair of panda eyes that looked as if they'd been punched. Ron, now awake, paused, observing Harry's expression. He didn't say anything, but instead reminded him, Harry, we have an appointment with Hagrid today. Don't forget, huh? Harry, newly awake, had barely made it until morning before taking a short nap. His head was aching. Dylan, observing Harry's expression, had already gotten out of bed, curled his lips, and flirted with energy, his fatigue gone. Harry instantly felt much better. He quickly glanced at Dylan and thanked him. Nothing, but tomorrow's Christmas, and you're not in a good mood. Dylan waved his hand. He casually pulled out his wand and tapped it a few times. In an instant, his bed was neatly made. Dylan didn't need to take anything with him. He usually had everything he wanted and needed in his suitcase. This time when I get back, I'll decorate my manor properly. I can expand my suitcase space. Harry nodded sheepishly, not mentioning to Dylan in front of the others that he wanted Dylan to cast a few protective spells on him. Harry, what did you and Hagrid agree on yesterday? I heard he's in a lawsuit with a committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures. It seems Malfoy and the others started it, Seamus said. Ron nodded immediately. They're the ones who are causing this trouble. Malfoy's dad insists that it was Hagrid's fault that Malfoy was attacked by the Hippogriff, and he wants the Hippogriff to be executed. They're really crazy. I wonder if their brain is wrapping around their cerebellum. Apparently, he learned that last part from Dylan. Dylan smacked his lips. Why did he feel like he was leading some people further and further astray? That's too much? Wasn't that Malfoy's own fault? Seamus curled his lips. Neville scratched his head. It was Malfoy who kept telling Hagrid what to do. So how could he take Hagrid to court? Ron shook his head. You all know Malfoy is a lunatic, and so is his dad. Harry and the others agreed to help Hagrid win the lawsuit, So we have to go to the library to look up information and files. Seamus glanced at Ron in surprise. You're actually going to the library to look at files? There's a lot of information, right? Ron raised his head. Of course. Hagrid is our friend. When a friend is in trouble, no matter how difficult it is, we have to help. Seamus gave Ron a thumbs up. Cool, yeah, we have to go to the library, so I can't catch up on some sleep tonight. Harry sighed. He didn't need to pack. He didn't have to go home for Christmas anyway. But remembering the promise he made to Hagrid yesterday, his head still hurt. He was in a bad mood yesterday, and Dylan disappeared as soon as he got back. To cheer him up, Ron and Hermione took him to Hagrid's hut. Their original intention was to have Hagrid chat with Harry more and put him in a better mood. But as they were talking, they learned that Lucius Malfoy had filed a lawsuit with the Ministry of Magic, accusing Hagrid of allowing his magical animals to attack students. Who this student was, of course, was self-evident. When Hermione heard this, she wanted to help Hagrid agree to the lawsuit. Ron and Harry naturally wouldn't do that. That would be too disloyal. Dylan thought about it and thought that Hagrid might have had such an experience. But with Harry and the others intervening, it would naturally not be a big deal. Dylan didn't bother to care. The holidays were already here. He didn't want to stay in school anymore. He still had a lot of things to do this time. After the group had almost packed up their things, they walked towards the hall together to prepare for breakfast. He didn't have much appetite in the morning. Dylan drank a bowl of seafood porridge, ate 3 fried dough sticks, a pork floss roll, an egg burger, and a large drink. After a simple meal and a drink, Dylan also picked up his things and said goodbye to Harry and the others with Neville and the others. Chapter 239 Achievement. What's wrong with just liking to pick up some relics? The atmosphere of Christmas permeated Hogwarts Castle. After saying goodbye to Harry and the others, Dylan walked towards the station with Seamus, Neville, and Dean. The sky at that moment was unique. Fluffy snowflakes drifted slowly down from the sky, looking as if a fairy had sprinkled handfuls of icing sugar on the ground. However, despite the light snow, the sun in the distance was very bright. The sunlight shone through the thin clouds, dyeing the snowflakes a light golden color. Under the sunlight, the snow on the ground also shimmered with tiny silver glints. The snow was covered in silver and was a breathtaking sight. Dylan's footsteps on the snow made a crunching sound from time to time. He looked around, his mood brightened by the beautiful scenery. At this time, Neville pointed to the bushes bent by the snow on the roadside and talked about the embarrassing incident he had taking care of Mandrix in the greenhouse some time ago. I've been caring for these herbs for a long time, but the last time I repotted it, it screamed a bit too much. I thought it was going to mutate, and I ended up getting so scared that I accidentally dropped some dirt on my head. It felt like this. Ha ha ha. Seamus laughed his ass off. I hate Mandrix. They're so ugly, poisonous, and they scream. The others chatted and laughed, while Dylan walked to the side, listening to their laughter. Even the cold wind felt less biting. The warm sun shone brightly, even warming them. The distance from the school to the station was neither far nor near. They soon saw the station. Many students were going home for Christmas. Although the situation this year wasn't as severe as in previous years, with so many terrifying Dementors roaming around the school, it was better to go home if they could. A steam train, puffing white mist, stopped at the platform. The mist mixed with the falling snow, creating a unique and poetic scene. Dylan and Neville found a corner booth amidst the throng. The 4 of them could fit in the entire booth. After putting their belongings away, they sat down and closed the door. The dark green velvet seat felt soft to the touch. As soon as they sat down, Dylan pulled out a bulging cloth bag from the system panel. Inside was Dylan's fresh fruit, bright red apples and plump oranges. Share it all, Dylan said to everyone. Dylan's so thoughtful. The ride's still long, so some fruit is nice for the journey, Dean said. He wasn't sharing a dorm with Harry, Dylan, and the others, but he had a good relationship with Seamus. Because of this, Seamus certainly spent far less time in the dorm than Ron and the others. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for Dean to find him. Most of the time, Seamus was in the common room when he had nothing to do. After everyone settled in, Dylan pulled out a copy of A History of Magic, Curious Facts. Not every book he read had to be highly functional. Dylan believed that as long as it provided new knowledge and insights, it was worth reading. Furthermore, while the professors at Hogwarts were mediocre in their teaching of the history of magic, that didn't necessarily reflect the monotony of actual magical history, as Professor Binns's account had suggested. Reading more about magical history on your own would reveal many interesting and unique anecdotes, just like the book Dylan was currently reading, A History of Magical Curiosities, a truly fascinating and insightful book of historical anecdotes. Tisk. It's truly unofficial history, and the record is bold. The section Dylan was reading was somewhat exaggerated. It described medieval England, where mixed bathing in the open air was a common practice. Hogwarts had just been founded, and the Black Lake had become a favorite bathing spot for both faculty and students. It also mentioned that tentacle play and suction cup massages were all the rage. Witches and wizards from all over the country flocked to Hogsmeade, a haven that seemed to dabble as a vacation destination. The most crucial thing is not just that. Dylan turned to the next page and saw that it was recorded. The other three founders of Hogwarts laughed at Salazar's uninhabitable dormitory location for a long time. It was not until they were bathing in the open air that they saw a Slytherin dormitory window with a direct view of the Black Lake. They realized that whenever the Slytherin students stood up from their heavy homework and looked out from the dark and gloomy common room, they would see a charming spring scene. Dylan clicked his tongue and shook his head in surprise. Of course, there is no such custom of mixed bathing in the open air at Hogwarts now. But Dylan didn't know whether there was such a custom in England when it was first founded. But the reason why unofficial history can be recorded is probably because similar things may have really happened. Otherwise, Dylan really didn't think such a bizarre unofficial history could be written purely based on imagination. Besides, this unofficial history is quite well founded. Salazar even placed the entrance to his most hidden secret in the women's restroom. For such a pervert to have his dorm underground, where he could watch others showering, I simply can't think of a more plausible explanation. Seeing Dylan reading, Neville and the others lowered their voices. Then, Neville pulled out a book and began reading. Seamus blinked. Reading now, Neville chuckled. The professor told me to. I figured the sooner I finish, the better I'll learn about herbs. Dean gave Neville a thumbs up. Then you guys go ahead and read. Seamus and I will keep our voices down. Dylan studied the unofficial history for a moment before turning his attention to his system dashboard. He had received the Ravenclaw crown yesterday, so he should have unlocked some new achievements. Sure enough, he clicked on the achievements panel. Dylan first claimed the other, less significant achievements. A slew of attributes, like spirit, endurance, and strength, were added to Dylan's stats. Dylan calmly pinched his fingers. The feeling of power intensified. Why do I feel like if I keep going like this, I won't even need to research immortality myself, nor will I have to rely on Dementors to constantly feed on other people's emotions and souls to stay alive. With so many points added up, at a certain point, won't I just be immortal? His physical prowess, not to mention magic, was already far beyond that of an adult. It's just that Dylan didn't usually need to use it. But maybe one day in the future, I won't need magic at all. I'll just blast anyone with my wand and they'll explode on the spot. A word suddenly struck Dylan, muscle mage. By then, this should unlock an achievement, right? Dylan smacked his lips lightly, then returned his gaze to the system panel. Achievement, I just love to pick up relics, so what? Description, only the relics of giants are valuable. If no one wants something valuable, what's the point of stealing it? Requirement, possess one of the relics of the 4 great ones. Achievement reward, random max level spell +1, Ravenclaw's portrait, treasure map, Ravenclaw treasure edition. Dylan held the book, seemingly reading, but actually gazing at the achievement rewards from the system. This time, the reward seemed quite impressive. Every name made Dylan's eyes light up. Dean and Seamus, sitting across from them, saw Dylan's excited expression, as if he had mastered some valuable knowledge from the book, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A good student is a good student. Even reading can make him happy. They really can compare, they can compare. Even Neville, who was sitting next to Dylan and reading with him, noticed Dylan's expression. He looked at Dylan, then at his own book, and suddenly a decision came to his mind. Even if I can't become someone as knowledgeable and accomplished as Dylan, I'll learn as much as I can so I don't hold my future self back. Last time, after hearing Dylan say that he might become the herbology professor at Hogwarts when he grew up, Neville not only had a goal in mind but also became more motivated and studious. This time, Dylan inspired him again. Although the carriage was silent, Neville felt as if a background music was playing around him. Work hard. Go for it. Neville continued to study, carefully pondering the knowledge of various herbs. Dylan was completely unaware of the opinions of his 3 companions. Instead, He examined his 3 rewards. Another max level spell? Let me see what it is this time. After Dylan received his achievement reward, the scene before him suddenly changed. He entered the world of consciousness. At that moment, the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently, like melting wax, constantly deforming and reorganizing. A flash of light passed by. When the light faded, Dylan found himself in a space filled with countless translucent bubbles. Dylan raised a brow and surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, bubbles popped and popped, one after another. The scene shifted again. He emerged into a dim, damp basement. A tall man mechanically sorted through the clutter, his eyes hollow and weary. Dylan saw himself raise his wand, then took a deep breath and chanted aloud, Fabrica Soni Maxima, swish. A burst of blue spelllight erupted from his hand. The basement walls collapsed. In an instant, they were immersed in a magical sea of clouds, dotted with floating islands. Broken bricks reassembled in midair, forming a glowing staircase. The tall man watched in astonishment as his old clothes transformed into magnificent robes. A path appeared beneath his feet, leading to a castle in the clouds. Dylan waved his arm, and spelllight painted all sorts of magical scenes in the sky. First, a dense forest rose from the ground, and luminous lightning feet darted through the air. Then, the calm lake suddenly began to surge violently, and out leaped a giant toilet, adorned with gems. Dylan froze. Was he in a dream? Dylan's movements remained uninterrupted. As he continuously adjusted the intensity of his spell, the entire dream reshaped according to his vision. The tall man finally donned his crown, receiving cheers from his toilet-like subjects. Finally, he commanded a magical fleet, also a giant toilet, as it soared into the sky and sailed off into the distance. When he ceased casting the spell, the sea of clouds and the castle gradually dissipated. The tall man reappeared, standing still. The numbness in his eyes had transformed into confidence and ambition, a new understanding that had inexplicably implanted itself in his mind. Dylan slowly opened his eyes. He had been stunned for only a moment, yet he had already mastered a maximum level spell. Fabrica Soni Maxima, he felt the spell knowledge emerging in his mind. After a moment's careful scrutiny, Dylan fully understood the purpose of the spell he had mastered. He can project pre-constructed memories, like a movie, into the dreams of a designated individual. Furthermore, upon awakening, a lingering impression of what Dylan wants them to do or understand, in other words, what Dylan wants them to say, will remain in their minds. This spell not only alters consciousness but also distorts the soul. However, unlike the Imperius curse, this extreme dream construction inflicts very little damage. The Imperius curse can also manipulate souls, but it ultimately causes significant trauma to the victim. Perhaps someone forced to use the Imperius curse would become demented and idiotic after their magical powers are drained. However, extreme dream construction is different. This spell allows Dylan to silently infiltrate a person's dreams. If Dylan wants someone to do something, he leaves a hook, waiting for them to wake up, whenever the opportunity arises, whether it's seeing something or hearing something. They'll be involuntarily influenced, swerving in the direction Dylan desires. If Dylan wants to be even more direct, he can even tell them what he wants them to do through dreams. Of course, if the person is already familiar with Dylan, or even trusts him, then they won't have any doubts and will be willing to follow his instructions upon waking. However, if their relationship with Dylan is poor, such direct commands might backfire, making them believe they simply had an unpleasant dream. But this spell has more than just that. If Dylan wants to tell someone something, he can also intrude on their dreams and leave a message. Or, even if he wants to change their personality, that's not impossible. Just like the demonstration just now, he can create scenes and images in dreams and make an ordinary, numb person become confident and ambitious. Isn't this spell incredibly valuable? Dylan's eyes lit up again. Chapter 240 Avada Eats Your Child. This spell was incredibly powerful. It allowed Dylan to infiltrate other people's dreams, even becoming the creator within them. Whatever Dylan dreamed of, as long as his imagination was strong enough, he could create it. Furthermore, through his magical transformation, Dylan could easily implant any command or thought into the mind of another person. And, more crucially, even if this spell were cast on someone, it wouldn't have a drastic effect, incomparable to the Imperius curse. This subtle, silent influence would clearly bring Dylan many benefits and help. And with this spell, the spells I've studied before, whether it's the Door of Dreams or the Veil of Mnemosyne, seem to have even more room for transformation. This latest, maxed out spell, Dylan had acquired, had brought him a wealth of new knowledge. This knowledge was invaluable, even Dumbledore wouldn't have taught him as much as this spell. Dylan felt as if a door to a new world had suddenly opened before his eyes. With the spell, he had a new target for research for a long time to come. Dylan smacked his lips. Message: congratulations on obtaining the maximum level spell, Fabricatione Maxima. Dylan nodded inwardly, deeply satisfied. Then, he looked at the next reward. A portrait of Ravenclaw? It should be similar to the ones in the headmaster's office, right? Dylan didn't pull the portrait out directly. Taking out a Ravenclaw portrait right here might just scare Neville and the others into a state of dementia. He simply glanced at the introduction to the system. Item: portrait of Ravenclaw. Description: a portrait left by a wise person, a true portrait of her. Effect: ability to cast various spells, communicate, and even enter the portrait and practice with it. Furthermore, placing it in a separate world can trigger new effects. Dylan raised an eyebrow calmly as he read the system's introduction. In his imagination, being able to practice sparring with wizard portraits was already incredibly impressive. Just like the portrait stored in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. However, this portrait of Ravenclaw was not only marked as a genuine Ravenclaw portrait by the system, but it also warned him that placing the portrait into a separate world might trigger a new effect. What would this effect be? Dylan's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat's paw, and curiosity was burning in him. However, after so many years of reading, he had actually developed a calm demeanor. Even faced with the temptation of a new reward, Dylan's heart remained unmoved, silently clutching the interesting facts of magical history in his hand. However, his fingers seemed a little tense. Dylan shifted his gaze to the final reward. Treasure map to the Ravenclaw treasure. Dylan glanced at the system's description of the item. Item: treasure map, Ravenclaw treasure edition. Description: a treasure map that records the whereabouts of a wizard of immense power. Find the treasure, and perhaps you'll find the wizard's legacy. Effect: look up. Dylan's mouth twitched slightly as he read the system's introduction. What a perverse system. After a moment's thought, he slowly put the book down. Then, silently, he retrieved the treasure map from the system panel. Neville and the others glanced at Dylan, only to assume he was about to record something. They paid no attention and returned to their own tasks. Dylan leaned back in the corner of the leather chair. He placed the parchment on his knees and unfolded it. The treasure map wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. Sunlight slanted in through the window, casting a golden edge on the paper. Neville, meanwhile, read his book. Seamus and Dean played wizard's chess across from him. Dylan rubbed the treasure map in his hand. The map was even older than he'd imagined. Its edges were brittle, dark brown, the result of dried blood or something else entirely. As Dylan unfolded it, a faint rustling sound emanated. He looked down. Faded lines of ink outlined the entire British Isles. But they abruptly ended somewhere beyond the coastline. In their place was a patch of dark purple ink. The ink seemed alive, even moving slightly in the sunlight. Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly, peering closer. He discovered that within the smears, faint silver lines lay hidden. They intertwined in swirling patterns. In the center, a string of Old English characters etched itself. Fatum Insula, what was that? Dylan raised an eyebrow. He lightly tapped his fingertips. Instantly, a faint golden glow erupted from the center of the vortex. It was located off the coast of Cornwall. The outline of an island, never before seen on Muggle maps, emerged. It was crescent-shaped, its center filled with black ink. Only at the edge was a symbol resembling an eagle's eye, marked in cinnabar. Dylan automatically translated the Old English text into language he could understand. Only those who know the truth can break through the fog. Dylan narrowed his eyes. His fingers traced the outline of the island. Suddenly, he felt a touch of cold water on his palm. Dylan's heart skipped a beat. The cold water touched his palm, and a key suddenly appeared. Dylan calmly opened his palm to examine it. The key was made of fish bones, shaped like an eagle. Dylan conveniently placed it in the system panel. Looks like I'll be busy again this Christmas break, but it didn't matter. One thing led to another. There was no rush. Meanwhile, Neville glanced at Dylan as he flipped through the pages of his book. But he noticed the man wasn't reading anymore. Instead, he was holding a piece of parchment, staring blankly at it without writing. Neville blinked, a hint of curiosity building in his eyes. He leaned in a little closer and saw that the parchment Dylan was holding looked like a map. "Dylan, are you planning to go out for Christmas break?" Neville asked curiously. Dylan came to his senses and gently folded up the map. He gave the man a casual smile. "Yeah, I'd like to go out for a walk sometimes," Neville chuckled back. "It's good to go out more often. When I was home, I used to hang out with my family all the time, but now I don't have much time." Dylan waved his hand. "Don't mention it. My family's either making money or hanging out every day, mostly playing." Thanks to Dylan's help, making money wasn't as difficult as it had been in the early days for the Huberts. Most of the necessary infrastructure was already set up. Earning money from the platform was undoubtedly much more convenient and faster than when they had to build the platform and make money at the same time. This also gave them more time to travel the world as a couple. Dylan hadn't even taken a proper trip abroad yet. Before Hogwarts, his family had no money. After Hogwarts, he simply had no time. Huh? Neville blinked. He knew Dylan's parents well enough, so he could only scratch his head awkwardly and chuckle. "Anyway, since we can go out and have some fun this time, let's have some fun." Dylan had no intention of reversing Neville's misunderstanding and making him think he was just going out for fun. After all, it was best to keep the Ravenclaw treasure as secret as possible. This would also make it easier for him to decide whether to claim the treasure as Dylan or as Cursus. Several times along the way, Dylan was tempted to simply take out his suitcase, crawl inside, and toss the Ravenclaw portrait in to see what would happen. But he suppressed the thought. He didn't want anyone else to know that he also had a portrait of a Ravenclaw. Who knew if the portrait would undergo some unexpected changes once it entered his world? Speaking of which, the Ravenclaw portrait I have in my hand has been evaluated by the system as a genuine Ravenclaw portrait. So what exactly is the Ravenclaw portrait hanging in Old Man Dumbledore's office? Is it just an ordinary portrait that has been nurtured by a Ravenclaw? And if the Ravenclaw treasure is found, who knows what it contains? I thought the former Big Four of Hogwarts would leave their treasure at Hogwarts, but it turns out it's somewhere else. Is it to protect against someone? Of course, this was just Dylan's speculation. He didn't jump to conclusions. He continued to pick up interesting anecdotes from the history of magic. He continued reading the previous part. Back to the Black Lake. During the Founder's time, the marriage age was younger, and young people lacked restraint. Godric had to establish school rules forbidding clapping for love after bathing, as well as forbidding births within the school. It's said that during that period, contraceptive potions were extremely popular, with supply practically outstripping demand. Later, Salazar, growing increasingly impatient from brewing the potion, simply stayed up all night, dispersing several stray couples while also covering the entire castle with a contraceptive spell. Of course, to avoid offending those patrons eager to continue their family line, this operation was kept strictly confidential. So, until her death, Helena never knew why she never had a sister. Dylan blinked. This anecdote was truly bizarre. But upon closer inspection, it seemed to hold a grain of truth. After all, if it weren't for someone's actions or arrangements, why were there so many people falling in love at Hogwarts every year, yet no one got pregnant? It couldn't be Professor Snape handing out contraceptive pills every year, could it? Of course, there weren't any inns near Hogwarts. Hogsmeade only had 2 bars and a tea house. Dylan wondered whether the wizards actually celebrated love in the castle, or if it was just a kiss. But as he'd thought before, the room of requirement had existed at Hogwarts for so many years, it was impossible for it to remain undiscovered. So, whether there were couples' rooms within this magical room was another matter. Wait a minute, I remember a while ago, when I was holding the Marauders map, I saw 2 names stacked on top of each other. Sometimes it was one person's name, sometimes it was another's. Sometimes they were one behind the other, and sometimes they were trembling. Dylan scratched his head, not wanting to think any further. Suddenly, his mind flashed back to the images he'd seen a year ago while doing some idle divination. He'd seen events from the past. When Ron's parents were in school, they'd sneaked out for a late-night stroll. Then Mr. Arthur was caught by the caretaker at the time. Dylan had seen the scars from the beatings when he'd been a guest at Ron's house. Over 20 years later, the scars still hadn't faded. Why would someone just take a walk get beaten like this? I couldn't wrap my head around it. Come to think of it, abortions in the Muggle world are pretty scientific, but in the magical world, you can't just stick a wand in and eat the melon, right? What would that mean? Wouldn't it still be Avada eating the melon? Shouldn't it be Avada eating your child? Would that mean Zigun had instantly become a supreme Horcrux? Dylan shuddered. Merlin, what a joke. Compared to all that, I think the most plausible explanation is that the Church of St. Peter has a hidden profession. Dylan smacked his lips. But Salazar got tired of making abortion potions, so it seems reasonable to cast a contraceptive spell on the entire castle. After all, I've been seeing Professor Snape for private lessons every day, and I've never seen him research any contraceptive potions, of course. If Professor Snape truly had a hidden profession, since it was already hidden, he naturally wouldn't let a child see it. Speaking of which, if Salazar really had cast a contraceptive spell on Hogwarts, given Salazar Slytherin's personality, it's a good thing he was a man. Otherwise, he might have left behind some spell that could have solved the problem more thoroughly, but if that happened, the men in the castle wouldn't have been too happy. Dylan shook his head, no longer dwelling on such exaggerated ideas. He wondered if Rita had read the book. If Rita knew about these unofficial histories, her first reaction would probably be, huh? How did the quill appear on its own? Chapter 241 Dad's Weird Christmas Gift. The train arrived. Dylan glanced out the window. The weather outside was beautiful. King's Cross Station was crowded with people. Dylan closed his book. Neville and the others began clearing away the fruit peels, cores, and other debris. Before parting, they exchanged a few words. Merry Christmas. See you when school starts. Bye, bye, Dylan waved. Neville and Seamus's families were already waiting for them at the station, so after they left, Dylan silently walked toward the pillar on the platform. Dean followed. Dylan raised an eyebrow. Looks like we said goodbye too early. They passed through the pillar and returned to the Muggle station. Dean looked at his family, who had come to pick him up, and smiled at Dylan. It's never too late to say it again. See you when school starts, Dylan nodded gently. See you when school starts. Dylan glanced around, but didn't see his parents. Dylan had naturally anticipated this outcome, so he wasn't surprised. He hailed a cab and headed for his home. The entire villa complex was adorned with Christmas decorations. Dylan walked along the cobblestone path, treading on the pristine white snow, toward his home. The street lights cast a warm yellow glow under the setting sun, casting a halo of light on the snow. Dylan winced and cast a warmth spell on himself. No one's home. Dylan glanced at the darkened villa. No one had turned on the lights. It seemed no one was around. Where did they go off to play again? Without telling me, Dylan snorted softly, approaching the door, pulling out his key and inserting it into the lock. Suddenly, Dylan became aware of a rustling noise coming from inside the house. He narrowed his eyes. Who's that? He was about to cast a spell, but the next moment, he heard his father's cheesy voice. Honey, do you think we can scare Dylan like this? Then, his mother, Maeve, called out. What's the fuss? It's a surprise, isn't it? The doting husband's voice echoed again, quickly echoing. Yes, a surprise, a surprise. Dylan's impending surge of magic faltered. Then, slowly retracting, he curled his lips in frustration, before a faint smile crept up. He pushed open the door. A cold breeze instantly blew in, carrying the rich aroma of roasted turkey. The villa, which had been dark, suddenly lit up with colorful lights. Hubert wore a Christmas sweater emblazoned with a golden snitch. Maeve wore a red headband adorned with stars. The couple held a gift box draped with ribbons. As Dylan opened the door, someone suddenly emerged from behind it, shouting in unison, "Son! Merry Christmas!" Dylan blinked. Seeing the couple's expectant expressions, his eyes widened in disbelief. Ah! You scared me, Hubert, realizing he'd frightened Dylan, instantly broke into a cheerful smile. Here, son, this is a Christmas present from your mom. Hubert thrust the gift box into Dylan's arms. I thought you weren't home and had gone somewhere to play, Dylan said. Of course I have to be home for Christmas. Is that even a given? Hubert beckoned everyone inside. Son, how's school going? Maeve stepped forward, holding Dylan in her arms. It seems like you've grown taller. You're only 13 now, aren't you? Dylan twitched his lips. Actually, I'm 14, Mom, Maeve blinked. Oh, just one? Is he really his biological son? Dylan's lips twitched. His nose twitched slightly. Dylan could even smell the scent of ivy and beer on his mother. Did you drink? Maeve said gently. Your dad wanted to celebrate your return home for the holidays, so he got me to drink a little. Dylan, is that worth celebrating? I think it's just an excuse for you to drink. The star-shaped headband in his mother's hair pricked him painfully. Dylan opened his mouth several times, but managed to hold it in. Okay, honey, come on in. It's so cold out the door. Don't let yourself get cold. Oh, and don't let your son get cold. Maeve patted Dylan's back gently and stood up. Taking Dylan's hand, she closed the door and walked into the living room. Dylan looked around. This Christmas decoration was different from last year's. Who knew who had the idea? There was a Christmas tree in the center of the living room. That was normal. But what was unusual was that atop the tree was a naked, bare-bottomed golden angel, a male angel. Naked, it spun around the top of the tree, its sword pointed in all directions. Beneath the Christmas tree lay a number of gift boxes, large and small. Hubert turned on the gramophone. Suddenly, a cheerful melody blared, interspersed with a sound of bells. "Dad, where did you get that golden snitch sweater?" Maeve led Dylan to the dining table and pulled out a chair for him. Dylan placed the gift box beside him and sat down, looking at his busy father. He gazed at his sweater with a golden snitch in confusion. "This? I saw someone selling it at the mall recently and thought it was pretty good. And then I remembered it was something like the Quidditch match you were talking about, so I bought one," Hubert explained casually. Dylan raised an eyebrow. "You bought this sweater at the mall, doesn't that mean you're openly selling magical items? Doesn't the Ministry of Magic care? Or is it just a piece of clothing with a pattern on it, so there's no need to intervene? It's not like Ron's father, who directly used magic on Muggle artifacts. It's just a pattern, it doesn't seem to matter." Dylan didn't dwell on it too much. The dining table was covered with an emerald tablecloth, and the servants seemed to have been dismissed. After all, it was Christmas, and people had to celebrate the holiday, and Dylan was a wizard. The Huberts certainly didn't want their son's secret to be known to others. They also arranged for the food and cleaning to be done before sending everyone home. It wouldn't be too much trouble for Hubert and Maeve. It was just a matter of heating up the food and serving it to the table. Dylan set the silverware. Then he watched his mother bring the steaming pumpkin soup to the table. Hubert, like a magician, took out a basket of gingerbread men. Each cookie was shaped like an owl, and its wings were decorated with some edible gold powder. "How about trying this? I wonder if it feels like you wizards. I even had a master redesign the home decor and the food. I'm just not sure if it's the same as the ones you have at school." Hubert winked at Dylan. Dylan clearly felt that with money and time, his father had rejuvenated. Free from the pressure of earning money for the family, free from the mundane and tedious daily grind, he could travel with his wife and become more and more childlike. Dylan was delighted. When you become youthful in your mindset, you naturally become younger as well. Glancing at the Christmas tree in the center of the living room, Dylan curled his lips. "Where did you find that, master? I think you've been fooled. No wizard would make a Christmas tree with a naked angel pointing a gun at everyone, ha ha ha. I find it strange too. This design is a bit too bizarre," Hubert chuckled, but after a few laughs, he suddenly realized something. "Huh? Son, how do you even know that adjective? Pointing a gun at everyone?" Maeve was stunned, looking at her son, who had grown to a towering 5'7". Dylan's eyelids twitched, but his expression remained calm. "Do you realize that description is strange? How else should I put it? Besides, we studied the anatomy of the human body in class. Potions isn't just about brewing potions, it requires a solid understanding of the human body. Transfiguration also requires a wizard to master this knowledge." Hubert, after hearing Dylan's explanation, instead wore a look of regret. "Oh, that's not a cute way of putting it." He then turned to Maeve. "Honey, our son seems to be getting more serious." Maeve smiled gently. "So what? A little more serious is good. It seems our son is doing well in school." Before Dylan could say anything, Hubert raised his head proudly. "Of course. He's our son after all. He's so smart, he must have inherited it from me." Maeve and Dylan exchanged a glance. Neither mother nor son offered any comment on Hubert's words. Instead, they smiled at each other, letting each other's mad laughter flow. When Hubert finally felt a little tired of his dry laughter and stopped, Dylan continued. "Besides, angels are basically gender neutral. At least no one has ever seen what's under an angel's pants. It seems like angels don't wear pants either." Maeve blinked curiously. "Son, do gods like angels really exist?" Dylan tapped the table lightly with his index finger. "Well, maybe they do, gods or something. But wizards don't generally believe in gods. After all, they wield magic. Gods might just be wizards with a deeper understanding of magic." "I see," Maeve nodded gently. Then, she smiled softly. She raised her chin slightly and nodded at the gift box beside Dylan. "Open it and take a look." "It's a gift box," But it's not just for you. Your father has a gift for you, too, and he's put it inside." Upon hearing this, Hubert immediately cast his gaze upon Dylan, eager for him to open the box. Maeve also looked at him. But Dylan suddenly had a bad feeling. His father's sudden expression, it didn't look like good news. Glancing at the beautifully wrapped box, Dylan paused, then hesitantly picked it up and placed it on his lap. He gently hooked his fingertips around the knot of the ribbon that bound the box and slowly untied it. The ribbon slipped from his hand. Dylan took a deep breath, placed his palm over the lid, and then, with a slight pressure, lifted it up. He looked down. Inside, he saw two objects. One was a telescope. Maeve smiled and said, "I don't know what you need at school, or if this will be of any use to you, but it's a thoughtful gesture from me. I hope you like it." Dylan took out the telescope. It felt heavy in his hand, quite substantial, and the material was quite fine. It must have cost a fortune. Is he planning to use the telescope, and with his clairvoyance, to spy on people? Dylan smacked his lips, then smiled. "Thanks, Mom. I like it, and it's very useful." Dylan lowered his head and examined the box. "I wonder what Dad gave me." Hubert immediately came forward, standing beside Dylan, and peeled back the covering inside the box, revealing the small objects hidden underneath. A photograph and a small wooden sculpture. The photo showed a child, naked, sitting on a table, pointing a gun at someone. The wooden sculpture seemed to be a replica of the child in the photo. Dylan's eyelids twitched. "Who is this?" Suddenly, the child looked familiar. Not mentally, but truly. Dylan's head jerked, and he turned halfway to the side, looking at the Christmas tree in the living room. His gaze locked on the pure white angel sculpture at the top. He looked at the angel statue, then at the photo and the wood carving in his hands. Realization struck him, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. "This," Hubert burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. I knew he couldn't guess it. What do you think, honey? I won the bet this time." Maeve also smiled. "Okay, I promise you tonight, Dylan." Hubert seemed in a good mood, reaching out and rubbing Dylan's head fiercely. "Finally found it? That little angel is you, my dear son." Dylan's face darkened. He raised his hand and looked at the photo. It looked like it was taken when he was a child. It was black and white. Little Dylan was naked. His expression was calm. The little man looked a little arrogant because of his calm expression. He just stared blankly at the camera. Dylan suddenly felt a surge of ancient memories in his mind. How could this expression be calm? He was clearly naked at that time. Suddenly, a photographer burst into his home and, without even saying hello, began taking his pictures. He was completely stunned. Later, he learned that his father had given him a bonus and hired him as a photographer. Looking back now, it feels like his father's unruly nature had already begun to show from that time. Chapter 242 I want to kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Dylan silently put away the Christmas present his parents had given him. After a moment's silence, he looked up at Hubert and said, "There shouldn't be any other photos like this, right?" Hubert laughed. "Ever since you were little, I've always felt you were different from other kids, precocious and opinionated. I felt I had to keep more photos of you from your childhood, so I took a few of you while you were asleep." Hubert squinted his eyes, curled his lips into a smile, and said, "Dylan." He was really confused. Although he had his own consciousness since birth, his body had, after all, grown from an infant. He needed to sleep most of the time. Perhaps it was because his infant body carried the soul of an adult, making him sleepier than a normal child. Therefore, he was difficult to wake while he was asleep. If Hubert really took advantage of his drowsiness to take all kinds of bizarre photos of him, he might not even know it. Damn it. His father had actually been planning to take such embarrassing photos of him all those years ago. He fiddled with his fingers. He half wanted to just abandon his own son and cast a forgetfulness spell on Hubert. But then, Hubert suddenly spoke up. "I'm just using these photos as a reminder from my old age. I don't think my clever, kind, and lovable son would use his magical powers to harm his own father, would he?" Seeing Hubert's sincere expression, Dylan's lips twitched, then a faint smile crossed his face. "Dad, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do that to you? You're making me so sad." Hubert chuckled. "I knew my son was the second best." Dylan raised an eyebrow. "Then who's the best?" Hubert walked over to Maeve and pulled her into a hug. "Of course, your mother." Dylan chuckled. "Okay, let's eat quickly, or we'll have to reheat all this food." Maeve gently nudged her husband, then broke free from Hubert's embrace and headed back to the kitchen, bringing out some more snacks. This time, there was no England's famous dish, stargazing. Dylan breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the food on the table. A large turkey. Actually, it wasn't very tasty. Besides, they didn't eat turkey back then, they ate roast goose instead. But after America became popular with this dish, England followed suit, replacing the goose with chicken. And not just any chicken. If it were just a regular roast chicken, it would actually taste pretty good, but the turkey, well, it's just not bad. Hubert took advantage of his wife's absence to serve the food and asked Dylan, "Son, where's your little owl? And where's your little black cat?" Dylan was startled, then realized his father was talking about Cole and Luna. "In my portable space." Portable space, Hubert's eyes lit up. "That sounds impressive. Can I get one too? Traveling with your mom is such a hassle with all the luggage." Dylan's mouth twitched. "Dad, do you want the Ministry of Magic to list your son as a wanted criminal?" Hubert blinked. "That serious?" Dylan looked him straight in the eye. "What else? Actually, he could give his parents a small storage ring with a traceless extension spell, or something like that. But if someone discovered it, it would cause a lot of trouble. However, since his dad had brought it up, he could give them a space ring. With a few more protective spells on it, it shouldn't be a problem. Forget it, it's just a portable space. I'm not really that interested," Hubert muttered. Just then, Maeve came over. She had overheard the conversation between father and son and glanced at her husband with a hint of annoyance. "Why let your son do such dangerous things? That Ministry of Magic is very strict in investigating such things. We don't know magic, so we shouldn't hold our son back." "I didn't say I wanted to hold my son back," Hubert quickly put on a pleading expression, fearing that his wife would be angry with him. Dylan touched his chin. "If you really want a portable space, Dad, I can actually make one for you. I can make this thing myself." "Oh. Really?" Hubert looked over immediately. "Of course, how could your son's words be false?" Dylan nodded. Maeve frowned. "Is this okay?" "Dylan, didn't you say?" Hearing this, Hubert suppressed his excitement. "Yeah, let's forget about this risky thing." Dylan shook his head. "There are risks indeed, but as long as you are not in front of a group of people, you can use the portable space I gave you to take things openly, as long as it is not discovered by other people. It does not violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic. They don't stipulate that wizards can't give their families some beneficial things. Then I will cast some spells on the space backpack or ring to minimize the possibility of you being accidentally seen by others. Even if you are seen, my spell will affect other people's minds." Maeve was still hesitant. "This," Dylan said directly, "it's settled. Anyway, I have given you magic props before. Have you forgotten the jade bracelets or rings I asked you to wear close to your body? And I asked you to keep all kinds of small things as close to your body as possible. They are little gadgets made by me using magic." Seeing his son's assurance, Hubert chuckled. "In that case, I'll leave it to you, son." Dylan nodded. "Don't worry, I'll figure it out. I'll just turn a ring into portable space. That way, it'll be much more convenient for you to wear and use." "Great, great." Hubert rubbed his hands excitedly. "I just don't know when your dad will get this little gadget. Before I go back to school." Dylan rolled his eyes. "Dad, you're not that anxious, are you?" He glanced at Hubert. "Are you planning to take mom out again during Christmas and leave me home alone again?" Hubert laughed heartily at his son's remark. "How could that be? Of course not. Every time I go home, I only see you for a few days, but then I never see you again," Dylan said grumpily. "Ahem. Maybe you just woke up too late, and we got up early, and since we saw you were still asleep, we had nothing better to do, so we decided to go out for a walk." Hubert tried to defend his fatherly image. Looking at the father and son bickering again, Maeve smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, Dylan, your dad and I aren't planning on going out this Christmas." "Really?" Dylan asked suspiciously. "Of course," Hubert said immediately. "I'm not planning on taking your mom out for a random run this time." Dylan narrowed his eyes. "Actually, Dad, what you're saying is, you haven't figured out where to take mom yet, right? Haven't we already been to all the places we should go? If we want to go out again, we'll have to go even further." How did this kid know? Hubert was at a loss for words to answer Dylan's question. This little brat is getting harder and harder to fool. Dylan rolled his eyes helplessly. "If you really want to go out and play in a couple of days, then go for a walk. I probably won't be staying home all the time while I'm back, anyway." I have a lot of things I need to do outside. Hubert blinked his eyelashes, staring at Dylan intently. Then he said, so it was you, son, who wanted to go out and run around? And you're trying to get us out too. That's not fair. We can just talk it out, Dylan. Dylan didn't bother answering his cheap dad's question. Instead, he rolled his eyes and prepared to start eating. After a long day of driving, he was really hungry. He waved his hand, and instantly, Luna and Coalball were summoned. Moo! Coalball leaped forward, almost falling into the food. Dylan was quick-witted and grabbed the little creature by the neck. Moo! Seeing Dylan, Coalball twisted his body excitedly. Hubert saw the little creature and made a few slurping sounds. Come here, Coalball turned and glanced at Hubert. They were all old acquaintances. Coalball didn't resist Hubert's call. He knew this man was his master's father. He couldn't afford to offend him. What a sweet kitten, Dylan smacked his lips, not correcting his parents' misconception of Coalball. They didn't need to know what Coalball was anyway. They'd just keep it as a kitten. How you? Luna also flew over the table, tilting her big head. Now that she was in Dylan's care, she wasn't small. Compared to a normal owl, she was already more than a size larger. After all, Dylan would occasionally share some of the dragon rations with her. It was incredibly nutritious. Let Mom get you some turkey? Dylan possessed the spell of Soul Remnant, so he naturally knew the language of owls. And whether it was a snowy owl or any other eagle owl species, they were all essentially owls. Therefore, Dylan only had to sacrifice the soul of a dying owl. He could communicate with most owls. Hearing this, Luna didn't even flap her wings. Instead, she hopped across the table to Maeve and opened her mouth. Maeve stared at the large creature, stunned. She couldn't help but laugh and said, "Does it want me to feed it?" Dylan nodded. "Yes, just tear off some turkey meat for it. We can't finish it anyway, and it's not very tasty." Luna tilted her head and glanced back at her master, but her peripheral vision was fixed on the large, attractive turkey on the plate on the table. Her mouth remained open, without any other movement. Maeve smiled and cut off a piece of turkey leg with her knife and fork. "Don't let him eat the turkey leg. That's the only edible part of the bird. Just give him some other parts." Luna turned around and protested, "I want this part, I want it." Dylan curled his lips. Maeve smiled gently, "It's okay. There's still so much. Let him have some." Hubert also began to carve the turkey for Cole. However, he didn't cut into the legs, but instead cut off some of the breast. This would get stuck in their teeth, and they basically wouldn't eat it. It would be better to let the animals eat it. Cole watched Hubert's actions, then looked at Luna, who opened her mouth to eat the meat, and turned back to Dylan with a wronged look. But Dylan remained silent. Cole. After the Hawkwoods finished carving the meat for their two pets, Maeve poured Dylan a drink. It was orange juice. She poured red wine into her and Hubert's glasses. "Mom, I can drink some red wine too." Dylan was about to say that there was no need to take special care of him. It's not like they had drunk red wine together before. However, Hubert added, "This is what we had left over from a while ago. If we don't drink it now, it will go bad. No one will drink it at home, so you should drink it quickly, Dylan." Coalball blinked. He chuckled softly. But as if he was afraid of what Dylan would say, he quickly suppressed his laughter and lowered his head to start tearing into the turkey on his plate. It tastes pretty good actually." Dylan glared at Coalball. He forced a smile. "Okay, then, Mom and Dad, Merry Christmas." He raised his glass. Hubert and Maeve also raised their glasses. "Merry Christmas, son." The three of them clinked their glasses and took a sip. Maeve then said, "Don't listen to your dad. This orange juice was just bought today and opened. We didn't like the leftover orange juice at home, so the nanny threw it away a long time ago." Dylan nodded with a hum and began to eat. It was already evening. The sky outside the window was dim, but there was still a lot of light. There were lights and snowflakes outside. The Christmas atmosphere was very strong. After dinner, Maeve was about to clear the dishes, but Dylan used a spell to clear the mess. "Don't bother, Mom, I'll do it." Maeve had seen Dylan use spells before, so she didn't insist. They didn't even need to wash the dishes. One spell would make them spotless, and another spell would make them fly back to the kitchen and put them away neatly. "How convenient," Hubert exclaimed. "If only your mother and I could cast this kind of spell." Dylan pursed his lips. "You don't need these spells on a normal day. Don't you have a nanny at home? You only need to pack your things during the holidays." And I'm at home. Oh, okay, I was just thinking about it. Chapter 243 Welcome to my world, Dean. After dinner, Dylan chatted with his parents for a while. Mr. Hubert glanced at the time and said he would take Maeve to the cinema to watch a movie in the evening. He also asked Dylan if he wanted to go. Dylan naturally rejected it outright. Hubert shook his head and spread his hands. That's a shame, but it just so happens that I only bought 2 tickets. Since you're not going, I don't have to go out and buy another one. As soon as he finished speaking, Hubert put his arm around Maeve's waist. Dylan's mouth twitched. Actually, you didn't plan to let me go with you and be a light bulb, right? Oh, darling, then you should stay at home alone, Maeve said softly. Dylan nodded. Hubert waved his hand. Don't worry about him. He's got his own ideas. I'm afraid he'll mess around at home with something we don't understand. He looked at Dylan. Right, kid. The sudden burst of pure British Cockney accent reminded Dylan of the old British woman with curly hair. Yes, Dad, you're so smart. You figured it out so quickly. Rolling his eyes, Dylan bid farewell to his adopted parents and returned to his bedroom. Now he finally had time to see what the real Ravenclaw portrait was all about. He closed the door. Coldball looked around. Then, skillfully, he jumped onto the bed and lay down. Luna was an owl, after all. Flying around the house would definitely cause trouble. So, Dylan put her back into the pet space. Do you want to go back? Dylan looked at Coldball. The latter shook his head. Moo, no, Dylan nodded. Then I'll go back. He opened his suitcase. Coldball? Was it a setup by the capitalists? Moo, moo, moo. Then I want to go back, too. Dylan chuckled, waved his hand, and entered the suitcase space with the cold rickets. Ouch! The moment he appeared, Norbita flew over. Dylan tossed it a few pieces of meat. Go play for a while, I have some important things to do. Ouch! Norbita shook his head up and down, then quietly stepped aside and began to play with a basilisk, now freed by Dylan and free to roam the forest and ocean. Of course, most of the time, Norbita was teasing the basilisk. For example, he would treat it like a spicy snack or a toy, tossing it around. Or he would treat it like an enemy, improving his attacking methods. The basilisk was not completely unable to fight back. It could fight back to some extent. But on the other hand, fighting a dragon that could breathe fire and fly was not necessarily a sure win. Secondly, after so much torture at Dylan's hands, stripping its scales, draining its blood, cutting its flesh, the basilisk's originally ferocious nature had long since been tempered. It wasn't exactly timid now, but it certainly didn't dare act too aggressively, let alone harm Dylan's pet. And because of this caution, it wasn't certain it could defeat Norbita without its curse-inflicting eyes. Even if it could successfully curse Norbita, as a dragon, its inherent resistance to magic was extremely high. The basilisk wouldn't be able to completely petrify Norbita. Even if it did, a bottle of mandrake herb would easily remove the petrification. On the contrary, if it actually harmed Norbita, it would likely face even more brutal torture from Dylan. This was something the basilisk had experienced firsthand. Since then, it has become even more vulnerable to Norbita's teasing and manipulation, leaving it vulnerable to the dragon's manipulation. All it can do is flee. Dylan paid no attention to Norbita's situation, instead retrieving the Ravenclaw portrait from the system panel. He stood at the edge of a verdant forest, the ocean nearby. The scent of the earth, mingled with the salty sea breeze, enveloped Dylan. It was already dusk, and both the forest and the ocean were growing dim. He unsheathed a portrait wrapped in deep blue velvet. Carefully, Dylan unfolded the cloth. A familiar yet unfamiliar face gradually emerged before him. The portrait in his hand was not small. The woman in the painting wore an exquisite crown studded with sapphires and stars, her long, jet-black hair flowing gracefully like silk. Her features revealed an indescribable grace and wisdom. She wore a pale blue robe embroidered with a silver eagle, a symbol of wisdom. Though merely a painting, her demeanor made her seem real, and her entire being radiated a mysterious aura. Dylan's gaze was drawn involuntarily to the woman's. Those eyes, a deep blue like a lake, seemed to hold within them the entire starry sky. As Dylan gazed at the portrait, lost in thought, those previously still eyes suddenly shifted slightly, focusing on Dylan. Their gazes met in midair. Dylan felt his heart skip a beat, his entire body tingling as if struck by an electric current. It was undeniable that Ravenclaw was truly a beauty. And the aura of wisdom that enveloped her made her seem strangely extraordinary. Young wizard, The Ravenclaw's voice emanated from the portrait, gentle yet undeniably commanding. "How did you bring me here?" She tilted her head slightly, and the sapphires on her crown swayed gently, reflecting a captivating light and adding a touch of allure to her features. Dylan blinked, coming back to his senses. "Headmaster Ravenclaw, how I brought you here is irrelevant. What matters is, do you still remember anything from before? For example, where were you before you came here?" The Ravenclaw narrowed his eyes slightly. "I don't seem to remember anything about it either." "Did you use that spell on me?" Dylan listened to the other's answer, calming himself. It seemed that the props produced by the system shouldn't leave him with any uncertainties or troubles. "Well, then, Headmaster Ravenclaw, let me introduce myself to you." Dylan let the picture frame float in midair and gracefully gave the other a gentleman's salute. The Ravenclaw's gaze swept across the forest and then across the sea. Such an unfamiliar space. "I think your explanation had better be compelling," Dylan smiled. "I didn't expect you to speak so forcefully. I remember the head of Ravenclaw as a very gentle person." The Ravenclaw paused, raised an eyebrow, and looked at Dylan. "From what you say, could it be that you're a student at Hogwarts?" "Yes, this is my space, my world, and I make the rules." Dylan snapped his fingers. The distant waves condensed into transparent stairs, reaching straight up into the clouds. Dylan, carrying the portrait, stepped high into the sky and gazed down. Suddenly, the forest lit up with millions of fireflies. A galaxy of stars intertwined above them. The Ravenclaw raised a brow and gracefully raised a hand within the portrait. Instantly, Dylan felt a silent burst of magic. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the canvas, and a pale blue light flickered. It seemed that she was using magic to sense her surroundings. Interesting space. I feel the power of the rules, and these rules. The Ravenclaw's gaze fell on Dylan again. A hint of inquiry in his eyes. It seems they've all been imposed upon you. What happened at Hogwarts? Why did a little wizard like you appear? Dylan chuckled. Nothing happened at Hogwarts. It's just that I'm different. From now on, this is your new home. I'll try to invite the Gryffindors and the other heads of house to keep you company. Oh? Can you even bring the Gryffindors? Well, I think so. Dylan paused, listening to the Ravenclaw's voice. The other party didn't seem very interested. Don't you want to see them? The Ravenclaw waved his hand gently in the painting. It feels like 1 second I'm with them, and the next, I'm a painting, so, whether I want to see them or not, I don't really feel anything. Of course, if you can invite the Hufflepuffs, I think I'd be happy. Dylan raised a brow. That seems to be the case. Although Hogwarts was founded by these 4 founders, they were ultimately just colleagues. They had a good relationship when the school was first established. Later, due to differences in their philosophies, Slytherin first began to clash with the other 3 founders, and their relationship began to break down. As for the other 3, while their relationships remained good, they were ultimately no longer as close as they had been at the beginning. Dylan nodded. I'll try my best. The Ravenclaw looked at Dylan. Which house are you from? Dylan smiled. Gryffindor. Oh, so you're not a pureblood then? Dylan blinked. The Ravenclaw chuckled. According to Salazar's ideas, I'm afraid Slytherin wouldn't welcome half-bloods anymore. Dylan shrugged. 1,000 years have passed, and Slytherin has indeed become more like a pure-blood aristocratic house. But after all, the headmaster has been dead for so long, and no matter how steadfast his ideals were, they couldn't influence everyone. The Ravenclaw nodded slightly, his eyes still fixed on Dylan. But her eyes were no longer harsh, but much gentler. Although she did not quite understand the current situation, she had a feeling that she should have been a portrait. Moreover, the little wizard in front of her was a student of Hogwarts. Although not a Ravenclaw, he was also a child of Gryffindor. And she knew the temperament of Gryffindor very well. Being able to enter Gryffindor meant that the nature of this little wizard should not be bad. In this case, as the founder of the academy, she was also the dean of this little wizard to some extent. How could she be too strict with her students? I almost forgot to introduce the most important thing. My name is Dylan Hawkwood. Dean, you can just call me Dylan. Ravenclaw nodded. Dylan? A nice name. You come from a commoner family, right? Are your parents wizards? Dylan shook his head. My parents are ordinary people, without magical powers. Ravenclaw nodded slightly. So this world, Dylan smiled softly. Dean, this is my secret. Ravenclaw paused, then raised his lip, no longer mentioning the matter, changing the subject. I can sense that the portrait world I'm in seems to be subtly connected to yours. Dylan raised a brow at this. He remembered the effect mentioned in the system introduction. If a Ravenclaw portrait is placed in an independent world, it can trigger a new effect. Could this be what they were referring to? Dylan blinked. Headmaster Ravenclaw, are you suggesting that you might be able to leave the portrait world and enter my world? The Ravenclaw nodded. But I also sense some limitations. Perhaps, this requires your permission. Dylan blinked. Really? Then I'll give it a try. Dylan's melody and the flowing water stairway, beneath his feet a staircase formed by the stagnant seawater. Although there was no moon in the sky, a hazy moonlight outlined his figure. He wore a long black robe, which rustled fiercely in the high wind. The wind seemed to penetrate the portrait, sending even the Ravenclaw's hair flying. Gazing at the floating Ravenclaw portrait across from him, Dylan's eyes gleamed. He extended his right hand, passing directly through the portrait and plunging deep into it. The Ravenclaw looked at the hand that seemed to reach out from thin air. He tilted his head slightly. A smile curved the corners of his delicate lips. The silver eagle embroidered on her skirt seemed to be about to spread its wings as she moved. Hold me, Dylan's voice rang out. The Ravenclaw gently raised her hand, extending her fingertips to tentatively touch Dylan's palm. The moment their skin touched, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the portrait. Dylan grasped her hand tightly, then tugged it back. Ravenclaw's pale blue robes were the first to leave the canvas. Then, her arms, and then her entire body. Finally, the Ravenclaw's figure was completely out of the portrait. Without the Ravenclaw, the portrait didn't vanish. Instead, it slowly flew to the Ravenclaw's side. It eventually shrank, becoming another embroidery, etched onto the hem of the Ravenclaw's skirt. Am I really out? The Ravenclaw's dark eyes gleamed with interest. This ability involves not only special magic, but also the soul. Dylan looked at the Ravenclaw headmaster, who kept observing him, seemingly possessing a physical form, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Welcome to my world, headmaster. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Be My Butler, Ravenclaw. Dylan grasped Ravenclaw's slightly chilled hand, bowed gently and courteously, then lifted Ravenclaw's palm slightly. The real world, the real me. Ravenclaw glanced around, feeling her own physical presence, a sense of surprise building within her. She knew she must have been nothing more than a portrait. Though she didn't fully grasp what had happened before becoming a portrait, her memories still lingered on her Ravenclaw days. But Ravenclaw's understanding of herself was crystal clear. But now, it seemed as if she had truly escaped the portrait. Not only could she exist outside of it, but even within the world that contained her. It wasn't the real world, but it was real nonetheless. Feeling the wind whistling in her ears, Ravenclaw used magic to steady herself. They stood high above the heavens. Beneath them, a vast world stretched out in astonishing symmetry. To the left lay a vast forest. Layers of treetops, bathed in moonlight, fireflies danced through it. To the right, the boundless ocean stretched as far as the eye could see. Waves surged, crests collided, and the sound of the waves rose. With each surge of the waves, Ravenclaw felt more deeply that this was truly a real world. What a miraculous place. I can sense an extremely strong aura of life here. This world must be home to a great many creatures, right? Dylan nodded. I have to say, your perception is truly acute. Ravenclaw closed his eyes slightly, a magical aura emanating from him. I've also sensed something even more astonishing. What? Ravenclaw paused, then looked at Dylan. I wonder if I could borrow your wand. Dylan blinked slightly. Of course not. He looked up at Ravenclaw's head. After Ravenclaw left the portrait, the tiara she had once worn vanished. Dylan pondered for a moment, then flipped his hand, and a tiara suddenly appeared in his palm. My tiara? Ravenclaw's gaze fixed. Yes, your tiara. Dylan nodded. Ravenclaw gazed at the eagle-shaped tiara, a slight frown forming on his brow. It's a very evil aura. Why has my crown become like this? It can still enlighten people's wisdom, but there seems to be another soul in it, Voldemort, a dark lord who almost ruled the entire wizarding world. He integrated his soul into the crown in pursuit of eternal immortality. Voldemort. Ravenclaw frowned even tighter. This is really not a nice name, Dylan, why is the dean focusing on such a strange thing? But he has been dealt with. It's just that recently, He seems to have been trying to resurrect, and he has done a lot of things, making Hogwarts a mess. Ravenclaw looked at Dylan again. But with you here, can Voldemort still succeed? Although you are still young, I can feel an extremely strong magical aura on you, and, Ravenclaw looked around. You possess an entire, real world, something even I can't achieve. I imagine, even in your age, you must be an extremely powerful wizard, right? The Ravenclaw didn't look down on Dylan because of his youth. Instead, he showered him with praise. Dylan curled his lips. I suppose, if we only consider my magical power and mastery of spells, I can be considered a powerful wizard, but there's still so much knowledge to learn. The Ravenclaw gave Dylan an approving look. Yes, knowledge is endless, and I've only glimpsed a fraction of it. After saying this, the Ravenclaw looked at Dylan with some doubt. Although we've only just met, I've never had any hostility towards you from the beginning. On the contrary, I've always felt a sense of closeness. Your perspective on learning has been puzzling to me. Why haven't you become a Ravenclaw, my student? Dylan's eyelashes fluttered. Well, perhaps the Sorting Hat thinks I'm braver. The Sorting Hat, at that mention. A dazed look crossed Ravenclaw's face. Can it still work? After all these years, Dylan looked at Ravenclaw in confusion. Yes, and it works part-time now, like a hat with multiple jobs? Huh? Part-time, Ravenclaw wondered. Yes, it even swallowed a large sword alive. Dylan nodded. Ravenclaw blinked. You mean, the Sorting Hat swallowed a sword forged by Gryffindor? To be precise, it temporarily stored the sword of Gryffindor. Is that so? Then it must be feeling quite heavy in its stomach after all these years. Ravenclaw smiled. It's a sentient hat, and it's extremely difficult to influence. I think Gryffindor must have threatened it, otherwise it wouldn't have agreed to anything foreign in its stomach. Dylan and Ravenclaw were now standing on the stairs formed by the water. Now it was Dylan's turn to curiously ask Ravenclaw a question. Headmaster, I saw you seem to be able to use magic before. How strong are you now? After all, he had dragged Ravenclaw from the portrait. Ultimately, she was just a fake person, existing as a spirit in his world, a ghost-like existence. But that wasn't quite right, because Ravenclaw seemed to believe she possessed a real physical body. How could someone with a physical body be a ghost? So, Dylan was quite curious about Ravenclaw's current state. If he could figure this out, Dylan had a hunch. He would surely achieve a major breakthrough in space, soul, flesh, and life magic. Perhaps Ravenclaw's current state even involved time. Just thinking about it excited Dylan. I'm not sure. I do have some memories of a lot of knowledge and spells. If I were to ask how much of my strength I still have, I'd say around 80%. 80%? Dylan smiled. Forget 80%. Even if the headmaster was only at 50% of his strength right now, that would still be ridiculously strong. Headmaster, although I'm not a student of Ravenclaw, since you've appeared in my world and will likely be staying here for a long time, I should be able to ask you any questions I have, right? Dylan's eyes lit up. Ravenclaw smiled faintly. Of course, no problem. After all, you asked me to bring you here. And, don't call me headmaster, just call me Rowena. Dylan paused. Is that appropriate? Why not? This is your world. Perhaps I was created by your secret, too. Ravenclaw smiled serenely, a beautiful aura emanating from her. Dylan narrowed his eyes and touched his chin. It seemed that although Ravenclaw couldn't directly perceive his system, it at least had some guesses about the current situation. That's right. Ravenclaw had emerged from the portrait. Could he return to it, or rather, could he leave his world? Dylan pondered. In reality, even if Ravenclaw could leave his world, Dylan didn't intend to take it out just yet. After all, if this portrait wasn't the one in the headmaster's office, that meant there was another Ravenclaw portrait in the headmaster's office. Letting the two portraits collide face to face, what would happen? Dylan couldn't imagine. And leaving the other person in his own world. This world was completely under his control. Therefore, leaving him behind would reassure Dylan. Moreover, if his world could have someone so powerful, knowledgeable, and beautiful, it would not only be pleasing to the eye, but also extremely useful. In that case, Headmaster Rowena, may I have the honor of inviting you to become the steward of my world? The Ravenclaw smiled. Are you inviting me to be your housekeeper? Dylan bowed slightly. Yes, but this home is an entire world. It will continue to expand. I believe that one day, this world will become real. The Ravenclaw pondered for a moment, then nodded. I promise. I'm curious. Have you found the legendary world tree? Dylan simply smiled and didn't answer. Let the Ravenclaw figure it out for himself. And judging by the current situation, Ravenclaw might actually have been created by the system. Of course, she could also have been plundered by the system from somewhere. But no matter what, Ravenclaw's portrait is always considered a system product. System products are always of high quality. And not only are they of high quality, they are usually well guaranteed. Just like what Ravenclaw told him. From the first time they met. Although Ravenclaw pretended to be majestic, she actually did not have the slightest hostility towards Dylan. This also means that there may be system suppression, or some other reason. After all, Ravenclaw would not do anything to him, otherwise they might have fought the first time they met. So, making Ravenclaw the steward of his world was simply the most appropriate decision. Later, if I have the chance to invite the heads of the other 3 houses, you might be able to use my entire world as a school, the Ravenclaw paused. With Salazar's interference, if you really let him run your world like a school, your world might develop in unpredictable directions. Dylan remained non-committal. The Founder's magic was powerful. But he became his portrait. And in his world, he had taken her out of the portrait. In the end, she was at his mercy. Out of respect for the founder of Hogwarts, Dylan was happy to show some kindness to the heads of the houses. If Salazar didn't appreciate it, then he could go back to the cabin and stay with Tom. He wouldn't have to run the world anymore. He could just be Dylan's experimental subject. From your expression, you seem confident. I won't say any more. The Ravenclaw looked down. How about taking me down for a walk? Of course, it's a bit chilly with the wind here. Dylan smiled. He ignored Ravenclaw, who was also channeling magic to maintain his hovering form. The two of them slowly flew towards the ground. Ravenclaw surveyed her surroundings. As she moved, her understanding of this world deepened. Not only is it a real world, but despite its limited ecological environment, I sense the balance of life, Ravenclaw said in a light voice. The entire world is like a precisely running magical clock, each gear perfectly aligned, autonomously maintaining its ecology. Ravenclaw turned to gaze at the ocean. The whirlpools deep within seemed to possess the power of circulating tides. Although there was no actual moon in the sky, the moonlight shone brightly. Ravenclaw didn't know where this moonlight came from. However, since there was a tidal force, it meant that this world might also be influenced by the movement of the stars. How incredible! The sea breeze lifted Ravenclaw's hair. The crown she held in her hand, though gleaming, was not as brilliant as the light gleaming in her eyes. I once built a small ecological park. I put a lot of effort into deducing a perfect magical ecosystem, but the end result was still unsatisfactory. Ravenclaw gazed at the junction of ocean and forest. Yet here, I clearly sense a true dynamic balance, a balance between life and nature, operating perfectly. The more he thought and perceived, the more an uncontrollable smile grew on Ravenclaw's face. It was the natural ecstasy of a scholar who glimpsed unimaginable truths. If you truly created this world independently, and you understand the magical principles within it, I think, Dylan, you would be able to overturn the entire history of magic, and everyone would flock to you. Then, as the headmaster who created Hogwarts, I would seem utterly insignificant. Don't say that, headmistress. Although as a co-founder and administrator of Hogwarts, you can be called either headmistress or headmistress, but I'll just call you headmistress Rowena. Your wisdom, even now, is what wizards strive for. You're truly comforting. Ravenclaw smiled happily. Well, now that I've become your steward, I think I should explore this world thoroughly first. Okay, there was a subtle hint of excitement in Ravenclaw's tone. A world independent of the rest of the world. If it were created, then it shouldn't be called magic, but divine power, right? In other words, wouldn't a person who created the world also be able to become a god? Chapter 245 Ravenclaw, are you a Dementor? Of course, feel free to do as you please. Dylan gestured for an invitation. The two walked towards the forest. The ground was covered with fallen leaves. Dylan and Ravenclaw stepped on the soft leaves. Ravenclaw glanced around. Dylan gently kicked away the pine cones at his feet. Swish! Suddenly, a warm breeze swept over their heads. A fire dragon flew over. With a purring sound of wings, the dragon, covered in gray-black scales, landed on the ground with a thud. Whoosh! Its breath was still hot from its nose. Its thick tail slapped the ground lightly, shaking the surrounding gravel. Norbert's round, vertical pupils stared at Ravenclaw with curiosity. This is one of my teachers. She'll be living here with you. Be polite to her, Understand, of course, even if they weren't polite, Ravenclaw would probably keep Norbert in check. There was no other way. Their hard power was there. Ouch, but Norbita was obedient to Dylan's words. Hearing this, she simply nodded her head, and even her bared fangs softened a bit. The Ravenclaw looked at the giant dragon before them, slightly surprised. I didn't expect your world to have a dragon? Are dragons allowed in the magical world now? Dylan shook his head. No, it's illegal to keep dragons privately, but then, he smiled softly. But as long as I don't obey the Ministry of Magic's laws, I can keep one. The Ravenclaw also laughed. In fact, laws only restrict the real world, and your world is naturally not bound by any regulations. You are the master here, and you set the rules. So, naturally, you can keep whatever you want. Dylan raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected the Ravenclaw to adapt so quickly. Hiss! Then, another hissing sound emanated from the forest. The Ravenclaw looked over, only to see a giant snake with a ferocious face and a cowering expression. She was stunned. Is this a basilisk? Ravenclaw suddenly frowned, glancing sideways at Dylan. Did you create this? Dylan shook his head. No, Slytherin created it. He sealed it in a chamber of secrets at Hogwarts, so that his heir, upon assuming control of the basilisk, would kill all half-bloods and create a world where only pure-bloods could survive. Ravenclaw's brows furrowed even deeper. It must be said that Ravenclaw was beautiful, almost unreal. Her face was as white as suet, her eyebrows curved, her eyes like black gemstones, her nose pointed, her lips adorned with red, her teeth gleaming, her figure slender, her temperament gentle. Even with her frown on her face, she gave off a feeling of thin clouds covering the bright moon. How dare he do this? I never thought he'd reach this point. I told him not to study the dark arts, let alone use them recklessly, or it would only backfire. Ravenclaw's voice was tinged with a sigh. Dylan blinked. Is the headmaster of Slytherin also someone who likes to study the dark arts? Ravenclaw nodded. After founding the school, he became even more fascinated with the study of spells. Another sigh. Ravenclaw's tone was filled with regret. Dylan, do you know what the differences are between the four houses at Hogwarts? Dylan thought for a moment and nodded. Probably it's about each person's character. Ravenclaw nodded gently. Hufflepuff believes that the most important things are the friends around her and the beauty in front of her, so she is loyal to reality and has a good relationship with everyone. Gryffindor believes that the most important things are new experiences, so he will always pursue excitement and have the courage to explore the unknown, and will always remain curious about the world, and me, and Slytherin. In our value scale, the most important thing is probably the realization of self-worth. In fact, Salazar and I had a lot to discuss at the beginning, and I would always talk to him about magic, but the difference between us is that Slytherin's value measurement comes from interaction with the outside world, so he will always pursue power and status by any means, seeking recognition from the outside world and the submission of others. However, as one of the founders of Hogwarts, at that time, he was already in a high position, but he was still not satisfied. Instead, he began to study black magic and more vicious curses. There was a hint of reminiscence in Ravenclaw's eyes. That's when we gradually began to drift apart. Hufflepuff tried to dissuade him many times, and Gryffindor even fought him several times, but the end result only pushed Slytherin further and further away from us. Ravenclaw sighed again. I always thought Slytherin and I would have a lot in common, but it wasn't until that time, when he showed us his latest dark arts research, that I realized we were truly two different kinds of people. I believe that the most important thing is to use oneself as a measure. Whether it's wealth, power, or status, acquiring these things can't prove yourself. Only by pursuing what you love can you achieve eternity in your heart. Dylan paused slightly as he listened to Ravenclaw's words. Actually, categorizing everyone into just 4 categories is too crude. The 4 major houses, to some extent, share similarities. Regardless, the 4 founders of Hogwarts at least started out by supporting each other. The fact that Slytherin eventually drifted away from everyone else is a clear example of how everyone changes. Otherwise, if Slytherin had displayed such a deep obsession and fanaticism with the dark arts, such a disregard for life, and such a focus on bloodline from the very beginning, the other 3 founders probably wouldn't have partnered with him. Ravenclaw and Slytherin do share similarities. Many villains have emerged from Slytherin, but Ravenclaw also boasts the likes of Lockhart and Rita. In Dylan's view, Lockhart, for example, pursued fame and fortune through various means. His ultimate goal The fame and fortune sought by Slytherins, however, was merely a means to an end. But one thing is certain, both Ravenclaws and Slytherins will resort to any means necessary to pursue their passions. It's just that sometimes, because their passions are so pure and harmless, they appear harmless at first glance, even appearing innocent and naive. But Dylan feels that this tendency only increases the likelihood of mad scientists emerging. As for Ravenclaws and Slytherins themselves, their commonality lies in their drive to prove themselves. But one is looking inward, the other outward. If Gryffindor is always looking for new things, why hasn't he developed an interest in the dark arts? Dylan asked. The still somewhat melancholic Ravenclaw was taken aback by Dylan's sudden question, then a smile crossed his lips. How do you know he hasn't developed an interest in the dark arts? Oh, Dylan opened his eyes. That sort of Gryffindor, it's the most powerful weapon against dark arts creations. How do you think he forged it? Wasn't it forged by goblins? Yes, but it also has Gryffindor-specific magic on it. Could it be a mark left by goblins? Dylan's eyelashes fluttered. So, it's just as you thought. Not only has he studied the dark arts, but he also has a very deep understanding of them. The difference is, a Slytherin would go to great lengths to experiment with a dark spell, but a Gryffindor wouldn't. Instead, he'd try to refine it, seeing if the cost was negligible. Dylan nodded slowly. I see. Suddenly, he remembered something. It seems he also always conducts experiments while studying the dark arts. If the Ravenclaws knew about this, wouldn't they be resentful? Dylan smacked his lips. He'd retreated into his own world to conduct shameful experiments. Why did he suddenly feel like he couldn't even stay in his own world anymore and wanted to escape to another place to conduct experiments? What's wrong? What are you thinking about? The Ravenclaw glanced back. Dylan shook his head. Nothing, just some insignificant thoughts. The Ravenclaw nodded, but didn't question him further, returning his gaze to the basilisk. You said it was created by Salazar, and that you wanted his heir to help him complete what he hadn't accomplished, and now this basilisk has returned to you. Are you that heir? Dylan denied it bluntly. No, I'm not. That heir is the Voldemort I mentioned earlier. Huh? But didn't you also say that he was already dead and was still trying to resurrect? Could he have already succeeded in his resurrection? The Ravenclaw was intrigued. She had never discovered true immortality until her death. There were many ways to achieve long-term survival, but in her opinion, they were all too inferior. Better to die than to linger on like that. She wasn't sure which method Voldemort had used to resurrect, as Dylan described it. But the methods she despised were actually extremely difficult to pull off. To achieve this, he was clearly not an ordinary person. Either he had also mastered the dark arts, or he had discovered a new form of magic. No, he hasn't succeeded in resurrecting yet. Dylan shook his head again, then looked at the crown in Ravenclaw's hand. This is a Horcrux he made. He used the diary Horcrux to try to resurrect before, but I stopped him. Ravenclaw smiled slightly. I knew it was you who stopped him, otherwise this basilisk would not appear here, right? Dylan also chuckled. Yes, Ravenclaw held the crown? Let me guess, the Horcrux made from the diaries in your hand now, right? You are really predictable. Dylan did not deny it. Could it be, you also want to make a Horcrux of your own? Dylan raised his eyebrows and looked at Ravenclaw in surprise. Why do you think so? After all, a Horcrux means the ability to make people immortal. I'm afraid it would be difficult for anyone to resist this temptation, but a Horcrux also means the division of the soul. I'm not willing to accept a broken self. Ravenclaw nodded. You can say that, and I believe you won't do that. Dylan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You take the crown first. Sometimes I may need to use it to do some research. Don't worry about me. In fact, even without the help of these evil methods, I can still achieve immortality. It's just that I don't think this is the most appropriate way, so I will continue to research. Oh, Ravenclaw blinked. You have mastered the method of immortality. Dylan chuckled. I already have a whole world. Could it be difficult to achieve immortality? Ravenclaw looked at Dylan with watery eyes. Is it possible for me to know what method of immortality you possess? Since you ask, of course I can. Dylan shrugged. I can simply absorb the emotions and even the souls of living beings, just like a Dementor, to slow down or even reverse aging, but I'm still a child. I don't need to reverse aging. The Ravenclaw was stunned for a moment before reacting. She looked Dylan up and down, somewhat surprised. Are you actually a Dementor? What? Dylan was stunned, then shook his head. No, I'm not a Dementor. I just have the abilities of a Dementor. The Ravenclaw took a moment to react, then said, "It's because of your secret, right? Yes, in that case, I won't ask any more questions. If you're willing to tell me one day, I'd be very grateful." The Ravenclaw paused, then continued, "Will possessing the power of a Dementor affect you?" Dylan could understand a Ravenclaw so passionate about pursuing wisdom and knowledge. He was surprised to discover that he not only had his own independent world, but also carried so many secrets. A little wizard who even possesses the power of Dementors. How interested would he be? Dylan deliberately threw out these words. After all, although Ravenclaw came out of the Ravenclaw portrait awarded to him by the system. But what is the other party's situation, and whether he has completely independent wisdom? And whether there will be some unexpected conflicts with him one day in the future? These are all things Dylan cannot predict. Therefore, using various postures, knowledge to hang the other party can be regarded as a guarantee. After thinking about it, Dylan shook his head. No, at least not in my case. As for other people, I think, no one can use the power of Dementors yet, so I don't know. Chapter 246, Exploring Ravenclaw's Treasure. Incredible, Ravenclaw nodded, then said, "If you're busy, go ahead. I'll stay here and do some research." "Okay," Dylan didn't refuse. "You're welcome to go anywhere else, but there are two places you need to avoid. One is a cabin at the coastline, and the other is an isolated island in the ocean. Those are my experimental sites. If you'd like to visit, please wait for me to accompany you." Ravenclaw nodded naturally, his lips curled into a smile. "This is your world. I'm just your steward. Of course, I have to obey your orders." Dylan waved at Ravenclaw. "Then I'll leave first." Dylan didn't intend to try to get Ravenclaw out. Although he wasn't sure whether he would return to his portrait after leaving, remain in his current state, or even be unable to leave at all, Dylan didn't intend to take such a risk right now. After all, he still needed time to research whether Ravenclaw was a spirit or not. So, for now, it was enough to let Ravenclaw stay in his own world. He left the suitcase space. Dylan immediately stored it in the system panel. If he had simply left the briefcase outside, Ravenclaw might have found a way out on his own. But if he stored it within the system panel, Dylan could guarantee that he wouldn't be able to escape on his own. Although Ravenclaw had personally promised him that she would remain in his world, Dylan naturally had to be on guard. This wasn't to say he was being mean-spirited. In fact, whether he was a mean spirit or a gentleman wasn't important. The important thing was that Dylan was always wary of himself, let alone others. It was just his habit, and had nothing to do with his character. Of course, if one had to force a point, he could only say he was overly cautious. With Ravenclaw here, Lockhart can rest a bit. He just needs to listen to Ravenclaw's instructions and do some hard labor. This time, he directly found a being for his world, a kind of earth spirit, similar to a blessed cave. And it was a very high-level being. Not only did it know a wide variety of magic, but it also possessed a wealth of knowledge. Dylan might not even need to bother Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall with any questions he had in the future. He could just ask Ravenclaw and maybe find the answer. However, magic had undoubtedly undergone several changes and evolutions over the years. There might be some knowledge Ravenclaw didn't know, but she'd presumably be quick to brush up on the new knowledge developed over the years. It was just her nature. Next time, let's put the portable magic library in the pet space, and also update the books. Dylan thought about it and decided to have Ravenclaw read the new knowledge as soon as possible. She already had a considerable knowledge base. Learning the new magic developed in this era wouldn't be too difficult. Furthermore, the stronger she became, the more beneficial it would be for him. By the way, tomorrow is Christmas, and I have to give out the gifts I prepared for everyone. Dylan didn't distribute the gifts before leaving school this time. After all, he had brought Luna back, and this time, he wanted to spend Christmas with her. And tomorrow is Christmas. Of course, the gift must be delivered that day. Ideally, it should even be delivered right before waking, right before you see it. That would be perfect. But how should this gift be delivered? Dylan chuckled and summoned Luna again. Huh? Luna tilted her head and looked at Dylan. She had just seen a very beautiful older sister in her master's world. Just as she was about to approach and get close to her, she was summoned back. Tomorrow is Christmas, and this is my Christmas gift for you. Dylan sat on the bed, gently tapping Luna's head with his fingertips. Moonlight streamed into his room through the window, illuminating Luna's already snow-white feathers. It shone on Luna, making her already snow-white feathers appear even more beautiful, almost glowing. Dylan pulled out a small necklace studded with tiny blue crystals. It was tiny, definitely not suitable for a human, but for Luna, it was just right. Luna blinked, taking in the necklace. The blue crystals were no bigger than peas, perhaps even smaller, but they looked like crushed stars. As Dylan gently shook them, a galaxy-like halo of light emanated from them. "Wheeze," Luna chirped excitedly. "How is it? Do you like it? Let me put it on you." Dylan gently nudged her beak. Then he looped the chain around Luna's furry neck and slipped it on. The moment she put it on, Luna cooed twice, and her tail feathers trembled with pride. The blue crystals cascaded down her snow-white feathers, like a galaxy shrouded in moonlight. The entire chain glowed with a faint, magical aura. "Wheeze," Luna narrowed her eyes, feeling a pleasant sensation stirring within her. As this object swept through her, she felt a surge of energy. "I made this especially for you. I've inscribed many spells on it. When you flap your wings, this blue crystal will attract the wind element, allowing you to fly more easily. If you get tired, don't rush to find a place to rest. This crystal will attract the surrounding air currents, lifting you up and gliding. You'll feel like you're napping in the clouds, but don't fall asleep." Dylan pointed to another broken diamond. "And this one. If you get hurt, it will cast a healing spell," and Dylan gestured to the remaining crystals. "These are all protective spells. It's too difficult to inscribe such spells on such tiny crystals, so I made them into half a chain. If you're attacked by another spell, it will automatically form a shield. Don't fight your attacker. Run away as soon as possible." "Got it, getting away safely is the most important thing," Dylan instructed Luna. "Wheeze," the little creature became even more excited, turning its head 180 degrees. All right. You're being weird, you know." Dylan stopped her. Luna did stop, but she pounced on Dylan, rubbing her head against his arm affectionately. All right, then," Dylan snapped his fingers again. The next moment, the entire bed he was sitting on was covered in gift boxes. Dylan poked Luna's head. "Hey, these are the gifts I want to give to everyone. I'll be thanking you for helping me deliver them tonight." "How you?" Luna, who was happily rubbing Dylan's arm, froze. She turned to look at the mountain of gift boxes. The owl froze in place. Dylan tilted his head. "What's wrong?" Luna looked at Dylan with her big, moist eyes. "How you? Wow, so many. Do we have to deliver them all in one night?" "Yes. That's correct, Luna." My heart sank. "Hurry up and get moving. If you don't hurry, you might be delivered to the house by morning." Dylan smiled, stroking Luna's head. "How you?" Wearing the small blue crystal necklace Dylan had given her, Luna couldn't resist her master's orders. She could only shake herself weakly before returning to her toil. Seeing this, Dylan chuckled. With a flick of his finger, the window flew open. "Luna, oh, carrying the gift." Luna flapped her wings and flew away. Fortunately, she eats a lot every day and is in good physical condition. Otherwise, carrying such a large bag would have been a real struggle for her. Cole, playing with Ravenclaw in the pet space, had no idea that her other companion had such a hard life. Wisp, as Luna took flight, the blue crystal collar around her neck suddenly emitted a faint blue glow. Then, it merged into her body. Instantly, Luna felt her body lighten and feel stronger. After seeing Luna off, Dylan thought carefully. While I don't really need to prepare a special gift for Harry, I still have to show some appreciation. For this, a regular gift box plus one will do. Luna's gift is also a collar. There's one for Luna, and one for her owl. Ron and Hermione, I'll just give them some. The professor's gifts are already prepared, but I even have a portrait of Ravenclaw. I asked them to prepare it for me before school started, and it's still not finished. Are they going to give it to me for Christmas? Dylan curled his lips. What's that? He asked for a Christmas present for himself? If the professors had just given him their own portraits, then they wouldn't even have to bother thinking of additional gifts. Just like how Dylan took the Marauders map the Weasley twins had given him and then gave it to Harry as a Christmas present. How could that be? That's too much of a gimmick, Dylan said, expressing his disbelief. By the way, Ravenclaw showed up so unexpectedly, I didn't have time to prepare a gift for her. Dylan rubbed his chin, pondering what gift he could give to Ravenclaw. Maybe I should fill up my portable magic library as much as possible, then give it to the head of Ravenclaw. No need to think about what to give, and no rush. One night was more than enough time for him to prepare. But it's already evening. So it's too late to buy books. Giving away my own collection doesn't seem like too much. In fact, every time Dylan read a book, he would make a copy of it and add it to his portable magic library, adding it to his own collection. This meant that while his magical library actually contained quite a few books, compared to the library, the difference was too great to compare. I just wonder what's inside the treasure Ravenclaw left behind? If I could get the contents, not only could I research them, but since it's a Ravenclaw treasure, it should contain quite a few books, right? Giving the treasure and the magical library together as a Christmas gift to Ravenclaw would surely be delighted. And, even though he had given the items to Ravenclaw, Ravenclaws were still in his world, unable to escape. Finally, while the items seemed to be in Ravenclaw's hands, they were still in his, and someone could help him take care of them. Well, let's go check out the treasure tonight. Dylan pulled out the treasure map. Then, after a slight pause, his figure transformed into a dark shadow, not only piercing the wall but also leaping into the clouds under the cover of night. Soon, Dylan arrived above the sea area described on the treasure map. He hovered 50 meters above the sea. The salty sea breeze whipped his black cloak. His appearance had changed dramatically. Now, he was no longer Dylan, but Curses. At that moment, Dylan noticed the yellowed treasure map in his hand suddenly glow. An arrow, composed of ink, appeared on the map, finally locating the surging undertow somewhere below Dylan. Dylan slowly descended. As he approached, the treasure map in his hand began to warm slightly. As he drew closer, translucent symbols began to emerge on the surface of the water. Runes evaporated between the water and the night sky. It looked as if someone had once written an ancient code on the sea surface with starlight. Dylan had not previously mentioned her treasure to Ravenclaw. First, it was uncertain whether Ravenclaw even remembered it. Second, he had the treasure map. He could find a location anywhere. There was no need to ask Ravenclaw again. It would be better to take possession of the treasure, see what was inside, and then decide whether to tell Ravenclaw. Suddenly, half of a bronze chain covered with seaweed appeared in the middle of the dark tide. The chain seemed to be extending from the rune starlight. Dylan raised his eyebrows. He was very sure that when he used magic to sweep across this sea area before, he did not see these chains at all, let alone Ravenclaw's treasure. Obviously, Ravenclaw had hidden her treasure in some unknown way, and it could only be opened with a treasure map. Dylan was very satisfied with this. After all, if the treasure was simply buried under the sea, it would not be his turn to visit. After all these years, England is such a small place. A group of wizards could fly back and forth a few times and divide up Ravenclaw's treasure directly. How could he leave it for him to take it away? Chapter 247, Fool. You've been cheated. Go back. Dylan tugged at the anchor chain. A sudden roar of gears rang from the seafloor. Dylan glanced around, then waved his wand. A vast silencing spell shot out, enveloping the sea in all directions. Then, suddenly, the entire sea surface plummeted. Dylan thought for a moment, then waved his wand again. A spell of illusion enveloped the entire area. Dylan wasn't sure if Ravenclaw had considered the possibility of someone taking her treasure in the future, and whether it would cause a major disturbance when setting up this treasure trove. Dylan didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he had to take the necessary precautions. Gazing at the sinking water, Dylan spotted a marble palace that had been submerged for a long time. So, did Ravenclaw hide this treasure trove in a virtual dimension that overlapped with reality? Or did they apply some other spell to this sea? Dylan smacked his lips and slowly approached the palace. A motto was engraved on the palace's door lintel, "Wisdom is the key to truth." Dylan raised a brow. Just then, the two stone statues flanking the palace gates suddenly opened their eyes. Key. Dylan remembered the key he'd found in the treasure map and retrieved it. The blue-eyed stone beast on the left opened its mouth. "Put it in my mouth, Dylan. Why does that sound a bit strange?" With a hint of disdain, Dylan tossed the key into the statue's mouth. The blue-eyed statue swallowed it instantly. Dylan thought it would open the gate. However, the ruby-eyed stone beast on the right burst into laughter. "You failed the test. You're so gullible, you're unwise. Leave. The key will not be returned to you." Dylan paused. The two stone statues stared at him intently. Yet, there was no trace of frustration, helplessness, or even anger on his faces. On the contrary, a hint of amusement crossed the face of this human wizard. Both stone beasts were stunned. What was wrong with this human wizard? He was so foolish to be blocked from the palace by such an easy test. And they had already tricked him out of the key, And yet he still had the nerve to laugh? The red-eyed stone statue on the right hadn't appeared in a long time. It wasn't in a hurry to drive the human wizard away. Instead, it asked curiously, "Why aren't you angry?" Dylan smiled and said, "Angry? Why should I be angry?" The blue-eyed stone statue on the left said in a hoarse, low voice, "You were deceived so easily and will never have the chance to enter this palace again. Shouldn't you be angry? I'm afraid you must have been searching for this for a long time." The red-eyed stone statue suddenly said, "No. This guy is still a little brat." The blue-eyed stone statue's two gemstone eyes flashed a light. "Little brat." Both stone statues looked at Dylan. But Dylan was smiling. In fact, his smile grew wider. "What are you laughing at?" The blue-eyed stone statue frowned. I just suddenly discovered you two are so interesting, and it's given me so much new research inspiration." Dylan gently rubbed one of his temples. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to tease him like this. "I don't know where you got this key, but you better leave. Everything in this palace belongs to us." The red-eyed statue's voice was a little sharp. At the same time, a ray of light emanated from the tip of Dylan's wand. "Oh? It seems you're not just statues. Did Ravenclaw imprison you in this stone?" Dylan's voice was filled with curiosity. "Why are you asking such questions? Get out of here. You failed the test," the red-eyed statue yelled. "You want me to get out?" Dylan pointed his wand at the red-eyed statue. However, the red-eyed statue showed no fear at all, but instead laughed out loud. "Little brat. You still want to cast a spell on me? You're young, but you're so pretentious. Come on, cast your strongest spell at me. I'm afraid of you. I'm your grandson." "That's hilarious. How could an indestructible stone statue like me be afraid of a little brat like you?" Dylan listened to the other party's arrogant words and nodded. "So powerful? Then let's see how this one works." Cruciatus cures. Instantly, a beam of divine light shot out from the tip of Dylan's wand. With astonishing speed, it struck the red-eyed stone statue directly between its eyebrows in an instant. The next moment, the red-eyed stone statue, which had previously ignored Dylan's spell, changed its expression and let out a painful wail. What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" The blue-eyed stone statue on the left was startled by the terrifying scream. "Wait a minute. What spell did you just use? Cruciatus? Cruciatus curse?" It was a bit dumbfounded. When did the Cruciatus curse become so sacred? And why would a little brat use it? Has it been magically modified to this extent over the years? The development of spells always adapts and changes with the times. To some extent, it was Voldemort who perfected the 3 unforgivable curses, so he can naturally be called the founder of a new generation of unforgivable curses. But in reality, this doesn't mean that the unforgivable curses didn't exist before Voldemort. Just like Dylan has now further improved the 3 unforgivable curses, even giving them more new abilities. If he brings the properties of a curse to the world through a spell, he's the founder of this new spell. Of course, many years ago, these spells might not have been called unforgivable curses, but simply dark curses, or perhaps the inhumanity curse, the shameless curse, and so on. Spells are constantly being refined, but that doesn't mean that spells with similar effects didn't exist before. Therefore, seeing this young human wizard cast such a strange spell, seemingly the Cruciatus curse, the blue-eyed stone statue was stunned. How could the world advance so rapidly? Even dark magic had become so advanced? Stop. Stop. Stop now, the red-eyed stone statue continued to wail. Dylan, however, simply held his wand. However, the holy light emanating from the tip of his wand was like a laser beam. Unlike others, who might simply cast a spell, the incantation from his wand continued to stream straight and continuously, striking the red-eyed golem's brow. An emotion welled up in the blue-eyed stone statue. All he could think of was, "This is fucking terrifying. What on earth has happened to the wizarding world these days?" Dylan looked at the wailing red-eyed stone statue. His tone was filled with confusion. "What's wrong? Don't you like this? Didn't you just ask me to loosen your skin?" The red-eyed stone statue felt like it was about to pass out from the pain. However, his soul had been fused with the statue by Ravenclaw. As a pure soul, he couldn't faint. He could only endure this pain that came from his soul. Why did the Cruciatus curse hurt so much? The Cruciatus curse only caused a brief heart attack. Damn it. How could a little wizard who hadn't even grown all his hair know such a terrifying spell? And this is fucking bullshit. Who casts a spell like that? You're shooting lasers here. The red-eyed statue felt his consciousness begin to blur. Although his soul wouldn't faint, it could still be shattered. He felt that if he continued like this, his soul would be shattered into pieces, or even shattered. The red-eyed statue begged for mercy. "I was wrong. Grandpa. I was wrong. Please forgive me, sir. We'll return the key to you. Please stop. I can't take it anymore." "Stop." Dylan didn't let his words stop him. Instead, he listened to the red-eyed statue's howls for a moment before gently shaking his wand with satisfaction. The next moment, the beam of light from his wand's tip dissipated. Dylan's control over his magic had become incredibly precise. He rarely let it spill. Every bit, every drop, was used with perfect precision. Dylan gazed at the red-eyed statue, its surface now dimmed, his lips still etched with an elegant smile. Knowledge is power, and it's the key to truth. It seems so true. The blue-eyed statue wanted to shrink its neck, but it couldn't move. Only the slightest expression on its face could register. The red-eyed statue spoke in a weak, hollow voice. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Why didn't you say so earlier? This whole thing is like a flood that's washed away Merlin's pants." Dylan didn't bother to waste time with the statue. If he had any specific questions, he could wait until he had moved the entire palace into his world. "Since you're the gatekeepers here, why don't you open the door for me?" the blue-eyed statue said. "You must have the key and answer the questions correctly to enter." Dylan raised an eyebrow. Startled, the red-eyed statue quickly added, "That's true, but we can ask the questions ourselves, and we can return the key to you." The red-eyed statue's eyes averted. "Hurry up and spit out the key. Are you still planning to keep it to yourself? Don't you think this gentleman is someone you can afford to offend?" The blue-eyed statue paused, then opened its mouth. "You need to get the key yourself." Dylan frowned slightly, but didn't reach out directly. He shoved his arm into the man's mouth. Instead, he twirled his wand. A flash of magic. Suddenly, a key floated from the blue-eyed statue's throat. It was a stone statue, yet it also looked like a real creature. He wondered how Ravenclaw had managed to create these two stones. "Don't you have more questions?" "Hurry up," Dylan said indifferently. Okay. Please answer." The red-eyed statue still hadn't recovered from its shock, its soul still aching, but he didn't dare neglect the young human wizard, fearing he'd be cast in another spell like the one just now. He spoke quickly. "What color are my eyes?" Dylan's mouth twitched. "Yellow," the blue-eyed statue immediately said. "Wrong answer. Correct answer." "Correct answer. Although my eyes look red, they're actually yellow." The blue-eyed statue glanced at the red-eyed statue, only to see it wink frantically. After a moment's silence, he spoke too. "My test, please answer. Can I move now?" Dylan squinted at him. "Yes." The blue-eyed statue opened its mouth. The red-eyed statue immediately followed up with, "That's absolutely right. Our mouths, eyes, facial expressions, even our heads can move slightly. This answer is perfect. It's the very definition of wisdom." The blue-eyed statue pondered. It seemed to be true. Although they now had no key and couldn't move their bodies, their facial features could still move. So, saying they could move didn't seem so ridiculous. "Okay, you've passed the test. Drop the key into his mouth, and the door will open." The red-eyed statue nodded immediately. Yes, this isn't a test, and I'm not trying to trick you. Just drop the key into my mouth." Dylan narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and dropped the key into the red-eyed statue's mouth again. Seeing Dylan seemed skeptical, the red-eyed statue swallowed the key and said, "This time it's real. I'll never trick you again. I swear on my entire family." The blue-eyed statue glanced at him. "But you don't have any family." The red-eyed statue, "Why would you bother asking that question?" He quickly explained, "I'm sorry, I forgot I'm alone now, maybe not even a human, but I really wasn't lying to you." Dylan frowned. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you're not lying to me, then open the door." The red-eyed stone statue reacted. "Oh, look at my brain. Without it, it just doesn't work. I'll open the door for you right now." As soon as the words fell, the red-eyed stone statue was like taking a shit, holding it in for a long time. Suddenly, the tightly closed stone door made a grinding sound. Slowly, the door opened inward. "Come on in. Once you collect the treasure, you can leave." Dylan glanced at the two stone statues. Without exposing the red-eyed statue's hidden intentions, he stepped directly inside. The moment Dylan stepped into the palace, he felt as if he had stepped into some other dimension, into another world. At the same time, a fragrance hit him. It was a magical fragrance. It smelled like the breath of stars. Of course, stars have no smell at all. But this kind of smell, as long as you smell it, the first feeling you get is like seeing a starry sky. Chapter 248. This is the treasure. 1,000,000 gold galleons. He looked out. The bronze candlesticks at the entrance ignited with moon-white flames the moment he entered. The palace's dome was a celestial mural, similar to the one above the Hogwarts Great Hall. Illuminated by the candlelight, the constellations were vividly depicted. The paths of the stars shifted with the passage of time. The 28 constellations even formed an eagle-like pattern, seemingly ready to take flight across the Milky Way. In the center of the main hall, a giant hourglass woven from crystal chains hovered. The flowing sand within it shone with a mysterious silver-purple luster. Dylan took a few steps forward, gazing at the enormous hourglass. What's this for? Dylan felt as if every grain of sand within it was unique. It was as if someone had sealed a tiny spell within each grain. This spell had transformed the sand into something different, and it clearly had an unknown purpose. Dylan glanced to the side, at the long moonstone table. Hundreds of shimmering parchment scrolls were neatly arranged, row upon row. These scrolls looked like the scrolls of knowledge left behind by Ravenclaw. Not in a bookcase, but just on a table, Dylan casually picked up a scroll. He unfolded it, but was surprised to find that the ink on it didn't form a single word, but instead rearranged itself as he unfolded it. Oh, Dylan raised an eyebrow at the words on the scroll. Knowledge is a prison. The title alone immediately captured Dylan's interest. This looked like a Ravenclaw manuscript. And a paradoxical one at that. It detailed Ravenclaw's thoughts and reflections on whether wisdom could lead wizards to freedom, or ultimately trap them in knowledge. Even after thousands of years, the content remained fascinating. Dylan read on, not wanting to put the scroll down. After a moment, Dylan finally gave up reading the manuscript. There were many parchments here. He could read them any time. The most important thing now was to pack up all these things and take them back. Looks like I'm going to have to start reading intensively again. Dylan waved his hand, storing the scrolls in his hand, including the ones on the long table, into his system dashboard. He wasn't sure if he could finally take the palace. If not, at least take everything with him. Digging deep into the ground, even leaving a single tile untouched, was fine. Dylan put away the scrolls. Suddenly, he looked back at the long table. This time, the pile of scrolls was gone. Instead, a magical item placed in the corner appeared before him. Astronomy device. Dylan walked over, picked it up, and swung it around. It was a miniature astronomical device made of magical metal. Even now, it was still functioning. The orbits of the planets on it seemed to follow the laws of the real universe. Perhaps to enhance the realism, tiny golden sparks would occasionally burst out from the astronomical device. This hourglass, is it something Ravenclaw uses for countdowns? Dylan casually put away the astronomical instrument and turned to look at the huge hourglass beside him. This must also be a magical item. Dylan sensed a strong magical fluctuation from it. Apparently, like the astronomical instrument, this hourglass was still functional even after being stored for so long. However, Dylan didn't try to move it, because it seemed welded to the ground. Dylan planned to see if he could remove the entire palace first. While doing so, he could also remove some of the miscellaneous small items, such as the parchment scrolls. Objects like these, which had almost become part of the palace, Dylan would keep them here for now. If that proved to be unfeasible, he could dismantle and move them. He walked around the main hall and headed straight ahead. He pushed open the door and entered. This seemed to be a laboratory. A much more formal and dignified laboratory than his own, at that. It was nothing like the haphazard construction he had made. The workbench alone took up almost half the room. Dozens of glass containers were displayed on the other side. Most of them still contained potions, but it was unclear whether they were still useful after being preserved. However, a skilled potion maker could actually make a potion like a strong liquor. The longer it aged, the more mellow it became. So, even now, these potions would only become more effective, not lose their effectiveness. Furthermore, the creator of these potions was clearly a Ravenclaw. Therefore, Dylan felt that, like the magical instruments outside, they were likely still usable. This laboratory was enormous. Dylan estimated that this laboratory alone might take up a third of the entire palace. The main hall outside occupied another quarter. The palace wasn't particularly large, but it did seem to have a number of rooms. Dylan suspected that the upstairs might be used for storage or living quarters. However, the palace only had 2 floors. Dylan curled his lips. Is this all the treasures of Ravenclaw? So, this laboratory table looked like it had cost a fortune. The entire laboratory was of a high standard. But it still fell far short of the treasure Dylan had imagined. With a slight sigh, Dylan left the lab and returned to the main hall. He then looked towards a side door. He walked over and pushed it open. Candlelight streamed in through the crack in the door. The contents within instantly responded with even greater enthusiasm. The golden light shone brightly, making Dylan's eyes hurt. But he didn't squint. Instead, he stared intently into the room. He saw mountains of gold galleons piled high inside. The coins looked like a waterfall of molten gold, flowing from the corners to the threshold. Then, illuminated by the candlelight, they reflected a dazzling halo. Even the air was faintly tinged with a flowing ember. The room seemed transformed by a magical spell. Not only did the ground seem to be filled with flowing gold coins, but beneath a crystal chandelier overhead, a rain of suspended diamonds sank in clusters. The diamonds sank and floated in strings, like a curtain of jewels. These diamonds, Dylan looked over. He immediately recognized them. They weren't just diamonds. They possessed magical properties, materials that could be used for magical experiments. Great, Dylan's eyes lit up, and lit up again. This was truly a Ravenclaw treasure. Although Ravenclaw symbolized wisdom, whether it was the scrolls containing knowledge or the laboratories, most importantly, without financial support, how could one possibly research so much? Looking at the gold coins that practically filled the entire room, and the diamond rain that seemed to be enveloped in mist, falling repeatedly, Dylan smiled contentedly. This mist seems to be a magical spell, protecting these diamond materials, even constantly nourishing them. What a brilliant idea. Magical materials actually need to be properly stored. Over time, the magic within the materials will gradually dissipate, causing their magical properties to weaken. Using such materials for experiments would only make research progress less effective. Using them for any other purpose would also have a significant impact. After all, the purity of the material is already impure. It would be strange if there was no effect. Dylan stepped into the room. Suddenly, a crisp clinking sound followed. Dylan looked towards the center of the room. It seemed that something was once supported by gold coins, because the gold coins there formed an open hand. It looked like a hand was holding something. Dylan smacked his lips. Could that thing originally held there be Ravenclaw's diadem? That's not right. I haven't heard of Ravenclaw hiding the diadem. It's already a relic. Later, it was collected by someone. Did Ravenclaw build a treasure palace specifically to hide their diadem? Dylan thought so. This palace is not so much a Ravenclaw treasure. It's more like a former Ravenclaw laboratory. After all, wizards of higher levels basically have their own laboratories. Wizards of Ravenclaw's level are even more so. Therefore, Dylan felt that calling this palace a treasure trove was actually justifiable. After all, as a young wizard in the later generations, possessing a laboratory like his predecessors, complete with comprehensive facilities, abundant gold coins, and a wealth of magical materials, calling it a treasure trove wasn't an exaggeration. However, it wasn't quite the treasure Dylan imagined it to be. The Ravenclaw treasure Dylan imagined was supposed to be more mysterious, not just a laboratory as it was now. Never mind, the value of life lies in knowing how to be content. Dylan raised his hand gently. In an instant, the stacked galleons trembled slightly. Then, the entire mountain of gold collapsed with a bang. Thousands of coins, freed from the constraints of gravity, floated in the air, forming a golden haze. Countless coins collided, creating a continuous, crisp clinking sound. Finally, like a golden waterfall, they flowed upstream, converging into a swirling golden beam in Dylan's palm. At this moment, Dylan's mind felt like countless sounds were dinging. Ding. 10,000 gold coins have arrived in your wallet. Ding. 50,000 gold coins have arrived in your wallet. Ding. 100,000 gold coins have arrived in your wallet. Ding, 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 ding. The sound echoed until the last coin landed in Dylan's palm. Only then did Dylan feel satisfied. He then glanced at the system panel. Name, Dylan Hawkwood. Magic, Grimfire. Happy, Bewitching, Obliviate, Clean Up, Repair, Quick Weeding, Quick Decorating, Pest and Rodent Repellent, Quick Peeling, Slice Everything, Hot Oil, Quick Frying, Deep Frying, Soul Stealing, Exorcising Spirits, Shadowy Mist, Return of the Dead, Flock of Birds, Shadowless Sharpshooter, Legilimency, Cruciatus, soul stealing, resurrection of the corpse, dark mark, parasitic possession, foul flower, bowl knot, bat curse, extreme dream construction, glancing at Cthulhu, Avada Kedavra, grinning, occlumency, hi-hi-no-hi-hi, dream of the gate of reason, Mnemosyne's veil, attributes, quick meditation, peering eye, dying serpent eye, Dementor's kiss. Dementor's power, Peeves power, Boggart's power, pet ability control, mantis pressure, spellburst x50, items, soul dinner knife, shadow ring, wand of authority, pet space suitcase, portable magic library, money. 1,297. 000 gold galleons, 780,000 British pounds, pets, coal, black shadow, Norbita, Norwegian Ridgeback. Dylan was ecstatic when he saw the money column. His galleons had jumped from over 300,000 to over 1 million. So much small change? He had been superficial before. This was definitely the most authentic and pure Ravenclaw treasure. Anyone who said it wasn't a treasure would be furious. Dylan had originally estimated that the galleons here were only a few 100,000 at most. He hadn't expected it to be nearly 1 million. Now he was rich. His space could expand significantly. Or perhaps he could unlock several new world features. Or even hundreds of feature quests for his spells. I haven't been completing any of my spell features lately. Now that I have money, I might consider giving a few spells a chance to unlock new ones. Previously, he had no money. Secondly, when it came to making his existing spells stronger, Dylan preferred to learn a wider variety of spells first. Of course, the main reason was lack of money. Even though his father constantly tried to get him money, he'd almost reached a bottleneck. Money couldn't flow to him endlessly. So, Dylan had put his thoughts on unlocking spell features on hold for a while. But now that he had money, Dylan's thoughts were rekindled. No wonder the old saying goes, when a man has money, he'll spend it. Of course, Dylan's spending primarily refers to how he spends it, not how others spend it. Dylan walked around the entire palace twice. There was nothing else there. The palace was basically divided into 3 parts. The first part was the main hall where the parchments were stored. The second part was naturally the laboratory. As for the third part, it was a secret room where gold galleons and various magical materials were stored. As for the second floor, there were rooms for accommodation. There was nothing much to talk about there. Dylan walked around a few times but didn't find anything valuable there. After a while, Dylan finally collected most of the scattered things in the palace and walked out again. Chapter 249. I only act like a child in front of my parents. The 2 stone statues at the entrance remained standing. Dylan glanced at them. These creatures, seemingly no ordinary magical creations, led Dylan to speculate that they might once have been human, but ultimately sealed within these statues for some reason. Furthermore, they now served as Ravenclaw's gatekeepers. Perhaps they had once offended Ravenclaw, and were ultimately transformed into the state by Ravenclaw. Seeing Dylan emerge, the red-eyed statues immediately said flatteringly, "How's it going? You should have made quite a few gains, right?" The blue-eyed statue remained silent. Dylan nodded slightly. "Not bad. I'll have more to do at school from now on." Seeing Dylan's seemingly cheerful mood, the red-eyed statue, swallowing the pain in its soul, spoke earnestly. Then, "I wonder, would you let us go? We've been imprisoned here for many, many years." Dylan blinked. "What does your imprisonment have to do with me?" The red-eyed statue choked. Dylan chuckled. "Let us go? How could that be possible?" His world was in need of 2 gatekeepers. Furthermore, Dylan was eager to study how the 2 statues were made. Was the principle behind them the same as he'd understood? Besides that, the 2 statues could do a lot for him. How could Dylan let them leave so easily? There wasn't even a door, not even a rat hole. Dylan ignored the red-eyed statues. Instead, he surveyed the palace. Then, he gently raised his hand and tapped the palace wall with his index finger. The next moment, the entire palace vanished from his sight, taking the red-eyed and blue-eyed statues with it. "I can actually take them away." Dylan's eyebrows rose slightly, happier. After all, the labs and equipment within the palace had to remain where they were, for the best. After all, Dylan had checked, and found numerous spells etched on the palace. These spells affected every aspect of the palace. Given this situation, if he simply forcibly dismantled certain parts, not only would he risk damaging something, he wouldn't be able to leverage the palace's spells to facilitate his desired tasks. Fortunately, Dylan hadn't previously forcibly dismantled the laboratory equipment. Now the entire palace was his, and even after sorting through the items, some could be put back in place. He looked up at the sky. It was already late. Dylan planned to go home and get some sleep, leaving everything else for tomorrow. His figure drifted toward the surface of the sea. Simultaneously, the surrounding water squeezed inward at a visible speed. With a loud rumble, the waves surged, and the seafloor was filled with water. Glancing back, Dylan looked in another direction. Has this noise attracted someone else? Dylan's figure suddenly twisted, transforming into an inky black shadow in the moonlight. The sea breeze brushed past him, but only stirred up a few faint traces. The shadow tore through the air at an incredible speed, breaking through the clouds. After traversing a vast expanse of land, Dylan returned home. His parents were already home, but they weren't asleep. Instead, they were busy with something. Dylan raised his eyebrows, and disappeared in an instant. Our son will be so surprised tomorrow morning, Hubert chuckled. We said we were going to the movies, but we were actually getting him some presents. Tomorrow morning, when he wakes up, he'll see a pile of presents and be so excited he'll jump for joy. Keep your voice down, Maeve warned. Dylan's already asleep. Don't wake him, Hubert nodded repeatedly, muttering softly. I can't wait to see his expression when he thinks we only gave him a few things, and then wakes up to see so many presents. Maeve didn't deny this. She nodded gently, her hair falling. I'm curious too. Let's get ready quickly. We need to go to bed early, otherwise we won't be up before him tomorrow. At this, Hubert's expression suddenly shifted from excitement to helplessness, even a hint of frustration. I don't understand. He's so young, yet he gets up so early every day. Isn't he worried he won't grow taller? He won't get a good night's sleep again. Maeve chuckled softly. Do you think your son is still short? Hubert rubbed his head. That's true. Looking at his parents packing gifts, his eyes gradually softened. Really? It's already this late. Why are you going to bed instead of all this trouble? Dylan was touched. Then he glanced at the things his parents were packing. These included, but were not limited to, a ton of snacks, bizarre and garish toys, and all sorts of muggle clothes. Dylan opened his mouth. He really wanted to say that he rarely needed any of these things. He didn't like snacks. He couldn't wear the clothes to school. As for the toys, let alone the toys, he had absolutely no interest in them. But after all, his parents had put in the effort, and money to create such a surprise. Dylan thought for a moment, then considered what kind of performance he should put on the best show the next morning. And how to avoid seeming overly dramatic. Are there any acting spells? Dylan sighed inwardly. His invisible body floated slightly upward, then passed through the wall and returned to his bedroom. He didn't re-enter the pet dimension to discuss the treasures she had left behind, including the palace. Instead, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Since crossing here, a problem that had plagued Dylan had been solved almost without any effort on his part. His insomnia. But now, perhaps because he had a younger body, he could fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. And his sleep quality was excellent, especially after learning magic. This feeling was even more profound. Furthermore, he hardly ever dreamed at night. He slept soundly until dawn. This was something he hadn't experienced in a long time in his previous life. A silent night passed. When he woke up the next day, Dylan sat up from the bed and stretched. It must be said that sleeping at home was quite comfortable. No one would disturb him at all. He didn't even need to use magic to take any precautions to avoid being disturbed. His parents would lower the decibel level as much as possible so as not to wake him up. Of course, it was also possible that his parents were still sleeping. Dylan got out of bed. He put on his clothes and shoes. He snapped his fingers lightly. Magic passed over him. Soon, he was cleaned up. Dylan pricked up his ears and listened. He didn't hear any movement outside. After waiting for a while, he opened the door and went out. The wooden floor creaked slightly. He saw the figures of his parents at the end of the corridor. Mr. and Mrs. Hawkwood wrapped themselves in furry nightgowns. Maeve's hair was a little messy. Hubert looked even worse. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, he leaned against the wall, his head occasionally dropping, looking like he was about to drift off. He was holding a coffee cup in his hand, about to take another sip when Dylan opened the door. Seeing the door suddenly swing open, Hubert was startled. But he quickly reacted and quickly placed his coffee in the recessed slot nearby. He then hurriedly pulled Maeve, who also looked sleepy. When they saw Dylan open the door, They said in a nasal voice, "Merry Christmas, little one." Dylan looked at them, a helpless smile on his face. "I'm not little anymore." He walked forward and saw his parents holding a banner. He glanced at it. It looked like it was handwritten by his parents. "Have you grown up? Aren't you just a child now?" Hubert muttered. "Merry Christmas, Mom and Dad." Dylan smiled. "Is this a surprise for me? I'm so happy and I love you too." "We love you too." Maeve's face showed a gentle look. "Come to the living room and take a look." Maeve slid the ribbon in her hand into her husband's hand. Then she took Dylan's hand and led him to the living room. At this time, it was still dark outside. Maeve's hand was warm. After lifting Dylan up, her fingertips gently rubbed Dylan's wrist. There was still some lavender scent on her pajamas, mixed with a slightly strong toffee aroma, which penetrated Dylan's nose. The smell made Dylan's nose a little red. He sniffed lightly, but still endured it. "Guess what Santa Claus gave you this time?" Maeve said softly. Hubert followed the mother and son. "There really must be Santa Claus in this world, right? After all, there's magic." Dylan glanced back at him. "Actually, according to you, Dad, everyone is Santa Claus. Not just wizards who can do magic, but ordinary people too." Hubert blinked in surprise. "How do you say that?" Dylan smiled. "Because, you're my Santa Claus." Hubert was stunned, then burst out laughing. "Hey, you kid, learning magic can make you sweet." Dylan stuck out his tongue. Only when he was with his parents did he feel like a real child. It was a feeling he'd never experienced even with elders like Professor McGonagall. Maeve also covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. "It seems my son has really grown up." Dylan snorted and tilted his chin up. "Of course. Don't you see whose son I am?" The three of them entered the living room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, a gray-blue morning mist covered the sky. The light seeped in through the gaps in the curtains like soaked cotton wool. Dancing flames flickered against the walls of the closet, casting a wavering light on Dylan's parents' robes. Hubert, unassumingly, curled up on the carpet and yawned loudly. "God, I didn't expect this to take so long to prepare. It's really exhausting." Maeve gently kicked her husband's thigh with her toe. "Don't talk about that." Hubert pouted, but nodded. "Come on, son, these are what your mother and I prepared yesterday. We put them into gift boxes one by one." Hubert waved to Dylan. Maeve led Dylan over and sat on the sofa. Dylan took 2 steps forward and squatted on the carpet with his father. "Whatever gift you want, it should be here," Hubert said bluntly. The Christmas tree in front of the sofa was festooned with Christmas decorations. The statue at the top still stood with its spear pointed. Dylan hadn't glanced at it since entering the living room. Maeve reached out and picked up a gift box, fiddling with it. "Why don't we unpack this first?" The gift box was bulging. The wrapping paper was emblazoned with a crooked snowman. "Did Daddy wrap this?" Maeve nodded with a smile. "You guessed right. He even wrapped tape around his fingers yesterday. I thought he was giving you his hands as a Christmas present." Hubert glared. "Wife, why are you telling this kid everything? My hands have other uses. You should know that, right, wife?" Hubert winked at Maeve. Maeve paused, a blush rising to her cheeks, and then glared at her husband. "That old pervert. Why are you saying this in front of the kids?" "I'm going to punish him tonight." Maeve cleared her throat and changed the subject. "Here, open it and take a look." She handed the long gift box to Dylan. Dylan took it and unwrapped the colored paper, revealing a wooden easel and a complete set of paints. Hubert also raised his head, glancing at Dylan. "I remember you said when we were little that you wanted to learn to paint. I heard this set is really useful. You can take it back to school and use it for your painting class." Dylan paused, fiddling with his easel, then couldn't help but laugh. "Dad, we don't teach painting at school." Speaking of his earlier desire to learn to paint, it was because, at the time, he didn't know he was in the world of Harry Potter. Back then, he was focused on what he wanted to do in the future, preferably something easy and profitable. And with his memories of his past life, he had some impression of some strangely shaped paintings. If he could replicate them accurately, perhaps he could become a painter. In that era, painters were still relatively rare. Of course, I'm referring to painters who could achieve fame. Or rather, artists. But when he simply used his brush to try to paint the images he remembered, problems arose. His drawings were utterly ugly. They were almost unsightly. So in the end Dylan gave up the idea. Chapter 250. Is this the space ring? Surprisingly, his father still remembered this incident. After all, these days, Raising an artist is no less expensive than in his past life. They were just an ordinary family in England. Cultivating painting as a hobby, buying some paints and a drawing board, and occasionally painting was fine. But truly wanting their child to become a true painter required not only considerable investment and effort, but also the ability to demonstrate it. Dylan had neither money nor talent, and he wasn't prepared to cultivate any hobbies. So, after he expressed his desire to paint, he tried, but found he had no talent and flatly declined his father's offer to buy him a drawing board. Paint was quite expensive these days. He didn't plan to become a painter, so why waste money on such things? But now, they were wealthy. Since his father had already bought the necessary supplies, if he really wanted to paint, he could give it a try occasionally. It would just be a way to cultivate his spirit. After all, even if he didn't excel, he had magic to back him up. "Thank you, I love it," Dylan thanked Hubert. But before Hubert's expression of gratitude lasted more than 2 seconds, he sighed deeply. "You've really grown up. I can't hear your old, babyish voice anymore. You're so unutterable now, Dylan." He held back, but ultimately didn't raise his wand to go all Avada on his father. Maeve squatted down with the father and son. She pulled a fluffy knitted sweater from the reindeer gift box. After comparing it to Dylan, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I opened the gift for you. Sorry, I was anxious. I just wanted to see if it would suit you. I fell in love with it the moment I bought it." Dylan smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. Let me try it on, will you?" Dylan lowered his head slightly, glancing at the sweater. Silver threads shimmered through the light gray yarn. A cartoon whale was embroidered crookedly on the seams. Dylan tilted his head. "But Mom, this can't be knitted by a store, right?" Maeve smiled sheepishly. "I wanted to knit you a sweater myself, but I don't know how tall you've grown, so I just went to the store and bought one, and then," Maeve blinked her eyelashes and looked at the cartoon whale. "And then, you sewed another pattern on the clothes you bought?" Dylan laughed helplessly. "Yeah, that's a good idea, isn't it?" Dylan looked at the slightly crooked whale. It looked like a whale, but also a little like a salted fish. For a moment, Dylan couldn't tell what it was. Was his mother actually hinting that he didn't need to study so hard and could just be a salted fish? But she was too embarrassed to tell him directly because it was difficult to say. "It fits perfectly." Maeve continued to test the sweater on Dylan. "The sleeves are a little long, but it's perfect for tucking into thicker clothes in winter." Hubert chimed in, "My wife's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This little shark is so adorable. Just by comparing it to the shark, it makes our son look so much cuter." Maeve paused. "Didn't I just tell you it was a whale?" Hubert was also stunned. "Oh? A whale? When did I ever tell you it was a whale?" But he reacted quickly. "So that's how it is. I guess I'm not an artist yet. This fish has so much soul. Only a true artist can comprehend it." Maeve lightly punched him. "How could it be as exaggerated as you say?" Dylan didn't forget to add insult to injury. "I knew it was a whale the moment I saw it." "Mom, Dad doesn't know you well enough." "Of course I didn't," Hubert glared. Maeve also looked at Hubert with mock resentment, then sighed deliberately. Hubert panicked. "Wife, I really didn't mean to be mistaken." He threw himself into Maeve's arms. Then he rubbed against Maeve's arms. Maeve also patted his back gently. "Oh, I'm not blaming you. Okay, get up." Dylan originally just wanted to scold his father. In the end, it turned out that the old man was still the wisest. He actually used a long pole to hit the snake, climbed up the pole, and then forced a wave of affection in front of him, feeding him a mouthful of dog food. "So you forgive me?" Hubert raised his head from his wife's arms. "Didn't I say I never blamed you?" Maeve said. "Hey, I knew you were the best, wife." Hubert smiled foolishly. Cough cough cough. Dylan coughed twice, indicating that there was another person here. "There are so many gift boxes here. Son, do you want to open them all now, or take your time?" Dylan thought for a moment. "I'll keep them and open them slowly later." Maeve nodded. "That's fine." Dylan raised his hand and gently curled his index finger. 2 gift boxes appeared before him. "Here are the gifts." He placed 1 box each at Hubert's and Maeve's feet. "For Mom and Dad, open them and take a look." Hubert immediately emerged from Maeve's arms and gazed excitedly at the boxes before him. Though the boxes were small, his contents intrigued him. What kind of Christmas present would her wizard son give her? Maeve also picked up the box, her movements delicate. She grasped the ribbon between her fingers. With a gentle tug, it slipped free. She lifted the lid. A ring gleamed quietly on a layer of velvet. The soft carpet enveloped the three of them. Maeve exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is beautiful." She pulled the ring out of the box. It was a silver ring, the band delicately finished with a matte texture, interlaced with a polished surface, resembling a shimmering constellation of stars. "Did you buy this ring?" Maeve asked. "No, I made it myself." Dylan shook his head. He had wanted to give his parents something practical for Christmas, along with a couple of rings. But his father had already requested a storage ring yesterday. He casually cast a traceless extension spell on the ring. "Try it on," Dylan said. "So what's my gift? Is it also a ring?" "Is it a ring for your mother and me?" Hubert naggled. Dylan's eyes rolled upwards slightly, but he didn't answer. But this didn't dampen Hubert's spirits. His movements weren't as graceful as Maeve's, but they were quick and decisive. He tore open the box in a few seconds. Seeing another ring inside, Hubert blushed with delight. He wasn't sleepy at all now. He immediately took out the ring and put it on his finger. He then turned it over and over, finally thrusting his palm towards Maeve. "How is it, wife? Does it look good?" Maeve nodded. "It looks good." She put the ring on as well. They put their hands together and compared them. They found that the rings were indeed very similar. The only difference was that one resembled a spherical cloud of stars, while the other resembled a flowing river of galaxies. "But son, this ring is beautiful, but is it just a ring?" Hubert asked. Dylan knew his father well. The moment he raised his butt, he knew what he was going to say. "Of course not," Dylan said slowly. Hubert's expression changed from anticipation to disappointment, and then to joy when Dylan gave a positive answer. "So, what other magical powers do you have? You wanted a storage ring, didn't you? These two are it. You can store your valuables in them," Dylan added, "but there's a problem. You don't have magical powers, so you can't activate the ring yourself. Actually, if I made you a special bag, it would be much more convenient, but a ring is smaller and more discreet. To compensate for this, I've cast a locking spell on the ring. If you want to use it, tap here 3 times with your middle finger." Dylan held up Maeve's hand and pointed to a spot on the ring. "Now, within the next 10 minutes, whenever you want to retrieve something, just cover it with your palm and think about it. Whenever you want to take something, just tap it 4 times. Also, just think about it and you'll be able to retrieve it. Is it that magical?" Hubert tried it out. He casually picked up a gift box and began following Dylan's instructions, gently touching the ring with his other hand's middle finger. The gift box instantly vanished, and Hubert became even more excited. "Haha. I'll be a magician in the future." "A wizard, Dad," Dylan corrected. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'll be able to use magic in the future," Hubert chuckled. Maeve also tried it twice. She found that it was indeed magical. She couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, Dylan. I like this gift very much. I will cherish it." Dylan nodded. "I also engraved a concealment spell on it. As long as you don't go too far, no one will notice that you are using the ring." "Does it have a name?" Maeve asked. Dylan blinked and shook his head. "I didn't name it. If you want, you can choose one yourself, then call it Hubert and Maeve's ring," Hubert suggested. Maeve shook her head in denial. "That's too weird." After pondering for a moment, Maeve said, "Look at these 2 rings. They're both shaped like stars, but this one looks like a starburst, and this one looks like a stream of light. Why don't we give them those names?" Hubert immediately nodded in agreement. "That's wonderful. Those names are great. Let's call them that." Seeing this elderly couple still as sweet as a young couple, Dylan felt helpless, yet also relieved. Even though he felt a little choked by his daily rations, it was clear that his parents had a good relationship, which was a very, very, very good thing. "You guys must be tired too, right? Why don't you go get some rest?" Dylan said. Maeve wanted to make breakfast for Dylan, but he shook his head. "No, Mom, you guys go to bed first. I'll read a book. I probably won't be going out today. When you wake up, we can go for a walk together, or watch TV at home. As for dinner, I'll make it right away." Dylan took out his wand and waved it. Maeve understood what her son meant. "Using magic to cook? Your professor wrote me a letter, saying students aren't allowed to use magic outside of school. You've used magic for so many things, won't the professor scold you when you get back?" She was a little worried. Dylan raised his lips. "Mom, as long as you keep quiet, no one will know I used magic." "Maeve, your father and I will definitely not tell your professor about this, but you still have to be careful. Don't use magic too loudly to avoid being discovered, Hubert nodded. Yes, those magic professors are probably very powerful. Son, be careful at school. Don't make the professors angry, or they'll want to punish you. And your mother and I won't help you, Dylan's mouth twitched. Don't worry, it'll be okay, that's good. In that case, let's go to bed. I'm a little sleepy. Why doesn't that coffee seem to be doing anything? After the excitement, fatigue followed. Hubert yawned. Then he stood up, reached out, took his wife's hand, and with one hand on her waist, gently lifted Maeve from the ground. Come on, let's go get some rest. Maeve didn't refuse. She was indeed a little sleepy. Remember to eat breakfast, Maeve said as she walked towards the bedroom. Don't worry, Mom, I'll take care of myself, Dylan nodded. After they left, Dylan looked at the gift boxes scattered on the floor and sighed slightly. He remembered that yesterday, besides that gift, his parents had stuffed a lot of gifts under the Christmas tree, right? And last night, they had secretly gone out and bought so many things. Now think about it, although they pretended to go out to the movies for him, they were actually buying gifts. But is it possible that this couple went shopping yesterday just to spend some time together? They just bought him some things while shopping. Dylan shook his head, not thinking about the details anymore. After all, it was a kind gesture from his parents. He just had to accept it with gratitude. Dylan went to the kitchen and started making breakfast for himself. Fortunately, he used magic, so the Ministry of Magic wouldn't notice. So he didn't have to cook himself. With a wave of his wand and a cooking spell, it was ready. He made himself a simple yet delicious sausage and egg omelette. Dylan ate it hastily with some noodles and returned to his bedroom. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.